In their lust to become humanity's constellations, they slaughtered their own kind without mercy. But in a cruel twist of fate, the one truly worthy of that power was sacrificed, and the world immediately plunged into apocalypse. Yet, in that darkest night, Kim Simon, a first-level alchemist with zero magical talent, created a mythical artifact, the Stone of Natural Death, an item that might just be humanity's last miracle. Now, reborn 11 years in the past, the miserable life of a powerless man will become a legend with the ability to craft items beyond the divine. In a ruined city littered with corpses, a lone figure sprints through the devastation. A young woman, running for her life. Behind her, urgent shouts echoed. She's escaping. Don't let her get away. Two men armed with swords were hot on her trail. Suddenly, a raised hand commanded them to stop. That is enough. The group immediately halted. This was the Continental Grandmaster, Dong Liu Chu. Chasing her is a waste of time. His eyes gleamed. The ritual is all that matters now. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally landing on a young man named Kim Si-huk, a warrior from a minor nation. Impressive. But this is his limit. A fallen hero like him has no right to transcend it. With that, Dong Liu Chu laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Is there anyone more worthy of becoming a god than me?" He raved like a madman. "Do you see? I, Dong Liu Chu, have kept my promise to you." A colossal, crimson eye tore through the fabric of space with bolts of lightning as it slowly opened. A voice boomed, "Indeed. You have done it, Dong Liu Chu." He laughed. "Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise. Elevate me, make me the constellation of Earth, to become a god in this world." The eye praised him. Very good. The system activated, requesting the birth of Earth's 274th constellation. Analyzing, target does not meet the qualifications. Dong Liu Chu was stunned into silence. What? Expanding search parameters. Confirmed. The qualified candidate for constellation status is deceased. Candidate, Kim Si-huk. Reason to continue. The galactic arena on Earth, number 274, is nullified. Dong Liu Chu roared in disbelief. No. What is this? Protection rights for Earth, number 274, are revoked. The galactic arena is terminated. Only then did the Crimson Eye speak again. "Oh, Dong Liu Chu, it seems you were unworthy." He seethed with rage. "You dare deceive me. You promised that if I killed Kim Si-huk, I could become a constellation." The voice replied, "Yes, that is what I said. And as you wished, I requested your ascension. You simply weren't qualified." As it spoke, devastating bolts of red lightning rained down on him. His followers were annihilated instantly. Dong Liu Chu, though heavily injured, remained defiant. The entity laughed with glee. "How very amusing. These moments always bring me such satisfaction. I will enjoy devouring your world." The scene shifts elsewhere. As rain poured down, the woman from earlier burst through the door. "Kim Simon," she demanded, "are you hiding in here again?" Books and herbs were scattered all over the floor. Simon was intensely focused on something. "You are here," she said reproachfully. "The whole world is falling into chaos, and you're calmly doing this?" He answered, "Besides alchemy, what else can an alchemist possibly do? You're unbelievable." She then tossed a small bag onto the table. "Here, take this." Simon's eyes widened in utter shock. Holding the potion in his hand, he wondered, "What is this?" She replied helplessly, "You don't recognize it. Just as you predicted, that bastard Dong Liu Chu betrayed your brother." "But why didn't Kim Si-huk use this?" "I thought he would, but after all his guild members died, he threw it to me." "Is that so?" she continued. "In any case, I've repaid my debt to you." He wondered aloud. "What debt?" Simon sighed. "Ah, so you were still holding on to that?" She scratched her head. "No, it's just, your brother got involved because of my revenge." But Simon cut her off. "It's not like that. Your revenge was justified, and those men deserve to be punished. Your revenge and Dong Liu Chu's betrayal are two completely separate issues. You really are something else." After saying that, she opened the door. Simon was shocked. "You're leaving already?" She answered with grim confidence. "I have to fight. I saw that bastard Dong Liu Chu summon something horrifying." "What? Did you see the system notification too? The one saying our protection has been revoked?" "Yes, it appeared out of nowhere and scared me. It said the only qualified candidate to become a constellation was already dead. If there's such a thing as constellation qualifications, it was definitely my brother, Kim Si-huk, the Sword Saint. I don't know about others, but I knew him best. I was the only one who knew Kim Si-huk's true state. I don't know what's going on, but everything is truly going to hell." She reminded him, "This place probably isn't safe anymore. You could actually die, you know." Simon was confused. "But why aren't you running?" She let out a bitter laugh. "You know, I'm not the type to run away. I have no reason left to live anyway. Regardless, don't throw that away. Make sure you drink it. The proud sword saint sacrificed his own life for it. Sorry, but it was originally mine anyway." "Oh, Right. Well, I'm leaving, and thanks for everything. And with that, she left. Simon called up his status window and looked at it. He sighed. Just as he'd expected, his stats were pathetic. Now, everything is meaningless. He needed an energy source for his alchemy. How could everything fall into place so perfectly? He gripped the potion tightly, remembering how he poured everything into this one result since his awakening. Without the emerald tablet, this would have been nothing but a dream. Perhaps it was his burning resentment that kept his spirit from shattering, allowing him to create the ultimate alchemic elixir. He couldn't believe he had actually done it. Finally, Simon poured the vial into the magic circle he had drawn. Maxis, Sayuk. Because of you two, I've achieved my life's greatest goals before my end. I don't know if this will work in this environment, but the foundation of alchemy is always equivalent exchange. Bolts of lightning rained down on the circle as Simon screamed in shock. The entire house lit up in the vast darkness. And then, a blue stone appeared. A legendary item had been synthesized. Simon was overjoyed. Success. 5,000 achievement points received. This category has been deactivated due to its disappearance. Staring at the stone, Simon understood. So, this is what it is. The system announced it was the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary product of alchemy. Simon held it in his hand. Item binding. A moment later, a drop of his blood landed on it. The stone instantly turned red, binding itself to Simon. Staring at the blazing red stone, Simon gasped. Huh? A powerful energy pulsed from it. Then it shot forward, embedding itself in his chest. Simon fell to his knees, enduring the agony. Suddenly, the room distorted. Maxis had returned, standing right before him. Panic flooded his face. Simon had been logged out, and that glowing red eye had found him, the Philosopher's Stone. To see it with my own eyes is unbelievable. Simon looked up, terrified by the overwhelming presence. Is this the power of a dimension that could birth a constellation? What? This is an unimaginable prize. He couldn't understand its words, but his hatred burned hotter than ever. It was all because of that bastard. Damn you, Maxis. Damn you, Sayuk. If only my magic wasn't so pathetic. Just then, the system flashed. Synchronization complete. The Philosopher's Stone has been properly installed. Monostat has been converted to the unique stat synthesis. Achievement. Gain a unique stat has been received. A unique stat. A strange energy radiated from Simon's chest. He now realized he could synthesize anything he wanted and finally fight back against that monster. He would live a life without weakness. Searching for a suitable target in the owner's catalog. Search failed. Expanding search range by consuming synthesis power. Search complete. Most suitable target. Book of Synthesis. Requirements for equivalent exchange not met. Simon clutched his head in agony. Based on the owner's current state, the Philosopher's Stone will use its own power to begin an independent synthesis. Then, Simon raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The giant eye seemed to shudder. The birth of a divine item, never before created, caused the eyelid of its original owner to twitch. Its attention snapped back to the player. Simon. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a mere human create the product of a foolish father? For the first time, you have received the attention of a constellation. 1,000 achievement points received. A flood of system windows appeared, but Simon was already at death's door. I don't know what's happening, but at least I finally got to strike back at that bastard. That was his last thought before his world went dark. In a sun-drenched city, light streamed through a window. Simon's eyes snapped open. Where am I? His gaze fell upon a desk and chair in the corner. He jolted up in shock. Is this my old studio apartment? Was that crimson eye just a hallucination? But the sensation was all too real. The feeling of death. I can still remember it. Suddenly, a phone vibrated, catching his attention. He picked it up, confused. A phone? In the old world, only China and the U.S. remained, and even they had... That's why I gave up using a phone long ago. Looking at the date and the missed calls on the screen, Simon's eyes widened. The year 2030? Have I gone back 11 years? I'm back to when I was 28. I remember it clearly now. The Philosopher's Stone took control of my body and performed some kind of synthesis. Did it send me back in time? Wait, this feeling is different. Even though I've returned 11 years, back to when I was 28, I can't be happy. That was a dark time, plagued by magical impotence from that incident. My vision was so bad I needed glasses, and all my senses were dulled. But now, that heavy, suffocating feeling of magical impotence is completely gone. I need to be sure. Simon called up his status window. Looking at the information, he was stunned. Wait a minute. Instead of magical impotence, it now says Philosopher's Stone. So the stone that was in my chest became my unique trait after the binding process? Regardless, the Philosopher's Stone granted my wish. Whew. I never thought this day would come. The chains that bound my entire life. They're gone. I can't take this clarity. If I'm going to stay sane, I need a drink. Simon opened the fridge and cracked open a can. As he drank, he realized more than just a few things had changed since his magical impotence vanished. My overall stats, they'd been restored to their original state. He finished the drink with a sigh of pure satisfaction. The true taste of beer. I can finally feel it again. All my stats. I'm 1 point short in each, but one stat is a 10, something only the most exceptional rookies possess. His eyes locked onto something else. Synthesis power, 10. Wait a second. Not magic power, but synthesis. Ah, the system clearly called it a unique stat. So I become the owner of a unique stat. This is incredible. And at level 1, no less. In my past life, only a handful of players ever possessed a unique stat. Most of them became top-tier rankers, like Si Huck or Dong Lai Chu. Simon slammed the can on the table. You never know what life has in store for you. By the way, what's with all these achievement points? 11,500 of them. I have no idea where they came from, but I'll worry about that once the achievement shop opens. Let's see what else I've got. The Pioneer of Alchemy, Si Huck. One surprise after another. This is insane. A title related to my profession, and it's an enhancement type. Even Moksuk, a latecomer among the high rankers, dominated the field thanks to his overpowered Heavenly Demon title. And now, I have one just like it. Let's check my other titles. Is there anything better? Next up, Attractor of Outside Gazes. Simon was stunned. When did I get this title? Outside Gazes? What exactly is the outside? It's just a useless trait. But hey, it's better than nothing. The most important thing is that my magical impotence is finally cured. While I'm at it, let's run an experiment. First, I'll deconstruct the ignition formula and adapt it for magic. Then, I'll channel my synthesis power into it. Just as he expected, the power on his hand vanished. Even though there's similar types of power, using synthesis for magic is impossible. Simon opened a drawer and pulled out a piece of chalk. He figured it would be different if he drew a synthesis circle. True synthesis has always required drawing a circle. Simon focused his mind. If I have the disadvantage of not being able to use magic, then I must have a huge advantage in synthesis. Let's try drawing the circle. Just then, the Philosopher's Stone on his chest began to glow. Simon was baffled. What is this? Is my body rejecting it? Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? It spoke in a string of incomprehensible languages. Simon thought it was calling his method crude and barbaric. Why use such an inefficient technique? Come to think of it, since I got the Philosopher's Stone, how have I been thinking about synthesis? Simon recalled the snap of his fingers. Back then, he had closed his eyes and imagined. The shape of the item he wanted to synthesize was a spear. That's right, just like the one that bastard Dong Lai Chu used. A spear would be perfect, especially with a special ability or an additional option. The stronger, the better. The price for this synthesis is my own synthesis power. The moment he thought it, a surge of energy shot through him, making Simon cry out in pain. His hands struggled to resist the flow. The system announced his synthesis power was completely insufficient for the desired outcome. Simon growled in frustration. Damn it. The unstable Philosopher's Stone is searching for another way. The owner has found a solution from available resources. The Philosopher's Stone requires 1 million achievement points to restore its stable state. What? Do you accept? What? 1 million points. Simon gritted his teeth, remembering that the stone had cured his magical impotence. It's a huge loss. But it also sent me back 11 years in time. You've proven your worth, so I'll trust you. Philosopher's Stone. He pressed yes. Instantly, 1 million points were consumed, and Simon's body was healed. The Philosopher's Stone has been fully restored from its unstable state. Simon grinned. Perfect. Alchemy will be much easier to control now. Simon raised his hand. All right, it should work this time, right? He snapped his fingers, but nothing happened. Synthesis power is insufficient to achieve the desired synthesis. He bristled with anger. Again, what the hell are you trying to create that's so magnificent it needs this much power? This is so frustrating. Even when I was crippled by magical impotence, I could still synthesize legendary-grade items. And now I can't even make a simple spear with a few special abilities. The Philosopher's Stone requires 500 achievement points to establish an equivalent exchange for the deficit. Simon scoffed. After spending 1 million points, what's another 500, right? He accepted. Fine. I've already blown 1 million points. What's 500 more? Simon selected yes. He raised his hand again, praying silently. Please, this had better be worth it. A brilliant golden light erupted from his hand. Simon's eyes widened in awe as passers-by stared in shock. Whoa, what was that? A bolt of lightning tore down from the sky. It crashed through the window of Simon's room, a storm of electricity slowly gathering. Simon stared, bewildered, as the ground before him shattered. Then, the system appeared. A notification rings out. The constellation 30 is now observing you. In a land shrouded by mist, inside a grand palace, the system announces a flood of messages. The constellations are all showing interest in Simon. He's stunned. What? Constellations? Why are they all suddenly watching me? The constellations of Olympus are astonished by the mark left upon you. The constellations of Olympus hastily retreat, creating distance. Only 3 kings remain seated, their presence utterly unshakable. One sits majestically in the very center. Among them, the ruler of Olympus shows immense interest in you. Simon is bewildered. The Olympus constellations are backing away. Because of the mark on my body? Could it be because of that title? A spear suddenly materialized before him. But what is this strange movement? Lightning continuously crackled and struck down upon it. Simon reached out his hand, grasping the spear. He struggled to hold it, then immediately read the system panel. The spear of Zeus. Simon was in shock. What the hell? As for Phi, isn't this the main weapon of the Thunder Emperor, Alexander? The Thunder Emperor Alexander. Even after losing his connection, he maintained his rank as a high-level master. And even though he was a spear wielder, his attack power was on par with the lightning magic of top-tier mages. I can't believe I was able to synthesize a weapon like this. But compared to the real Asura Phi, which could incinerate everything just by being equipped, this thing looks completely ordinary. Just as its rank suggests, it's only a replica. Even the constellations are only showing interest, without making any offers of sponsorship. Not that I'm surprised. Suddenly, Simon realized something. Wait a second. Come to think of it, the system never said synthesis was impossible. On the contrary, if I can meet the synthesis requirements, does that mean I could create the real Asura Phi? Having my magic paralysis cured and being sent back 11 years was already a miracle. But if I can synthesize legendary-grade weapons just through equivalent exchange, this alchemy is truly an insane ability. Suddenly, the spear in his hand vanished. What was that? A backlash from the synthesis process. And my achievement points? Damn it, I just burned through 500 achievement points at level 1. The value of 500 points is absolutely massive. I take back what I said before. Now, this is an insane ability, but in a completely different way. Losing 500 points is seriously demoralizing. The Zethra Stone minimizes backlash. Simon was shocked. Huh? Did it just refund the achievement points spent on the synthesis? He immediately called up his status window. Glancing it over, he noted it was completely different from his original status window. Before, there was no level, and his rank was just a question mark. Is this because of the connection and the time reversal? Zethra Stone, let me ask you 2 things. If this change happened because of our connection, does that mean your growth is influenced by me? It immediately responded to Simon. He smirked, confirming his theory. So that's how it is. Outside, dusk was beginning to fall. Simon continued to explore his synthesis power within his room. Magic system players have to go through a casting process. Even alchemy requires drawing a synthesis circle and preparing materials. Who would have thought that circle-less synthesis could be so effective? It completely surpasses synthesis using a circle. This is a revolution in alchemy. No, in the entire field of magic. The cup and watch bearing his power began to crack. Thanks to this, I've mastered a new synthesis method with my current alchemy skills. The tutorial stage should be no problem. It's definitely at 5 p.m. today, right? May 17th, 2030, 5 p.m. I could never forget it. That was the day I received my first summons for the tutorial stage. The trial to be recognized as a true player of the arena. How ironic that of all the days, I would return to the day of the tutorial summons. The event back then must have been the domain conquest. With my magic paralysis, I couldn't even enter the domain before an arrow pierced straight through my head. But now, I'm not afraid anymore, because I have alchemy. Speaking of which, I received a message earlier. Simon reached for his phone. The screen showed missed calls from Si-Huck and Du-Dung. Simon blamed himself. Si-Huck, are you happy? This is so shameful. I should have fulfilled my duty as an older brother. Si-Huck's messages were all bragging about his achievements. Simon gave a helpless smile. My little brother sent so many. You were such a bright kid back then. I didn't realize at the time how much pain you were enduring on the inside. Now that I've returned to the past, I know it all. My little brother was the true target of the Galaxy Arena. But from now on, I can change everything. But first, I need to fix my relationship with him. What should I even send? I'm at a complete loss for words. Why am I getting so stressed out over this? This is so frustrating. Simon finally decided to send Si-Huck a message. Suddenly, he noticed something. Seeing Du-Dung's name displayed on the phone, his hand began to tremble. That's right. At this point in time, you're still alive. His face filled with emotion, but he took a deep breath, calming himself. Get it together. Wait, that future isn't set in stone. I can still change it. Thinking of that horrific scene, Simon grit his teeth. No, I will change it. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. Congratulations, you have been selected for the arena tutorial, summoning in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. If you possess an arena access device, please equip it now. This time would be different. He gripped the sheets, the memory of his past life burning in his mind. A miserable existence with no magic, and all the tragedies that followed. I'll tear it all down and rebuild it from the ashes. With newfound resolve, Simon made his choice. I request early entry. Welcome to the tutorial stage. This stage's event is Territory Conquest. 100 participants have entered. Simon found himself in a familiar place. Just like before, it was the jungle map. It truly felt like he had turned back time. Acquire points by capturing territories or eliminating other players. The tutorial stage will now commence. It's been a long time. This time, I'll play it smart and aim for the top. Just then, another system message appeared. The gaze of the constellation, Zeus, is focusing on you. This caught Simon completely off guard. The constellation, Zeus, has issued you a quest. Quest window, activated. Sponsorship window, activated. Quests and sponsorships are supposed to unlock after the tutorial, so why were they active now? The mission. Simon must achieve first place in this event. Heh, just like the ruler of Olympus. If you're not number 1, he won't even give you the time of day, will he? And 1,000 achievement points for a mere tutorial, he steeled his resolve. He would take first place, no matter the cost. Hey, Lord Zeus, how about you make it interesting and throw in another 100 points? The moment the words left his mouth, lightning crackled directly overhead. Simon immediately backtracked. Just kidding. He then moved on. For the ruler of Olympus, you're surprisingly stingy. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, blood sprayed against a tree trunk as a player collapsed, an arrow buried in their back. The attacker laughed with delight. The rewards really are sweet, as expected of a major guild. Even their consumables are top tier. This was Kim Min Dong of the Sung Sam Guild, a man with a treacherous heart. The guild just wanted me to survive, but that's not enough for me. Not after being kicked out of that damned academy. I won't stay a grunt forever. I'll make every single one of them regret casting me aside. Sometime later, with the sun high in the sky, Simon moved with quiet purpose. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for something specific. I remember it being right around here. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a small stream. A smile touched Simon's lips. Found it. He felt a wave of nostalgia. It's been a while. But high above, in the trees, Min Dong had already spotted his next target. He knocked an arrow. A player with no gear? This is my lucky day. No matter how good his traits are, without equipment, he's just a rookie. Thanks for the free kill. With that, the arrow flew, straight and true. But just as it was about to find its mark, Simon simply raised a hand. In the next instant, the stream erupted upwards, shattering the arrow mid-air. Simon looked completely unfazed. Knew you were there. An explosion then tore through the treetop, sending Min Dong plummeting to the ground. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, a mage. Still, to be beaten by a guy with no gear like this. But before he could finish the thought, his eyes widened in shock. A series of small explosions erupted at his feet, forcing him to backpedal. Simon commented calmly, "You've got some decent footwork." "What?" he added with a grin. "I was aiming right for your head. Impressive. Dying by my hand would be an honor." Min Dong's face twisted with rage. "You bastard," he roared, lunging forward. "What the hell are you talking about?" Though Simon attacked, Min Dong managed to evade the worst of it. Clutching a dagger, he spat back Simon's own analysis. A B-rank trait, fast movement. Huh. But then Min Dong froze. "What? How could you possibly know that?" Simon just offered a chillingly pleasant smile. The moment he tried to attack, spikes of earth erupted from the ground, impaling him. Coughing up blood, he gasped, "Are you from the academy?" Simon finally understood. "Oh, you mean the Awakening Academy?" He let out a sigh. As if a place like that could ever contain me. A final, thunderous crack echoed through the forest. With the job done, Simon let out a breath. He assessed the body. Judging by that full set of gear, you must be a rookie from a well-known guild. Using a high-quality access device, so the reality shock should be minimal for you. If this were an official arena, you'd already be dead. He glanced down his own hands, remembering he'd entered without an access device. In an official arena, elimination doesn't mean logging out, it means death. Not just logging out like now, but real, permanent death in the outside world. And what's more, the official arenas don't just end with a player's death. If an arena isn't cleared, it leads to a catastrophic outbreak in the nation it's tied to. And in the case of a dungeon or a raid, all the remaining monsters are unleashed upon the real world. For this very reason, a nation's strength is directly measured by the number of top-tier rankers it possesses. But tragically, after that incident, South Korea, like so many smaller nations before it, failed to stop the outbreak and was utterly annihilated. Simon clutched his head, forcing himself back to reality. None of that has happened yet. Focus on the now. First, a status check. The top 2 players only had 1 or 2 kills. Simon's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? He wondered why the kill counts were so low. It's been a while since the tutorial phase began. Then it hit him. Everyone was playing it safe in the early game. Well, this was a gold-tier event, a territory conquest. The stakes were high. The participants probably started with high-level traits, stats, and gear right from level 1. The more they had, the more they feared losing it all. A few players had already entered the territory. With territory points at 48, they couldn't have been inside for long. In an event like this, territory points were more important than kills for securing first place. But right now, I need to get used to this synthesis method. A grin spread across Simon's face. I'll just hunt a few more of them. I'll wipe out anyone who tries to play it safe. Deep in the forest, a man was running for his life, every frantic step punctuated by a ragged breath. He cast a terrified look behind him. That guy is insane. Vicious spikes erupted from the earth, logging him out on the spot. He's a complete madman. The killer was Simon, who let out a sigh. Damn, he was fast. Even in heavy armor, his speed was unreal. He must have a speed-related trait. If I hadn't struck first, he definitely would have escaped. Just then, another player appeared from behind. The newcomer charged forward instantly. Simon glanced back warily, snapped his fingers, and the second player logged out, too. Simon remained on guard. These guys were nothing but hyenas, waiting for the perfect moment to scavenge a kill. A system window popped up, catching him by surprise. Repeated synthesis has increased your synergy. The level of the Chestra stone has increased. Simon figured his stat increase was normal at low levels, but he never expected the Chestra stone's level could rise as well. This idea of training while hunting the cowards was working out perfectly. A moment later, Simon smiled with satisfaction. That makes 11 kills so far. I doubt anyone will try to ambush me again now, right? He looked up at the pillar of light. The territory is close. Might as well head in. As Simon strolled through the woods, something caught his eye. Looking at the sand being kicked up by the wind, Simon wondered, what is this? So many bodies. And we aren't even inside the territory yet. Simon's attention shifted to the arena rankings. As he scanned the list, his eyes went wide. From rank 1 of 4, their territory points were nearly identical. No way. And what's more, these 4 have been at the top since the tutorial phase began. It could only mean one thing. They were working as a party. A clear violation of the rules. No matter how badly they wanted to win, teaming up during the tutorial, Simon tried to pinpoint their location. Are they camping inside the territory? A tank in the front, an archer in the back, and 2 swordsmen on the flanks. A perfect formation. It would be impossible to steal kills from them hyena style. I was planning to conserve as much as possible since the quest reward gets split, but now I have no choice. Lightning crackled in Simon's palm. If you're going to play like that, then I'll just have to become a monster. Elsewhere, a young woman's eyes were glowing. She expanded her search radius. Another player called out, "Hey, Luna, see anything?" She replied, "I don't think anyone else is coming." He chuckled. "Are your eyes getting blurry from aura depletion?" She snapped back. "What are you talking about? Besides, my clairvoyance uses magic, not aura." He taunted her. "Oh, really? That's great then. You just use your leftover aura to hunt for kills." Lee soon sighed. "Why are you complaining to me when your kill count is even lower than mine? Honestly, that's so unfair. Everyone else has over 5 kills, except me. Who told you to pick a tank role? This is ridiculous. It makes no sense. What am I supposed to do when my attribute turned out this way? It's not like I chose it. Someone stepped in to mediate. All right, that's enough." She spoke up. "Kim Jiwoo, now that your territory score is over 60%, I'll help you get some kills." Jiwoo was surprised. "Huh? Are you in that much of a hurry?" "I'm counting on you." Their friend, Leon, chimed in. "Appa, can we go outside the territory now?" "Go outside?" "Yeah." The number of participants has dropped a lot. It's so stuffy in here. "Are you worried about that Kim Simon guy?" She reassured them, "Don't worry. I know most of the rookies from the other guilds, and the name Kim Simon isn't on any list." But Kang Hojang thought that was exactly what made it more worrying. "Some nobody with an unknown name managed to get 11 kills, Leon added. "But I don't think we need to be scared, you know, right? Everyone else in this event is a total pushover. That Kim Simon guy, or whatever his name is probably just a hyena scavenging for easy kills. If he were actually good, he'd be in the territory by now." Then, he started flattering again. "If you're worried, we can just patrol around here while maintaining our formation. I'm so bored. We trained so hard for this, didn't we?" Kang Hojang closed his eyes, reflecting. Just as Lee San said, after all 4 of us failed. In the last training exercise, we gritted our teeth and pushed ourselves to the limit. Thanks to that, our guild, Scorpion, even provided us with gear. As a result, the 4 of them had dominated the rankings up to this point, even if they were bending the rules a little. "Cooperate." Soon grumbled, "Have a little faith. Even if we do team up, we're talking about a complete unknown." Suddenly, her senses flared. Deep within the forest, Sun's eyes gleamed. She had found him. Simon. Instantly, her hand moved with practiced grace, knocking an arrow. Sun took aim. He's here. Kang Ho Rang followed her gaze. What? She unleashed the arrow straight at Simon's position. I see you hiding over there. The projectile shot forward, true to its mark. Its target was Simon, his face obscured by a deep hood. His eyes flashed as if casting a spell, and the arrow shattered into splinters midair. Simon then commanded the very sand beneath his feet to move. Soom watched in utter disbelief. His teammates were just as stunned. Magic. That's some kind of magic. A smirk played on Simon's lips, and here I thought I was well hidden. Heaven's Eye. Her own eyes widened in terror. How do you know that name? Simon's smile turned predatory. Oh, I have my ways. I studied all sorts of traits quite extensively. Unwilling to back down, Soon fired another arrow as a challenge. Oh, is that so? She sneered. Should I test if your studies are enough to keep your head on your shoulders? Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Wait. Footsteps approached from behind. It was Kang Ho Rang, his voice laced with killing intent. You're Kim Simon, aren't you? Simon raised an eyebrow. And you are. The man replied, Kang Ho Rang. Simon observed him. Seeing as you rank number 1, you must be their leader, correct? That's right, Kang Ho Rang answered, his tone ice cold. I'll make this simple. Kim Simon, you're joining our party. Sun was shocked. Appa, what are you talking about? Jun was just as baffled. Huh? Are you insane? How do we know this guy won't just stab us in the back? But Kang Ho Rang began to explain. 11 kills with no special gear. He must possess a magic-type ability that's S rank at a minimum. Then, he looked at Simon. I'll help you secure first place. Lun's hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Wait a second. Ho Rang, are you thinking clearly? He's a magic-type user. If he decides to betray us, we're all dead. But their leader believed that partnering with a mage of that caliber was a risk worth taking for the potential reward. But mages are incredibly rare. We don't even have one in our entire Scorpion Guild. And that's not even mentioning the 11 kills. No matter how skilled a hunter you are, that number is just ridiculous. He tried to persuade her. Think of the bigger picture, Lun. If we can form an alliance with a mage of his power, our standing within the guild will skyrocket. Hearing this, Simon just scratched his head and burst out laughing. Haha, you guys are hilarious. What on earth makes you think I'd accept an offer like that? What? Isn't it obvious? You're all talking as if my joining is a foregone conclusion. Kang Ho Rang put a hand to his face. You don't like the offer? Look, about the earlier aggression. I apologize for that, Simon replied nonchalantly. I'm well aware of the arrogance of most mages, but I'm not one of them. Kang Ho Rang was confused. Then what's the problem? Simon stated it plainly. The cooperation. Ho Rang still didn't get it. What's wrong with working together? Simon scoffed. Are you really asking because you don't know? Teaming up is a clear violation of the rules. If this tutorial stage is broadcast, you'll all be absolutely flamed by the public. A flicker of anger appeared in Ho Rang's eyes. I don't care. Why should I waste my time on public opinion when there's no actual penalty? Hearing that, Simon spoke up. Hey, Kang Ho Rang, judging by your gear, you must be from a fairly well-known guild. Are you really prepared to handle the fallout? Are you that confident? Kang Ho Rang gritted his teeth, annoyed by the condescending tone. You think you're hot stuff just because you killed a few monsters? Kang Ho Rang raised his hand. My Scorpion Guild cares about one thing and one thing only, results. As long as we win, nothing else matters. And we are a perfectly coordinated team of 4. A world apart from the fools you've taken down so far, he pressed on. So join us, Kim Simon. This is your last chance. Simon finally pulled back his hood, truly befitting the reputation of the Scorpion Guild. There's no reason to continue this conversation. He pointed a finger directly at the guild leader. Hey, Kang Ho Rang, you should worry about yourself. And with that, he snapped his fingers. A storm of lightning descended from the sky, striking the very ground where the group stood. The flash was so intense, they were forced to shield their eyes. As Ho Rang slowly opened his eyes, Dia cried out in a panic. What was that? Simon summoned his spear. First place is mine for the taking. Anyway, why would I stoop to using dirty tactics like teaming up? Kang Ho Rang turned to his teammates. Negotiations have failed. He then glanced at Lee Soon. She understood immediately. I'm on it. In a flash, another arrow was loosed. Simon remained perfectly calm, pointing his spear forward. Perish. A violent bolt of lightning erupted from its tip. It met Sun's arrow head-on, obliterating it instantly. She was stunned. What the? Simon's real target was all 4 of them. In the next instant, the members of the Scorpion Guild were wiped out. A triumphant grin spread across Simon's face. He looked down at their fallen forms with immense satisfaction. Simon himself couldn't believe it. He'd only used 10% of its power. But then he sensed something was wrong. His eyes darted behind him. Kang Ho Rang was charging right at him. Simon let out a confident laugh. Still alive, are we? Both warriors readied themselves for the attack. Ho Rang's eyes perfectly reflected Simon's incoming attack. Sensing the danger, he enveloped his entire body in a shroud of violet-black smoke, and in the next instant, he vanished. Simon was on high alert. An A-rank trait, Shadow Step. He had dodged using that ability. In that instant, he appeared right behind Simon. Kang Ho Rang slowly raised his sword, preparing the final blow. All of his rage was poured into this one attack. Die. But with a single snap of Simon's fingers, the ground erupted in sharp spikes, impaling him. His hands, still gripping the sword that never fell, trembled in utter disbelief. This can't be. Even after using so many lightning spells, how do you still have any mana left? Simon smirked. Oh, this? It's just something a little different. Come now, Kang Ho Rang. You should leave. Staying here is just a waste of time. With those words, he vanished without a trace. The system displayed a new message. You have achieved 100% capture points. The owner of the capture zone has been determined. Simon smiled, satisfied. It's done. You have achieved first place in the tutorial phase. You have received the title, Ruler of the Tutorial. He read the system window, feeling a little annoyed. If I hadn't used my trump card, I would have gotten the full 1,000 points. So in total, I earned 750 achievement points. And on top of that, when I return to the real world, the rewards for clearing the arena will be waiting for me. Simon grinned. I really gained a lot from this tutorial. I can't wait to see what's next. You will be returned to your original location shortly. The scene shifts to the Scorpion Guild headquarters in the special city of Soon. The Vice Guild Master of Scorpion read the report, his voice dripping with contempt. Hey, Kang Ho Rang. Yes, sir. Vice Guild Master. He crushed the paper in his fist. Do you honestly think this makes any sense? It's not like you were crushed by a top ranker or ambushed by another team. You lost in a head-on fight against someone with absolutely no gear. Kang Ho Rang was speechless. I have no excuse. The Vice Master's voice dropped to a low growl. As you know, I don't blame people for lacking skill. That's something that even money has a hard time fixing. But listen here. The Vice Master's hand cracked across Kang Ho Rang's face. But losing, after teaming up, is something I can't forgive. Teaming up is an act that shatters your own reputation. Do you even understand what that means? Before his overwhelming rage, Kang Ho Rang could only bow his head in submission. I'm sorry. The Vice Master slammed a file on the desk. Here. Kang Ho Rang stared at it, his eyes wide with shock. What is this? He confirmed his fears. Exactly what it looks like. The bill for those who fail the tutorial despite our full support and only cause more trouble. He issued a warning. It states that for the next 10 years, all rewards you earn will be transferred to the Scorpion Guild. Read it carefully and sign. Suddenly, a hand shot up. It was JW. This contract seems a little excessive, but in the next second, something blurred past his face. The Vice Master had him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. He hissed in his ear. When you're stupid, your body pays the price. Are you actually trying to die? JW frantically begged for mercy. I'm sorry, Vice Master. Witnessing the scene, no one else dared to make a sound, whispering to each other, just sign it. The scene changes to the Sung Sam Guild headquarters, also in Seoul. Manager Park Min-on rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. Unbelievable. He quickly waved his hands. I'm not blaming you all. It's just that this story is truly hard to believe. Min-dung grumbled. I feel the same way. Just seeing magic deployed without an incantation was shocking enough, but to think he got 15 kills all by himself and took down 4 collaborating top players. That's right. I pulled up the arena board and confirmed it in real time. Min-chan adjusted his glasses, looking pleased. I see. The details will be included in the report. You may all leave now. The 3 of them still looked anxious, but Min-on cut them off. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Our Sung Sam Guild doesn't punish anyone for failing the tutorial. You can just do better next time, right? The 3 replied in unison. Ah, yes. Then, they left with cheerful expressions. Min-on watched them go, completely satisfied. By the way, he took down 4 coordinated players alone. He turned to Hui. Any information? She replied flatly. Manager Park, we're on the clock. Min-chan chuckled. But if I call you Vice Chief Yu, you'll just get pouty, won't you? She shoved a file at him, annoyed. I am not pouting. Min-on looked over the document and made an observation. But the prediction was that the Scorpion Guild would team up, right? Junhui confirmed it. Correct. 3 of them were B rank, and 1 was an A rank. Min-chan was confused. How did the Scorpion Guild, known for playing dirty, manage to gather such talented individuals? No, that's not the right question. How could a single person take down a high-level coordinated team all by himself? Junhui offered a theory. It was definitely a magic class. They must have overwhelmed them with unparalleled offensive power. At level 1, with that kind of power, even if that was possible, he would have needed a significant amount of casting time. She pointed to the report. It says he activated his magic with just a snap of his fingers. Could his unique trait be S rank or higher? Minon mused, that is, one possibility. But I have another theory. Vice Chief Yu, no matter how good a trait is, it has its limits at level 1. There has to be something more to it. Hearing that, her eyes widened in astonishment. She suddenly realized. Are you suggesting something like a constellation? Min Xian confirmed it. A constellation. If we're dealing with a variable of that caliber, it would explain everything. John Hai sighed, but his handler is only level 1. He just barely finished the tutorial. There's no way he could have gotten a sponsor from a constellation. Min Xian sank into deep thought. Ever since the Galactic Arena appeared in 2015, constellations have only ever shown interest in diamond rankers or higher, never someone in the lower tiers.
So he's either a complete anomaly or something else is at play. No matter the case, one thing was certain.
He's a player we absolutely must recruit. John Hai pointed out, the other guilds won't just sit back and watch. Min Xion gave a wry smile. That's why Deputy Yu will have to work a little harder. He adjusted his glasses. Wouldn't you agree, Guild Master? She flinched at the title. What? Just then, a blinding golden light erupted beside them. A slender foot stepped out from the light, followed by a grumble. You could have just called me Miss, you know. But when did you figure it out? This is an A-ranked invisibility artifact. Min Xion explained, I didn't notice at first, but the moment we started talking about Simon, I suddenly felt your presence. Anyway, what brings you here? You must be busy. It's your final year, isn't it? She hopped onto the desk and sighed. I'm just bored. The academy doesn't have anything left to teach me. Min Xiang considered it. If you're really that bored, why not join a match in the arena? She replied, I just finished one. Didn't you watch my live stream? He looked away. Ah, my apologies. A sudden report came in, so I didn't have the chance. She snatched the report from the desk. No need to apologize. Is this it? The report that has Manager Park so worked up. Min Xiun quickly tried to stop her. Miss Dudong, you can't do that. This is top secret guild information. She just laughed. So what? I own the guild. He refused to yield, snatching it back. That doesn't mean you can just give it here, but she held it high above his head. Oh, she teased, enjoying his flustered state. Miss Dudong. She read the name on the report. Simon. The scene changes. Elsewhere, crackles of azure lightning began to fill the air. In a flash, a spatial gate tore open. Simon emerged from the portal, his feet touching solid ground. I'm back. He immediately collapsed onto his bed. Finally, it's over. You have received bonus experience for ranking first in the tutorial. Your level has increased to 2. The level of the extraction stone has increased by 1. Reading the system notification, Simon noted. If it weren't for the extraction stone, I would have reached level 3. He called out for his status window. The title status window immediately opened. His strength, agility, and stamina were still leagues behind his alchemy power. It was a huge gap, but that was actually an advantage. Simon clenched his fist. Why? Because having a low personal level and a high extraction stone level was a huge benefit in the arena. The concept was simple. In the arena, where players of similar levels fight, everyone would be level 3. But if he could secretly hide his true power level, it would create a stat advantage far greater than any natural talent. Simon was pleased. Excellent. Now, let's check my titles. He tapped on the Pioneer of Alchemy title. This one hadn't changed at all. Simon suddenly thought of Moksuk. Damn it, getting new titles is tough. How annoying. But even Moksuk had said it was incredibly difficult to upgrade her title. Ruler of the Tutorial. Oh, a new title. So there are no other benefits? Well, titles are usually like that. They've always been undervalued for some reason, even in my past life. It's strange that I received a growth-type title right from the start, but this is good. Collecting titles increases the rank of my achievements, which leads to the achievement shop. The achievement shop only unlocks at gold rank or higher. To buy stats there, collecting titles is absolutely essential. Now, where should I invest my remaining stat points? I have 2 points left. Should I dump them all into transmutation power? The extraction stone is powerful, but it can't break the fundamental law of equivalent exchange in alchemy. Simon groaned. All right, I've already spent 1 million points. What's another 500 at this rate? To solve this problem, I need more transmutation power. Why am I even thinking like this? But I can't completely ignore my physical stats just to focus on transmutation power. Even among high-ranking mages, physical ability can sometimes make all the difference. This is a really tough decision. At the very least, I should raise it to the awakened average of 5 and reconsider stat allocation later. Then, something occurred to him. Wait a minute. Simon clutched his chest. Extraction, stone. Let me ask you something. As long as equivalent exchange is possible, you can transmute anything, right? The stone replied in a strange, ancient language. Simon pressed further, then. Is human transmutation possible? But the stone fell silent. No answer, he thought to himself. Well, that's understandable. Human transmutation is the ultimate taboo in alchemy. But I know for a fact that chimeras are the most prominent result of that forbidden art. Sometimes appear as monsters in arenas, but they can also be used for good. It's just like how science advanced on 21st century Earth. Suddenly, the stone spoke to him. Startled, Simon pressed it for more. Will I truly use this power only for good? He affirmed with absolute certainty. That is my intention. My plan is to use this purely for my own growth. But if I face a life or death crisis, I can't make any promises. After all, I have a goal I must achieve. Hearing this, the stone revealed more. Simon was satisfied. I know, I'm fully aware of the dangers of human transmutation. Then, it said something that completely shocked Simon. What? That isn't what you're worried about? An item that opposes the Jade Slate? What are you suddenly talking about? He asked again. Are you saying there's an item like the Jade Slate, but containing your faction's knowledge? The stone confirmed it. That revelation made Simon think. I guess it's not that strange. The Jade Slate has nothing about human transmutation. When I first got the Jade Slate, I remember having to pass an ownership qualification test. Ownership qualification test for the Jade Slate. Conditions have been confirmed. The Jade Slate recognizes you as its owner. The only reason a level 1 nobody like me could possess it was because of its binding properties. It was unusable by anyone else, and its anti-theft system would incinerate any trespasser. Simon clutched his head, realizing the truth. To be precise, it kills anyone who doesn't meet the conditions. A cold chill ran down his spine. If I hadn't qualified, I would have been burned to a crisp. Simon asked, Philosopher's Stone, are you worried I won't qualify for that transmutation item? It confirmed his fears. He grunted in frustration. So I should just give up? But then it said something that made Simon's eyes light up. What? You can partially block the penalty for failing the qualification, he demanded. Just tell me what I need to do. You can at least prevent death, right? All right, now that I'm an official player. As long as I don't die, I can recover one way or another. First, I'll invest all my remaining stat points into the Philosopher's Stone's alchemy power. Can you give me a glimpse of the transmutation material? It looked just like the Jade Slate, but a different color. Simon closed his eyes. I see. He focused on a deep violet instead of a green hue, and it needed to function like a modern smartphone screen, making it easy to browse any knowledge within. Simon raised his hand. Your alchemy power is insufficient to perform the requested transmutation. He wasn't surprised. I saw this coming. To establish an equivalent exchange, even the Philosopher's Stone isn't enough. It requires 10,000 achievement points. Will you accept? What? 10,000 points. I never expected this. Simon was in disbelief. And you're telling me this is a bargain? Aiko's item only cost 500 points. Simon was speechless. Damn it. I struggled to save up 12,300 points, and now I'm about to lose a huge chunk. Even so, he accepted. I have no other choice. If I don't try, I'll never know. 10,000 achievement points have been deducted. Simon instantly felt power surging from his hand. He was stunned when he recognized this familiar energy. His hand slowly rose, and with a snap of his fingers, the power coalesced in his palm. The moment Simon snapped his fingers, the energy exploded outward. A torrent of violet power engulfed his entire body. Something was wrapping itself around his arm. Simon was astonished. Is this thing alive? You have created an unregistered mythic-grade item. You have received 5,000 achievement points. The options for the title Pioneer of Alchemy have been improved. The title was upgraded. Simon read the system window. A 5% reduction in energy consumption. This means its effectiveness doesn't just grow with levels, but continues to improve as the title itself evolves. A synthesis energy reduction option. No wonder Malix called this an overpowered growth-type title. It's an absolutely broken ability. Suddenly, the constellations focused their attention on Simon. He was confused. What in the world is this? The object in Simon's hand was the offside alchemic slate. Another copy? He was shocked. This can't be right. I spent 10,000 achievement points for only 20% completion. Even Aiko got 10% with just 500 points. Simon buried his face in his hands and sighed. Wait a minute. Don't tell me this synthesized item has no side effects. The Philosopher's Stone confirmed it, shocking Simon. It really has no drawbacks. That means it's permanent. So, assuming it's 20% for every 10,000 points, Simon calculated. I just need 4 more attempts. With 40,000 more points, I'll possess a true mythic-grade item. This is insane. A predatory grin spread across Simon's face as the stone gave him more information. He calmly replied, Don't worry. I've already prepared for any potential penalty if I don't qualify. With a single touch, I can contact my brother. Besides, for someone with a chronic arena illness like me, I'm used to pain. Unbearable agony has been my lifelong companion, and if my guess is right, there won't be any penalty at all. Simon channeled his energy into the slate. A purple thread slowly coiled around his arm. But just as he expected, there was no pain, no pressure at all. The original master of the Black Sun constellation seemed to have taken a special liking to him. After all, a sacred relic would never cause him harm. But then, a system notification appeared. The tablet was requesting to merge with the extracted stone. Simon's eyes shot wide in surprise, as a searing pain suddenly coursed through him. The extracted stone accepted the tablet's request. Simon was lost. Wait, what is happening? More and more tendrils began to envelop his body. The force of it slammed Simon to the ground. He watched in horror as the tendrils crawled across his entire being. No, if this keeps up, I'm going to be completely devoured. Screams echoed from Simon's room, catching the attention of anyone nearby. Stop it. A system message appeared. The tablets have successfully merged. Level has increased. Simon collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained of energy. Arena raid event. 50 participants. A cooperation condition has been added. Simon materialized inside the arena. He'd barely finished the tutorial and was already thrown into a high-stakes raid. Min Dung was just as annoyed. Ha, this is going to be a pain. And there's a cooperation condition on top of it all. He assumed this was just another phase of the placement tests. Who would have ever guessed? A silver-ranked event would pop up here. It was definitely because that monster completely wiped the floor with me last time. But in a way, this is also an opportunity. I might get another chance to recruit the promising talent I missed out on before. Suddenly, more players teleported in beside him, catching his eye. Members from other guilds had arrived. What the? A raid? Just my luck. Why a raid instead of a defense mission? One player boasted confidently. It's probably because my MMR is so high. I was one of the top rankers in the tutorial. After all, someone else shot back. So it's your fault this whole thing got so difficult. The guy just waved it off. Don't worry, I'll carry you all again. But then Min Dung noticed something. Hold on. That emblem, it belongs to the bastards from the Scorpion Guild. No matter the arena tier, you always find players infamous for their dirty tricks and toxic behavior. But the Scorpion Guild, they're in a whole other league. For one, they're a massive force, and their power is undeniable. Second, their foul play is always justified by some twisted logic and philosophy. They claim it's meticulous pragmatism in the pursuit of victory. But in reality, they're just thugs who use every dirty trick in the book. Min Dung groaned in frustration. It looks like they're in a party, too. Damn it. So much for my chance to make a name for myself as a promising rookie. Just then, one of the Scorpion members approached. What's this? He scoffed. I heard it's a 5-man team, but there's only this one guy. I guess the matchmaking isn't finished yet. I wonder just how overpowered the teammate they match us with will be. Hearing that, Min Dung thought to himself, still as arrogant as ever.
One of them finally noticed. Wait a second. Isn't that the emblem of Sung Sam? Are you from the Sung Sam Guild?
What? Sung Sam? As in, Choyon's Sung Sam. Hey, Sung Sam guy, what's your name? Kim Min Dung. The man muttered the name. Kim Min Dung. Huh. Never seen your face before. A guy from Sung Sam is just some newbie who barely passed the tutorial. No matter how bad things get, Sung Sam never gives their guild members gear below C rank, do they? I mean, those huge corporations love to show off. If you got a high score in the tutorial, they'd even gift you A rank equipment. But it looks like our dear Kim Min Dung didn't get ranked at all, did he? Hearing that, Min Dung clenched his fists. These bastards. Just endure it. I have to endure it. He wanted nothing more than to kill all 3 of them right now. But he couldn't, because they were stronger. If he made a move, he'd be the one to lose. The man, Cho Jian, placed a hand on Min Dung's shoulder with a mocking smirk. All right, Min Dung, we'll make sure you clear this round. Just do exactly as we say. Got it. Min Dung gritted his teeth. They're planning to steal all the rewards for themselves, aren't they? You bastards. Suddenly, another flash of light drew everyone's attention. What now? Min Dung's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw who it was. A pair of feet slowly materialized, followed by a complete person. Min Dung was in shock. That guy, what is he doing here? Seeing the newcomer, Cho Jian put a hand to his face and sighed. Wow, what a complete mess. His cronies immediately started mocking Simon. You have to admit, the arena's matchmaking system is really something else. A Sung Sam member was bad enough, but it also threw in a no-gear freeloader. Simon just smirked. Freeloader, he repeated. Are you talking about me? He casually swung his mace forward. Well, if not you, who else could it be? Simon asked back, did you just insult me? He let out a deep sigh as the stone in his chest began to glow. A voice roared from within him. What? You son of a bitch. A punk with a face like roadkill dares to call me a bastard. Hey, partner, let me out right now. I'll tear that ugly mug off his face and deep fry it. Simon thought to himself, completely exasperated. I clearly told myself to stay calm, but why does my chest ache like this? If you touch me like that again, what am I supposed to do? Then, its tone completely flipped. Go on, touch me again. Simon was speechless. If I had known this would happen, I would have stopped the merge with the obsidian tablet no matter the cost. A subtle change had occurred within the extracted stone. Who knew that such a simple phrase could sound so absolutely terrifying? Seeing him just standing there muttering to himself, they wondered, hey, what's that guy doing? Beats me. Did we scare him a little too much? Choi Zion provoked him. Hey, freeloader, you scared already? His two lackeys chimed in. What's the point in asking, Zion? You can see it on his face. From the looks of his gear, he probably doesn't even belong to a guild. He must have just leeched off soft-hearted fools this whole time without a single decent item. But I, Choi Zion, am not that easy to fool. Got it? Simon's face darkened as he spoke. Ah, so this is about my gear. He let out a dry laugh. If that's the case, then you've got it all wrong. Hearing this, Zion exploded. This guy must be insane. What do you mean, wrong? Are you taking me for an idiot? Simon continued. You said your name was Choi Zion. How interesting. At this rank, mages and support classes usually lack good equipment. It looks like you've been in the arena for quite a while. Suddenly, a realization hit him. And you're even part of the Scorpion Guild. The man seethed. A rookie shouldn't talk like that. Simon shot back mockingly. I'm not stupid enough to respect someone who isn't even worthy of being called human. His two cronies were now completely enraged by the insult. What did that bastard just say? A leech like you dares to run your mouth? You're really looking down on us, aren't you? Fine then. I'll smash that arrogant face of yours to pieces. With that, he swung his spiked mace towards Simon. But Simon just calmly snapped his fingers. The moment the snap echoed, the spiked mace froze in midair. Zion was too stunned to even speak. A torrent of blue energy erupted from Simon, forming a massive hand that gripped the mace. Cold sweat dripped down Zion's face. This can't be happening. Am I being completely overpowered by a guy who looks this pathetic? His grip tightened on his weapon. Simon said smugly, I thought you had high agility because of your speed, but it seems strength is your main stat. Or is that just your special trait? Zion trembled with rage, cursing internally. This guy, he didn't even flinch. Seeing their leader at a disadvantage, the other two charged forward. Zion, one of them leaped into the air, raising his sword high. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in utter shock. Min Jun had already ended him from behind. The remaining lackey cried out in alarm, Sang Bin. He rushed forward screaming, You bastard. Caught off guard, Min Jun spun around in a panic, but the man was suddenly impaled by something sharp. Seeing his comrades taken down, Zion gritted his teeth. These guys, he began analyzing their A-rank power trait. Their stats are focused on strength and agility, and their gear is even above B rank. All taken down in a single blow. How the hell are you so strong? Simon applied more pressure. You still have the energy to scream. His mace snapped in two. Zion stared blankly at the broken handle still clutched in his hand. At that moment, Simon held it up excitedly. Now this is the face I wanted to see. Don't blame me for this. You're the one who attacked first. After that, there was only a splatter of blood, some of it staining Simon's shoes. He began to calculate. The difficulty of this arena is extreme because of the high MML. It far exceeds a normal silver rank rate event. On the other hand, that means the rewards for clearing it will be that much greater. Furthermore, this time, the fewer members in the group, the larger each person's share of the reward. That's why those guys were so aggressive about taking my gear. A system window appeared, muscle simulation, completion rate 15%. Simon sighed in disappointment. Only 15%. Then again, he thought, that makes sense. Just maintaining this form is dangerous enough. If my entire arm transformed into an orc's and the offside system didn't have an appearance preservation function, I never would have agreed to the fusion. But it's fine. I actually kind of like it. Suddenly, Simon was startled and looked to his side. He asked Min Jun, You're the last member of the group, right? The young man confirmed. Yes, that's right. But I feel like we've met somewhere before. You look very familiar. Me? I think it was during the tutorial. Simon's memory sparked. Ah, you're the one I fought by the river, aren't you? Min Jun took the opportunity to extend his hand. Yes, that was me. I'm Kim Min Jun from the Sung Sam Guild. It's a pleasure to work with you. Simon repeated the name. The Sung Sam Guild. Sung Sam. That's Du Yun's guild. Thinking of her, a shadow of sadness crossed Simon's face. This reaction terrified Min Jun. Did I say something wrong? Simon quickly shook his head. No, nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment. He shook Minjun's outstretched hand. Well, since we're in this together, let's do our best. The other man asked, it's just the two of us. But this mode requires a 5-person team. The other 3 died after we were matched, so the system won't find replacements. Minjun couldn't believe it and yelled. What? No way. A system message rang out. All participants have been matched. The arena will now commence. Time limit, 30 minutes. Simon remained perfectly calm, while Minjun was riddled with anxiety. This is insane. They were teleported to a new location. Without hesitation, Simon gave an order. All right, let's get moving. Our team is already severely undermanned compared to the others. Right. The constellation G is observing you. The constellation Black Sun shows its satisfaction. Simon was surprised. J is still watching me, and now the Black Sun, too. He grew worried. But why? I haven't even reached a high rank yet. I'm just taking a placement test. Why are 2 constellations paying attention to me? Me? Does that mean even my sponsoring constellation isn't watching constantly? The system window shimmered into view. The target location, a goblin stronghold, has been captured. Objective: purge the target area. A countdown timer appeared. Simon gritted his teeth in disbelief. Wait a minute, a stronghold? This is supposed to be a simple checkpoint. These outposts might vary a bit depending on the map, but they're always designed like a fortress built on a bridge. The real problem was its sudden appearance. Simon was completely blindsided. Why would it spawn here, of all places? Stronghold stages were usually reserved for platinum rankers or higher. He glanced around, reconsidering everything. No, wait a second. The Scorpion Guild trio, and even Minjun, they've all cleared the ranker qualification test. When you think about it, everyone here is a high-level player, so it's not impossible. Meanwhile, Minjun could only stare in awe. A flicker of concern crossed Simon's eyes. If this is a proper stage, then this must be a special instance, just for us. But the more he thought about it, a spark of excitement ignited. Looking on the bright side, the rewards for this would be legendary. Yeah, this is actually perfect. A confident smirk spread across Simon's face. In that case, I'll just wipe them all out and claim all the kill rewards. He suddenly turned his head and called out, Hey, Minjun. Startled, Minjun replied, Why yeah? What is it? A cunning smile played on Simon's lips. You looking to score some easy kills? Minjun, still confused, just blinked. Kills? Minjun finally understood and scratched his head sheepishly. No, I was just guided here. Fighting goblins is already way over my head. Sorry if that sounds lame, but I just want to get the completion reward safely. Hearing this, Simon couldn't hide his inner delight. Perfect. Then let's plan around that. Internally, he was cheering. I can monopolize every last kill for myself. Meanwhile, inside the stronghold, a goblin guard was cackling. Time for the shift change. How exciting. 2 goblins chatted as they walked. Man, guard duty is so boring. Don't be an idiot. This is way better than dealing with the chief's bad mood. They were completely oblivious to the shadow descending upon them. That's right, you fools are about to get wrecked. Simon landed silently and slammed his feet directly into the 2 goblins. He had activated Black Panther, a skill that replicated the raw physical power of the beast itself. It was shocking that the keen-eared goblins noticed nothing, especially with their incredible hearing. Simon rolled his wrists to warm up. Clearly, the multi-body synthesis skill still took a heavy toll on him. In sharp contrast, someone else was absolutely stunned. Appa. The fact you can even use multi-body synthesis is insane. Minjun slowly approached, sword in hand. Can we really pull this off? Just the 2 of us? Simon just waved it off casually. I scouted them before the ambush. Their weapons are just rocks and crudely poisoned blades. He offered a reassuring smile. They can't even scratch your armor, Minjun. So if we stick to the plan, we'll be fine. That seemed to ease his worries. Understood. With the plan set, Simon moved deeper inside. All right, let's move out. They crept slowly into the massive stronghold. Inside, hordes of goblins were feasting, their guard completely down. This meat is amazing. It's been forever. Suddenly, one goblin's ears perked up, hearing the sound of someone charging right at them. And that someone was Mingjun, sprinting forward with everything he had. The goblins instantly snapped to attention. Human. It's a human attack. But then, one of the goblins noticed something strange. Wait a second. While the rest of the mob charged toward Minjun, that one goblin stopped and prepared a ranged attack. There's only one of him. He's alone. But Minjun ignored the hail of rocks and taunts, charging straight into the fray. This human is insane. Minjun brushed off the stone projectiles and taunted them. Is that all you've got? A goblin aimed a crude bamboo spear at him, spitting insults. Is this the best you can do? Pathetic fools. More and more of them swarmed forward. Human, you can't get through. The human is trapped. He fought like a man possessed, screaming as he charged. Minjun swung his sword in wide arcs, keeping them at bay. Any goblin that got too close was instantly cut down, their blood painting the stone floor. Suddenly, a spear shot from a blind spot, piercing his side. Minjun gritted his teeth, struggling to stay upright, just a little longer. He endured the pain, still waiting, just a little more. He kept swinging, attacking relentlessly. "Come on, get over here." Just then, Minjun threw his head back and roared at the sky. "Now." And in an instant, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from above. It engulfed the battlefield, leaving the goblins no escape from the electric torrent. From the shadows, Simon simply watched the chaos unfold. A system notification appeared. The refraction stone has minimized the recoil effect. 50 previously consumed achievement points have been restored. Recovery rate is dependent on the level and rank of the refraction stone. Min Jun clutched his wound, his eyes wide with shock. In the blink of an eye, how was this even possible? The system initiated its diagnostic sequence. As Simon reviewed the results, he became thoughtful. The obsidian slate had merged, increasing its rank to E, but his recovered achievement points remained unchanged. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, "Oh, you mean you don't even know what a backlash is?" The voice explained further. "No synthesis material dares to interfere with a backlash. Only I can control it. And you'll need to be at least B rank for that." Hearing this, Simon seemed to finally understand. B rank. Just then, the system delivered some good news. A constellation smiles, impressed by your effective use of the trap. The constellation has sponsored you with 100 achievement points. Even Simon was taken aback. A sponsorship without even activating broadcast mode, considering the obsidian slate's completion rate and all the synthesis steps. This seems fair. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the sponsorship." Abruptly, the weapon in Simon's hand began to glow. Looking down at his hand, Simon felt a pang of regret. What a shame. I thought I could use it one more time. Even if he poured every last investment into the synthesis, a backlash was inevitable. Still, a satisfied smile spread across his face. All right, I'd say I got off easy with this lesson. Suddenly, a strange light erupted behind them. The brilliant glow caught Mindung's attention, and he whipped his head around. He quickly alerted Simon. "The target point has appeared. You need to leave, now." But Simon just smiled and refused. "Mindung, you go first." His friend couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What? What about you? The goblins are regrouping and coming back. Are you sure you'll be okay?" Simon's confidence in his power was unwavering. "You just saw what I can do. I'll be fine. I'll finish this up and join you later, so go on ahead." Mindung wanted to argue but stopped himself. Instead, he decided to shout words of encouragement. "Then please, stop by the Holy Trinity Guild later. We'll be sure to repay this debt." Waving as he prepared to depart, he called out, "Please, and thank you so much." Seeing Simon approach, the horde of goblins began to tremble with fear. Simon cracked his knuckles, ready for battle. "Now then, let's end this." Without warning, the cold steel of an axe swung directly at him. Simon instantly spun around, his senses on high alert. A massive goblin had swung its axe, shattering the ground where he just stood. But Simon had already leaped away, letting out a cold scoff. The goblins immediately erupted in cheers. "The boss, you're dead now. The boss is here." The colossal goblins slowly stomped forward. Its razor-sharp axe radiated an intense, murderous aura. The hulking beast angrily advanced on Simon. A human? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A hobgoblin. Why is there a hobgoblin here? Simon suddenly recalled the system's previous announcement. The target area is designated as the goblin-infested bridge. Could it be? The realization finally dawned on him. The term goblin-infested had a deeper meaning. A hobgoblin is a monster born when an elite goblin is corrupted by dark energy. And since this bridge was overflowing with it, the appearance of a hobgoblin was practically guaranteed. Dark energy began to swirl around Simon's hands, signaling the start of a brutal fight. Even so, for a high-rank zone, isn't throwing in a hobgoblin a bit much? This is something you'd expect at the platinum rank, at least. Without hesitation, he activated his Black Panther simulation ability. The hobgoblin immediately swung its axe. "This is for my fallen minions." It brought the weapon down with devastating force, but Simon merely leaned to the side, dodging the blow. He effortlessly avoided one attack after another, but a suspicion began to grow. "Isn't this a little too easy?" Simon quickly backed away, creating distance. Overall, its physical abilities are weaker than a true hobgoblin. Seeing this, he smirked. "It's been nerfed, huh? So they do have some conscience after all. What a relief. It might waste some achievement points, but to be safe, I need to take this thing down properly." Simon snapped his fingers, summoning crackling lightning. Extraction Stone. At its name, the stone chirped happily. "Appa, I've been waiting for so long." But then, another notification caught him by surprise. The Dark Sun constellation frowns at your repeated use of Zeus's lightning. The Dark Sun constellation expresses its displeasure by pointing toward your obsidian slate. Simon was momentarily distracted. What is it now? The hobgoblin seized the opportunity, launching a swift attack. By the time Simon snapped back to reality, it was almost too late. Oh no. Luckily, he managed to block the strike just in time. Even so, the sheer force of the blow sent him skidding backward. He had to admit, its power was terrifying. Even nerfed, this is still the strength of a hobgoblin. The system messages continued. The Dark Sun constellation has issued you a quest. Simon was still reeling. A quest. The system elaborated. Quest. The Dark Sun constellation is displeased with your sole reliance on Zeus's lightning. Defeat this floor's hobgoblin boss using human synthesis. Reward. 500 achievement points. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin let out a roar and charged again. Simon simply dodged to the side. Offering 500 achievement points for a quest like this? In that moment, he understood the constellation's true motive. I get it now. This is a matter of pride. Especially since I'm an alchemist. He landed softly on the ground. Simon gazed toward the heavens, accepting his fate. All right, he declared, I'll take this quest. The system instantly broadcasted the reactions of two constellations. The Black Sun constellation grinned with satisfaction, but the constellation Zeus scowled, clearly displeased. Suddenly, the Black Sun constellation provoked Zeus, catching him off guard. That twisted old bastard, the Black Sun threatened. Perhaps I should pay a visit to Olympus? But the ancient god simply acted as if he couldn't be bothered. The constellation Zeus just shook his head. That madman is as wild as ever. Zeus crossed his arms and took a step back, making the situation undeniably awkward. The air itself felt heavy. On the battlefield, the hobgoblin roared with pure fury. You insignificant human. How dare you insult me? Simon simply stood there, staring at his own hands. Relying only on human synthesis, he turned to face the beast, his expression brimming with confidence. This isn't entirely impossible. In the next instant, Simon shot forward, refusing to hesitate as he charged straight for the monster. Simon activated his tissue ability, slamming his fist into the hobgoblin's shield and unleashing a devastating shockwave. The wooden shield splintered, nearly shattering from the force of the blow. The beast hesitated, a flicker of caution in its eyes. How could a human possess such audacity? Immediately after, the hobgoblin grabbed him by the head. It roared an order to its minions, attack. The other goblins cackled with glee. The human is caught. They quickly launched a volley of darts right at Simon. He barely spared them a backward glance as the poison-tipped darts sank into his back. The hobgoblin let out a smug, self-satisfied laugh. How does that feel, human? A little hard to move, isn't it? It sneered with contempt, completely oblivious to the power Simon was secretly gathering. Humans truly are an inferior species. The hobgoblin feigned pity. How pathetic to fall for such a simple trap. And with zero resistance to the paralysis, Jade, it raised a massive axe, preparing to torture Simon. Let's begin by removing your limbs, one by one. But suddenly, Simon's hand shot out and clamped down on the hobgoblin's arm. The monster's eyes shot wide open in absolute disbelief. The hobgoblin then watched in horror as the poisoned darts were expelled from Simon's back. What is this? Cold sweat dripped from its brow as it refused to accept this reality. Impossible. How could a human possibly? Simon paid it no mind, activating his skill and crushing the monster's arm. Tissue pressure. In a flash, the hobgoblin lost a limb. It howled in agony, collapsing to its knees. Simon's grip moved to its throat. Now it was his turn to taunt. Goblins are truly inferior creatures. To let yourself fall into such a simple trap. He stared down with ice-cold eyes and asked, Am I wrong? The hobgoblin had no strength left to resist. Without another moment's delay, Simon ended its life. The hobgoblin's soulless corpse crumpled to the floor. The other goblins began to tremble with fear. How could this happen? The boss is dead. At the same time, system notifications rang out. You have completed the quest from the Black Sun constellation. You have received 500 achievement points. The Black Sun constellation is greatly pleased with your use of the human synthesis power. You have received an additional 500 achievement points. You have single-handedly defeated the hidden boss, the hobgoblin. You have received 500 achievement points as a bonus reward. Even Simon was a little shocked by the massive payout. So, a hidden boss wasn't created just to be defeated. And that wasn't all. A flood of other messages appeared. The galactic arena, already buzzing about you, is stunned by your incredible string of achievements. The Black Sun constellation is mocking the other fools. With their management skills, this is why I'd never register as a constellation. Simon was suddenly lost in thought. They're talking about me? Huh. Thinking back, something similar happened when I created the obsidian slate. This attention from the galactic arena. Is it a good thing? I should be positive, he resolved. The galactic arena always ensures a clear balance between risks and rewards. Simon stopped overthinking it and walked toward the pillar of light. In any case, there's nothing I can change now. Time to claim my rewards. The scene shifted, and Simon was back in his room in the real world. The system immediately displayed a cascade of messages. You have cleared the corrupted Goblin Fortress Arena stage. Defeated all enemies solo in a 5-person cooperative scenario. Clear rewards have been boosted based on performance. The attribute bound to the extraction stone has received a portion of experience points. Level has increased to 4. The extraction stone's level has increased to 2. Received Hobgoblin's battle axe as a clear reward. Defeated the hidden boss Hobgoblin alone. Received corrupted Hobgoblin serum as a reward. Achieved the hidden achievement. Defeat a hidden boss. Received an additional 1,000 achievement points. Even he found it all hard to believe. This is insane. Simon looked at his achievement points and let out a laugh. Is it because this was the first boss? The rewards are unbelievable. Status window. He reviewed his new stats, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. At this rate, I'll hit 10,000 achievement points soon. Simon suddenly had a question for the extraction stone. Hey, extraction stone, with 10,000 points, I can synthesize the obsidian slate again, right? The stone quickly confirmed his hypothesis. Correct, but as you progress further, the required points and the rate of growth will change. Simon nodded, understanding the logic. Oh, really? So you understand. Is my reaction not what you expected, little stone? Not curious. I thought you would ask. Simon just let out a sigh. With my years of experience in alchemy, I was able to guess. He then went back to studying the status window. Simply put, it means the cost skyrockets with each upgrade. This means I have to invest carefully. Even so, I can't avoid investing. Unlike consumable items like Asfi, the obsidian tablet is permanent. Once it's created, I can use it infinitely. Moreover, the power of the obsidian tablet in human alchemy is undeniable. The extraction stone suddenly added. By the way, for the second synthesis, the 20% growth rate still applies to the 10,000 points. He immediately understood what it was saying. Perfect. So the cost remains the same until it reaches 40% completion. The extraction stone nodded firmly. Yes, that's exactly right. A look of pure joy washed over his face. Good. That's more than good enough. With a simple calculation, my human alchemy will be twice as powerful as it is now. Simon went to click on his points, but it's better to save some during synthesis. Achievement points are my main resource, after all. However, his point total was 0. It seemed that clearing stages didn't provide points. I remember receiving them occasionally through broadcasts or as rewards for clearing the arena. Simon needed to think more carefully. I'm still in the ranking test phase. With this, my total alchemy power is 17. In addition, the extraction stone's level has increased from 5 to 7. He cracked his knuckles, getting ready for the main event. All right, it's time for the main course. Simon quickly checked his inventory. He inspected Hoplin's battle axe first, an item from the Greenskin series that warriors absolutely love. It's one of the more common items in the axe category. I wonder if the options are the same as the platinum tier. Even better, it adds +5 strength. +5 strength is considered a top-tier option. Simon seemed incredibly satisfied with this item. Usually, items only increase strength from +1 to +3. This will definitely fetch the highest price. This is an absolute bargain. He suddenly felt a strange sensation. Simon couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It hasn't been long since I returned, but it feels like an eternity since I've seen something like this. The extraction stone was confused. Hey, what are you talking about? He suddenly pulled out a vial of Hoblin's serum. The stone was even more bewildered by his actions. This is Hoblin's serum, right? Why is it here? Impossible. Hey, did you have to endure anesthetics before you synthesized me? He was suddenly hit by a flood of memories. The side effect of being unable to use magic, the physical decay during the regular arena, caused indescribable agony, and I had to use special anesthetics to endure it every single time. This serum was one of the main components in those drugs. The extraction stone still didn't understand Simon's actions, but then noticed he had also made an antidote. Hey, why didn't you drink this sooner? He didn't want to answer directly. I had my reasons. The stone looked completely shocked. Seriously, you have to put your health first. Yes, and that's how I was able to synthesize you in perfect condition. Simon nodded in agreement. That's right. If I hadn't used the antidote as the base for your synthesis, this return wouldn't have been possible. The extraction stone added, returning to one's original body is something even the constellations can't do. He suddenly grew curious. But what exactly did you synthesize to help me recover and make this return possible? He tried to provide the information but couldn't reveal it. There is one thing that can do that. Simon didn't hear clearly and immediately asked again. Huh? What did you just say? The extraction stone couldn't break the rules. Damn it. I probably can't mention this. After all, even the constellations are wary of it. Simon suddenly fell back on the bed, sighing. If it's a forbidden topic, then there's no other way. What's the use of saying something I can't hear? The stone was surprised by his attitude. You're giving up pretty quickly this time. The extraction stone suddenly revealed a little more. Exactly. On top of that, the Galactic Arena has started to give me a hard time for mentioning this. Simeon was stunned to hear that name. The Galactic Arena? The extraction stone immediately confirmed. Yep, they're blasting me with a series of messages. They're demanding I don't mention it again. By the way, what are you planning to do with this serum? You don't have problems with magic anymore. He, of course, already had a plan. Right. I won't need to produce it as an anesthetic anymore. So, I'm thinking of crafting a type of elixir. The extraction stone instantly understood Simon's idea. Wait a minute, you're planning to use this poison? He smiled with a look of pure confidence and confirmed. That's right. To an alchemist, poison can also be the cure. Hearing this, it became incredibly excited. Oh my god, I love it. Controlling the very essence of a substance at will, and since it's mixed with dark energy, it's guaranteed to be intense. Just imagine. Oh, the irony. Just imagine the shame of a poison being transformed into an antidote, with properties that completely defy its original nature. The essence stone was practically buzzing with excitement. Simon could feel its frantic energy. Hey, calm down now. But the stone just couldn't contain its thrill. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Time passes, and a new day dawns. Simon gazed upwards, his expression filled with awe. So this place hasn't changed a bit, huh? Even the essence stone had to admit, the scale of the building before them was overwhelming. It's huge, truly massive. Is this what they call the Holy Land for players? Simon quickly confirmed its suspicion. Yeah. To be precise, it's called the Galactic Agora. The stone pondered for a moment. The Galactic Agora. Was this building gifted by the arena? Simon clarified. Not exactly. The Galactic Arena directly manages all the broadcasting. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Excuse me, sir. Are you an awakened? It was a security guard, stopping Simon for a routine check. We just need to perform a quick verification. Could you please store an item in your inventory and then take it back out? He calmly complied with the guard's instructions. She then handed Simon a required device. Verification complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Here is your player's watch. Simon was all too familiar with this item. It's been a while, old friend. He knew its functions like the back of his hand. It held everything from personal accounts and transaction history to team recruitment, internal maps of the Agora, and much more. It was a truly advanced artifact. The security guard kindly offered further assistance. Is this your first time visiting the Galactic Agora? If you need an explanation on how to use the watch. But Simon cut her off smoothly. It's fine. I've used one before. The guard didn't press the issue. All right, understood. Enjoy your time here. Stepping inside, the essence stone was completely blown away by the scene. Whoa, there are so many people. Are all of these people players? Simon immediately confirmed. Yep, some might just be regular awakened, but you can't even enter without an inventory. The stone was still reeling from the sight. This is incredible. No wonder they call it the player's holy land. So, where are we headed now? Simon quickly pressed the elevator button to go up. To the player-exclusive shopping district. I have a few items I need to sell there. The elevator doors opened, revealing a few people already inside. Simon stepped in without hesitation. Inside, two men were deep in conversation. Hey, did you hear? The new instructor class at the Awakening Academy is on another level. Yeah, they're saying it's the best class in history. Their words immediately caught Simon's attention, especially Kim Si-hyuk and Lee Yu-jung. Those two are at the top. They've already broken through to the diamond level and are now official rankers. For real. When did they become rankers? It's been a while. You didn't know? They hit diamond just 4 years after awakening. They're considered the absolute best in South Korea. Just then, the elevator stopped on the 4th floor, the doors sliding open. The other man sighed in frustration. I'm so jealous. Some of us have been stuck in gold rank for the past 4 years. The Essence Stone noticed a change in Simon's demeanor. Why are you smiling like that? Simon just brushed it off. Oh, it's just amusing. The deeper they went, the more amazed the Essence Stone became. Seeing countless different shops, it couldn't help but ask its question. So this is where everyone trades their ores and items. Simon nodded, answering its question. That's right. Most of these are run by major guilds, not individuals. But the stone was still confused. But why bother selling here instead of at the nearby auction house? Simon glanced at his inventory, then replied. When an item is at a common tier like this, it's almost impossible to auction. The market price is pretty much fixed. He had now arrived at a massive storefront. Besides, dealing with a major guild is a much cleaner transaction. A man inside noticed Simon and bowed respectfully. Welcome. Simon took a moment to look around the shop. The big corporations really are on another level. So luxurious and clean. The man offered his assistance. Is there something specific you're looking for? Simon got straight to the point. I'm here to sell. The middle-aged man seemed a bit taken aback. To sell? It's been a long time since we had a seller walk in. He quickly got down to business. What item did you wish to sell? Simon placed the hobgoblin's battle axe directly on the counter. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. Whoa, this is. He picked it up, examining the hobgoblin's battle axe closely, and it even has a high-grade option. Simon was eager to close the deal. That's right. Is it possible to liquidate it right now? The man smiled, pulling up a price chart. Of course. These are the recent transaction prices for the hobgoblin's battle axe here in the Galactic Agora. Simon was stunned by the massive number on the screen, 42 million. The man provided more context. Yesterday, one sold for 38 million won, but it only had a B+ strength option. But then, the shopkeeper's curiosity got the better of him, and he needed to know the item's origin. May I ask where you acquired this? You see. Simon took note. I'm a production player myself. But you don't seem to be a high-level player. Those words hit Simon like a ton of bricks. What did you say? The middle-aged man immediately pressed him further. What is your level? Tell me straight. Level 7. Are you accusing me? Hearing this, a smug grin spread across the man's face. Level 7. Huh. Trying to get paid in full without reporting it, are we? Simon immediately tried to clear things up. Wait, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I obtained this item legally from an arena match. The middle-aged man just scoffed, pointing at the axe. Level 7. And you have an item that only drops from platinum rank monsters? Sir, this won't take long at all. He then slammed a red button on the wall, a devious smile on his face. When I press this button, security arrives instantly. And of course, the original owner of this stolen item will be found. But the man put on a mask of kindness. People like you often fall on hard times, so I'm willing to help you out. He then revealed his real plan, a lowball offer that made Simon tremble with rage. 10 million. Cash. Sell it to me for that price. And I won't press the button. The shameless man presented his so-called choice. Of course, I'll keep this whole incident quiet. So, what's it going to be? Simon was furious but felt powerless. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension. I'm sorry, but are you joking with me? The voice startled the man. That's quite an interesting story you're weaving there, Director Kim. It was none other than Lee Yujin. So, you've gotten awfully bold since becoming a manager at Apujang, haven't you? The scene shifts to a park where someone has just opened a can of soda. It was Yujin, handing Simon a freshly opened can. But he wasn't looking at the drink. He was staring at her hand. That hand, 9 years from now. That same hand will be gripping a blood-soaked hammer, the very hammer that would crush the skull of her own grandfather. Chairman Ryan-chan, the horrors of that day were unimaginable. It wasn't just Chairman Ryan-chan. The heads of several other high-ranking officials were also brutally crushed. That incident would become the catalyst for the downfall of South Korea itself. But why? Why did it all happen? The shock of that future memory was still seared into his mind. Looking at her now, she felt like a complete stranger. She was nothing like the Yujin he thought he knew. Back in the present, Yujin noticed his strange behavior. That's odd. You used to love soda. Did your taste change? Her voice snapped him out of his trance. Ah, sorry. I was just lost in thought. She smiled, revealing an observation of her own. You haven't changed at all. When you're focused, the rest of the world just disappears for you. He looked at her, a little surprised. You noticed that? Yujin's smile was radiant. Of course. Thanks to you, I learned how charming a man can be when he's completely absorbed in something. Simon could only let out a sigh. Yujin, you haven't changed either. Just then, another person approached and called out to her. Miss Lee. It was Yujin's manager. I've sent over the details of that deposit you mentioned. Yujin immediately checked her account. This amount is a little different from what I was expecting. The manager admitted it frankly. Yes, it is. Good. You did well. Yujin then showed Simon the number. 50 million. This is the payment for the hobgoblin battle axe you sold. Even Simon was taken aback. This is quite a bit more than the standard market price. Consider it compensation for the trouble one of our employees caused you. It's still not enough, is it? I would have given you more if I could. Simon just smiled reassuringly. Yujin, this is more than enough. Even if you are the direct heir. Business and personal matters should be kept separate. Yujin smiled, pleased with his answer. You're still the same as always. Her gaze suddenly softened, filled with affection. You really haven't changed one bit. That's why I can still talk to you so comfortably. His guard went up again. What's with her all of a sudden? This is so cheesy. But Simon's gaze towards Yujin was tinged with a deep sadness. Then again, a lot of time has passed. Maybe this isn't so strange after all. A little while later, the two were strolling through the park. He suddenly brought up the subject of her mother's health. By the way, how is your mother doing? Yujin's reply was short. She's still in a coma, but she's stable. I still visit and take care of her often. Simon immediately saw through the lie. You're not just visiting. You're running dungeons, aren't you? Yujin could only give a strained laugh as she confessed. To be honest, I used visiting mom as an excuse to enter the arena. I even had a dedicated access capsule installed in her hospital room. She quickly tried to change the subject. Oh, but speaking of which, you said you got that item from the arena, right? Simon didn't try to hide it. That's right. A look of concern flashed across Yujin's face. Does that mean your body has fully recovered? He answered with a confident smile. Yep. My mana intolerance has been completely cured. Hearing this, her face lit up with joy. Oh, that's incredible news. Realizing her outburst, Yujin scratched her head sheepishly. Ah, sorry. I got a little carried away. Anyway, congratulations. But I don't know if I should ask this. She decided to just ask him directly. Can I ask how you recovered? He was silent for a moment, thinking it over. Simon decided to hide the truth. I just got lucky. I started to feel my mana returning bit by bit, and then it was just. Simon felt a pang of disappointment. I get it, and I'm honestly so happy. Truthfully, I was so worried that even if I searched for a cure, losing my magic was a hopeless cause. Simon quickly tried to reassure her. Yuna, the effort you've poured in all these years is more than enough, so please stop blaming yourself. Yuna was left completely speechless, but Simon insisted it was just a coincidence. It was just an accident, and I only did what was natural. She still wanted to argue back, but he cut her off immediately. That's enough. I'll say it again. That was my choice to make at the time. Simon was certain he didn't regret that decision. Even if he could turn back time, his choice would remain the same. As he said it, a part of him mocked himself. He claimed to have no regrets about what happened. So why couldn't he bring himself to answer their messages after that day? Of course, the pressure from the outside world was immense. He was already the illegitimate son of the family, and that fact alone brought them nothing but trouble. And then the accident left him crippled. The powerful Kim family probably wished he would just disappear entirely. But cutting off contact with the two people he grew up with, he couldn't deny that it was his own cowardly choice. He remembered how they tried to contact him constantly right after he left. Remembering this, Simon clenched his fist. The shame was overwhelming. If he had to give a reason, it was that he simply couldn't accept the new reality of his shattered magic core. He had a brilliant future ahead with a magic index of 10. And then, in a single, catastrophic moment, he lost everything. So he shut himself off from the world entirely. Physically and mentally broken, he couldn't even take care of himself. Deep down, a dark part of him might have even blamed them. He would forever regret the person he became in those dark days, especially when it came to Yuna. If only he had been by her side, maybe she wouldn't have been branded a traitor. Yuna, oblivious to his dark thoughts, cheerfully changed the subject. But you just started in the arena again, right? Simon quickly gave a vague answer. Huh? Oh, yeah, just for a few days. I haven't even finished my placement evaluation. Her eyes lit up, eager to help. Really? Then you must need some equipment, right? Yuna wanted to buy him some gear on the spot. How about we go to the store together? I'll get you some. He just laughed awkwardly, trying to refuse. I'm not really in a rush. She looked at him, confused. Not in a rush for gear, but you're a mage class. Simon had no choice but to reveal the truth. That's right. But my new class is alchemist. Yuna's face instantly showed understanding. Oh, an alchemist. That makes sense then. She suddenly became incredibly excited. So are you going to use your money to buy alchemy materials? He gave another short reply. Yeah, I got lucky and found a few recipes recently. As it turned out, Yuna was also missing some materials. That's perfect. I need a few things myself. Simon feigned confusion, asking again, You need materials? She nodded enthusiastically. Yep. Simon was a bit wary. But Yuna, you're a combat class. What kind of materials do you need? Yuna swung her arms playfully and replied, Hey now, combat classes don't just swing their weapons around blindly. We even craft our own potions to help with training. But Simon still looked worried. Really? He asked, trying to find a polite way out. Even so, wouldn't it be more efficient to ask another alchemist or a dedicated crafter? And with your skills, I'm sure you could get any potion you need. Suddenly, Yuna grabbed Simon's hand. She quickly came up with the perfect excuse. Simon, I don't have time. I have to visit my mom in the hospital soon. He still tried to back away. Yuna, maybe some other time. But she was already dragging him along. Let's hurry. You're so slow for a mage class. Let me give you a pull. Simon stumbled as he was pulled along by Yuna. That's strength. All right. I can walk. Yuna's manager stared in disbelief. Huh? She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this really the same young woman I've been managing? That smile on Yuna's face was completely different from her usual one. She's like a whole new person now. The manager could only let out a sigh. Ah, maybe this is her true self. Shaking her head, the manager was still bewildered. I really don't get it. The two of them had now arrived at a bustling marketplace. Stall owners were shouting out their wares. Handmade recovery potions, from basic to intermediate. We buy all kinds of miscellaneous drops. Prices are based on the market rate from the last 5 days. The surrounding crowd began to notice the famous hunter and her companion. Simon started to feel incredibly embarrassed. But Yuna didn't seem to care at all. Come on. Alchemists are always short on materials. Let's just look a little longer. He shook his head, trying to refuse. This is more than enough. I've already bought more than I planned, but she kept pleading. Just one more, please. Seriously, this is the last one. Simon opened his inventory, showing her how full it was. Yuna, my inventory is about to burst. But Yuna was still buzzing with excitement. Don't be like that. I really have something I want to give you. He could only grit his teeth and endure this shopping trip. She's more intense than I remembered. Given the green light, Yuna immediately started picking out an item. This one is amazing. It's from someone who's a master at controlling corrupted mana, but the colors are a bit off. This one's way too small. With this, Simon could only stand perfectly still. In the heat of battle, I can spot the difference between materials of the same rank. How in the world does she know so much about alchemy? Du Yong, the type to inspect every single detail, was usually a handful, but he just watched in silence as she happily shopped for him. Maybe that kind of scrutiny was necessary in the past. But for me, a man who can craft a philosopher's stone and mythic-grade weapons, these details don't really matter. As long as it's the right tier, I couldn't care less. And just like that, Du Yong found something extraordinary for him. Simon recognized it instantly. It was an access device for the arena. She puffed out her chest with pride. That's right. It's the newest model from Sung Sam. It's not even on the market yet. An arena access device. They came in all shapes and sizes, from helmets and capsules to high-tech visors. Surprisingly, their existence was the result of the Galaxy Arena contacting world governments directly. At first, only superpowers like the U.S. and China could make them, but the Galaxy Arena stepped in personally. They issued a stern anti-monopoly warning, preventing those two nations from exploiting their advantage. They even threatened to revoke the player status of everyone from China and America. He hesitated to accept such a loaded item. Are you sure it's okay to give this to me? Du Yong quickly eased his worries. All the high rankers in the Sung Sam Guild are already using one. It just hasn't been commercialized yet. But Simon still felt uneasy. No, I'm an outsider. Can you really just give this to me? She smiled brightly. What's the big deal? It's a gift from me to you. Suddenly, Du Yong's aura shifted, becoming sharp and authoritative. If Sung Sam comes asking, you tell me first. Understood? She repeated herself, but Simon was already lost in thought. Okay, Simon. Simon scratched his head, trying to find a way to refuse. Wouldn't it be better if I just bought one from the Sung Sam store? Du Yong immediately pouted. Oh, come on. If you enter the arena without a device, you could seriously injure yourself. She bit her lip, wondering how to get through to him. He only gets this look when he's being impossibly stubborn. There he goes again. Du Yong sighed, playing her final card. If you're that worried, just think of it as an apology for how our branch manager treated you earlier. Simon finally understood her intention. Ah, well, if you put it that way. Inside, he was celebrating. Perfect. I was about to buy one anyway. I was planning to start streaming from the arena soon, so this is even better. A moment later, Simon realized time was running out. It's getting late. Du Yong, I have to go. Du Yong had her own plans as well. Right. I'm heading to the hospital to see my mom. This caught his attention. Oh, by the way, is your mother's illness related to the arena? I need to look into that. Ever since the Galaxy Arena opened, it's just like the mana deprivation I suffered from. There's a condition known as arena sickness, which only affects the awakened, but Simon wasn't overly concerned. I don't know its official name, but she was chosen by the constellations. She should be able to hold on for a while. A sad memory surfaced in his mind. She treated me, an illegitimate child, as if I were her own flesh and blood. I have to get stronger and start creating a cure for her. Suddenly, Du Yong grabbed his hand, pulling him from his thoughts. Simon. He had no idea what she was up to. Du Yong spoke with a hint of shyness. You need to give me an answer too. Simon was completely lost. An answer? Then, scratching his head, it finally clicked. Oh, the text message. She puffed her cheeks out again. Si-hyuk was bragging that you replied to him. Simon just chuckled. Bragging? Nah, it's just. He has nothing else to brag about. Du Yong immediately sided with him. Exactly. He's so annoying. Simon let out a soft sigh. We're not kids anymore. Fine. I'll text you when I get there. At his words, her face lit up with a brilliant smile. Really? You promise? Simon impulsively reached out and ruffled her hair. You silly girl. In an instant, her expression froze. Only then did he realize his blunder. Ah, right. Girls hate it when you mess up their hair. Simon quickly invented an excuse to escape. Well, you take care now. He waved and made a swift exit. I'm off. Du Young's manager watched him go, completely annoyed. That man has absolutely no manners. Even if you know someone, you can't just touch their styled hair. She then noticed Du Young was standing completely still. Why isn't she moving? Is she actually furious? The manager rushed to console her. Hey, don't worry. I can fix it for you in a second. We can't have a scene here. There are too many people watching, especially since they're all players. With Sung Sam's reputation, a rumor could spread like wildfire. What do I do? But then, she saw it. Du Young was smiling. A wide, blissful smile as she covered her blushing face. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Du Young's manager could only agree. Sure thing. If you say so. She quickly averted her gaze. Something felt different today. Yujin abruptly changed the subject. By the way, whatever happened with that incident? Yujin's manager was clueless. What are you talking about? Yujin's expression turned serious. Come on, it's just the two of us here. You can speak freely. She started to open her tablet. If you're referring to that incident from last year. It's shocking that nothing has come to light yet. Still a complete dead end. Good. The screen was completely blank, not a single shred of information. It seems she already knew what that meant, which means Yujin's manager began to say, yeah, it's like someone wiped everything clean. Even so, she still had her doubts. Doesn't it seem strange? South Korea's high society suffers a terror attack, but there's been absolutely no news about it. Yujin also felt the abnormality. The media rushes to report on the smallest scandals, yet this major event has been shrouded in silence ever since. She grew even more suspicious. Exactly. Not long ago, the heir to the S&T group was humiliated on a live stream, and the media blew it up into a huge deal. Something is definitely not right here. She instantly recalled that very incident. At the end of the day, he's just a third-generation Chaebol heir who managed to win one little gold medal. But a simple prank made the entire nation boil over. So this silence is completely illogical. Yujin guessed there was a manipulator behind the scenes. It really sounds like someone is intentionally covering this up, and it has to be someone with significant power. Yujin's manager offered a gentle reminder. You feel it too, don't you? If we dig any deeper, there will be consequences. She just smiled with total confidence. What? Are you scared? Of course, she wasn't. Who do you take me for? Yujin's manager was still genuinely worried. I'm asking if you're okay. Kiddo, you have a lot more to lose than I do. Yujin just let out a long sigh. Trust me, I don't have much left to lose. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to someone else. Yujin was still watching Simon. So she's determined to investigate. I've recently acquired something new, so I need more information. Yujin's manager already knew what was coming. Right, I knew you were going to say that. She repeated her warning one last time. So, shall we get to work? Once we start, there's no going back. Yujin was already prepared. Yes, let's begin. If you find any data, bring me any awakened beings that were involved. A chilling aura emanated from her as she gave the order. Bring me their heads, even if you have to do it yourself. I found a rather interesting toy recently. Stars twinkled in the night sky. Simon threw his jacket onto a chair, feeling completely drained. He collapsed onto his bed, feeling nothing better than being home. A voice resonated, the girl from earlier. Is she a close friend of yours? Simon suddenly realized who it was talking about. Yujin? You mean her? We're very close. We met when we were 5 and grew up together. After hearing this, the voice asked, Is that so? Simon shot up in his bed. What? Is there something about her that bothers you? The philosopher's stone pulsed inside his chest. No, it's just. How should I put this? She seems a bit sly. But if you two are childhood friends, I can't stop you from seeing her. If you ever need me, I'll be here to help. Forget it. For now, let's start crafting the essence. It will help you recover faster than anything else. He stretched his arms and said, You're right. All right, let's see now. Simon took a few small potion bottles from a cabinet and laid a pile of items on the table. Simon held up a block of wood and examined it. This size is perfect. He glanced at a corner. Over there should be a good spot. In an instant, Simon snapped his fingers. The shape in his hands began to form. Light flashed as the structure of a wooden table materialized. He placed it in the corner from before. This left Simon quite satisfied. Alchemy truly is incredible. It always yields the perfect result. Now, I'll place the essence ingredients here for easy access. And I'll put these other potions over there, since I don't need them right now. The Philosopher's Stone conveniently asked, What effect are you looking for in this essence? Simon frowned. An effect? I just need it to make me stronger. But the Philosopher's Stone pressed. But how? He picked up a vial of fallen goblin serum. This time, I want to do something different. The Philosopher's Stone seemed a bit confused. Different in what way? A confident glint shone in Simon's eyes. Normally, goblin materials have a paralyzing attribute, right? The Philosopher's Stone replied immediately. Correct. Goblins use their blood as a paralytic agent. So, first, we need to purify the corrupted magic within it. Suddenly, it stopped. Wait a minute. Are you planning to use its paralyzing attribute as is? Simon nodded to confirm. Exactly. I'm going to focus on this corrupted aspect. An essence enhances stats in a similar way. After all, the Philosopher's Stone reacted with fury. Are you insane? Researching corrupted magic. You're not a demon, and you don't know the first thing about corruption magic. Corrupted magic is extremely unstable. It will destroy your body the moment you touch it. Despite this, Simon remained calm. I know, the Philosopher's Stone protested vehemently. If you're not careful, you could be hit with severe side effects, like a magic nullification curse. He placed a hand on his chest to reassure it. Don't worry about that. I have a plan. Simon's voice was firm. Then we have a deal. Philosopher's Stone. Let's try synthesizing something new. A moment passed before Simon spoke again. What are your thoughts? This is just a matter of knowledge, isn't it? The Philosopher's Stone sounded amazed. Don't you see it that way? My friend, you are truly brilliant. Simon chuckled at the praise. Come on, now. You say I'm smart, but you're the one who keeps up so fast. As he swirled the solution in his hand, he pressed on. So, it's impossible. But the Philosopher's Stone quickly shot that down. No, it's definitely possible. I can't be 100% certain, but if it's just as you say, then I see no issues. Simon's face lit up with hope. Really? The stone confirmed it again. Yes, just like with the obsidian tablet. After all, that wasn't an item that required a ton of special abilities. The Philosopher's Stone then added another detail. And since we're dealing with a book of knowledge, it won't have strict requirements like the Asraf. But a final stage synthesis like this, it will demand a much higher cost. Without pausing his work, Simon asked, so you're saying I'll need a massive amount of achievement points? It listed the possibilities. Unless you can drastically raise your alchemy stat, Simon knew that was the correct answer. The item he was about to create was on par with a divine artifact. The skill of alchemy itself demanded a level of perception, far beyond that of ordinary people. The Philosopher's Stone chimed in with a warning. Even for top-tier rankers, maxing out a stat is no easy feat. Simon's eyes narrowed in thought. It makes sense when I think about it. Divine artifacts were gifts from the constellations, bestowed only upon their chosen few under specific conditions. That's when he finally asked the critical question. How many achievement points do you think this synthesis will cost? The Philosopher's Stone hesitated. Let me run a quick calculation. Afterwards, it gave a vague response. It's directly related to the degree of completion you currently possess. To be frank, we got extremely lucky when we crafted the obsidian tablet. Simon blinked, surprised. Lucky? How? The Philosopher's Stone answered sheepishly. Well, because it was alchemy, you had a bit of an advantage. And I happen to have a certain charm. Simon's face was a mask of helplessness. Is charm really one of the Philosopher's Stone's special stats? He let out a dramatic sigh. Can't you just compliment me a little? Simon gave him with a nod. Fine. You're very charming. The Philosopher's Stone feigned shyness. Oh, stop it. You're making me blush. He steered the conversation back on track. Anyway, the degree of completion is the critical factor, right? The Philosopher's Stone had only one possible answer. Precisely. Simon looked up, stroking his chin. Degree of completion. He began calculating in his head. The Philosopher's Stone had defined it by level and percentage, just like creating a percentage-based copy. Lowering the degree of completion also lowers the cost. But Simon knew that only applied to physical items like the Asraf. When it came to pure knowledge, the rules were different. Simon wouldn't settle for 9.5 out of 10. He needed a perfect score. No matter how profound the knowledge, if it wasn't complete, it was useless. I have to find a balance between cost and viability. Philosopher's Stone. I have a question. Suddenly, Simon clutched his chest. What is it? The stone posed a question. You merged with the obsidian tablet, didn't you? Simon slowly corrected it. More accurately, I absorbed it. The Philosopher's Stone pressed on. But no matter how powerful it was still just a crafted item, correct? A sly smile spread across Simon's face. Does that mean I can absorb pure knowledge, too? The Philosopher's Stone sounded intrigued. Of course. I'm a genius, after all. You didn't know? That was all the encouragement Simon needed. Perfect. Let's begin the synthesis immediately. The Philosopher's Stone was back to teasing him. It seems you've already figured out how this whole alchemy thing works. The look in Simon's eyes shifted. Exactly 10% completion. That's all I need. The stone praised him enthusiastically. Now that sounds promising. Do you know anything about how these artifacts are crafted? Simon's reply was short. A little. I've heard a few interesting stories. A memory surfaced. A book thrown to the ground. A voice echoed in his mind. Hey, Genius. Take a look at this. Can you make any sense of it? Ma-suk had been fuming with rage. This technique only works for someone who's mastered the heavenly demon arts to level 10. But damn it, my brain checked out after the 7th grade. Then she had pleaded with him. You're good at making sense of things, aren't you? Can you help me decipher this mess? The memory flooded back to Simon. In his past life, he'd been asked to decode the heavenly demon arts. Of course, he couldn't even read the text himself. The words were magically veiled, visible only to the true heir. But he knew one thing, it was divided into 10 levels. Logically, that meant each level of the secret manual corresponded to 10% of its total completion. This meant a 10% completion rate would contain the instructions for level 1. And for someone like Ma-suk, this was a technique designed for a high ranker, one with only 7 levels. Simon crossed his arms, deep in thought. My original plan was to decipher it myself. However, he now had a new theory. But if the Philosopher's Stone can absorb knowledge directly, that changes everything. He wouldn't need to decode it at all. He would only need to prepare his body, and the synthesis would handle the rest. Driven by this realization, Simon immediately asked, Philosopher's Stone, what's the cost for 10% completion? It's not much. Only 5,000 achievement points. Simon's eyes widened slightly. Just 5,000? That's a steal. The Philosopher's Stone quickly interjected. But the later stages will cost exponentially more. After all, this is myth-grade knowledge. Simon snapped his fingers, a grin on his face. We can master the first level right now. That's more than enough. Let's start the creation process. A system window confirmed the exchange for 5,000 points. He accepted without hesitation. A brilliant purple aura flared to life, carving itself into glowing, ancient runes. The runes then coalesced into a single ethereal scroll. Simon took it, a triumphant look on his face. It's done. Just then, a new system notification appeared. Heavenly Demon Divine Art. Simon pressed the scroll against his chest. Philosopher's Stone, absorb it, quickly. The stone responded instantly. Understood. The scroll slowly dissolved into his body. Simon watched intently, a thought nagging him. That's strange. This time, not a single constellation has reacted. A moment later, the Philosopher's Stone reported back. Absorption complete. But this is incredibly complex. It feels like I'm trying to grasp smoke. Simon's pupils constricted as his vision began to blur. What is this? This feeling. It was just like before his regression. The world around him twisted into nothingness. A moment later, Simon opened his eyes again. Huh? Above him was a clear, blue sky. He awoke beside a roaring waterfall. A wave of shock hit him. Where am I? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. So, you are awake. A smiling old man with a long, white beard approached. This old one was worried about your condition. Simon got to his feet, dusting himself off. I'm fine. The heavenly demon nodded in approval. The youth of today are quite impressive. He then gestured for Simon to come closer. Come here. Sit. In the next instant, the world twisted around Simon. He was teleported in a dizzying flash, his body instinctively dropping to a knee. What the hell? Simon whipped his head back to where he just was. How did I get here so fast? He scowled, his mind racing with suspicion. Realizing he had nothing to lose, Simon spoke boldly. I never thought I'd meet a constellation face to face like this. The heavenly demon chuckled, stroking his beard. You speak as if you already know who I am. A confident look settled on Simon's face. How could I not? The technique I learned to get here was the heavenly demon divine art. The heavenly demon didn't hide his amusement. I see. I suppose I shouldn't have asked such an obvious question. You are correct. I am the constellation known as the heavenly demon. A system message appeared. Plus 5,000 points for meeting the heavenly demon. It described him as a dangerous entity that should not be provoked. Emergency teleport to Earth is available if danger is detected. Simon's brow furrowed. Even the system was on high alert. The heavenly demon clicked his tongue in annoyance. These meddlesome things are far too cautious. He suddenly roared at the empty air. Get lost. Stop slandering my name. Simon was left completely speechless. Like master, like disciple, I guess. He could almost picture the demonic hand acting the same way. Shaking it off, he decided to speak up. You summoned me here because of the heavenly demon divine art, correct? The old man's eyes lit up as he stroked his beard. Oh? Getting straight to the point, are we? The young are certainly bold, but you've misunderstood something. The heavenly demon's expression suddenly grew serious. While the heavenly demon divine art is a supreme technique, it is not the main reason you are here. My interest lies in something else entirely. He leaned in, his gaze sharp. Tell me, who are you? Simon was taken aback. What do you mean? The old man's voice was low. I mean exactly what I said. Simon's throat went dry. Wait, is he probing my secrets? He realized his fists had clenched tightly without him noticing. Not even Pepper or Black Sun had noticed his regression. But now a high-ranking constellation like the Heavenly Demon was asking him this. A sly smile spread across the Heavenly Demon's face. Are you going to play dumb in front of me? I see you're not as entirely arrogant as I thought. He posed another question. How much do you truly know about me? Simon's mind flashed back to the demonic hand's assessment. A disgusting old man. A madman. A freak. Obsessed with power. He wasn't sure why those words came to mind now. Trying to sound casual, he gave an answer. As far as I know, the constellation Heavenly Demon seeks transcendence. You value only the most powerful individuals, similar to the way of the demonic realm. The answer seemed to satisfy the Heavenly Demon, a sharp young man. You are correct. The light in the old man's eyes shifted. Just as you said, I have always craved power and walked the path of transcendence even before becoming a constellation. Simon flinched from the sudden killing intent. Those eyes, they reminded him of the terrifying gaze from his past life. Could those eyes belong to a constellation? Connected to the Heavenly Demon? Just as quickly, the old man's overpowering aura vanished. Then, a powerful presence exploded from him, and the lush mountain scenery disappeared in an instant. Simon found himself falling through an endless void. It felt like sinking into a black hole. But this is strange, he thought. I'm not afraid. In fact, this feeling is somehow familiar. The Heavenly Demon's smile reappeared in the darkness. So that's it. How interesting that you carry his mark. For a short-lived mortal to stare into the abyss without trembling is truly astonishing. So, how much longer are you going to play dumb? Simon decided to be direct. I believe this is related to a title I possess. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. A title? Seeing his reaction, Simon pressed on. Yes. One of them is called He Who Draws the Serpent's Gaze. The Heavenly Demon burst into roaring laughter. He bellowed. The Serpent's Gaze? Yes. Of course he would describe himself with such ridiculous words. Simon's expression remained unchanged. So, you've encountered this being before? The Heavenly Demon's laughter stopped cold. For a beat, a demonic grin stretched across his face. So it's true. Simon deliberately twisted the knife. I see now. It seems you lost, didn't you? The Heavenly Demon exhaled sharply. What a cunning little brat. A suffocating aura enveloped the room. You should watch that mouth of yours, don't you think? Simon braced himself against the crushing killing intent. But he told himself there was no need to fear. If anything happened to him, the Black Sun wouldn't just stand by and watch. The Heavenly Demon's laugh echoed once more. No wonder he's taken an interest in you. For a madman like him to be watching you, it all makes sense now. The old man recounted cheerfully. Just as you guessed, I lost. And to be clear, I lost miserably. That's why I'm even more curious. What part of you caught his attention? He leaned in. Honestly, you're the only one I'll ever confess this to. It took me 1,000 years just to get him to notice me. Simon flinched, repeating the words in shock. 1,000 years? The Heavenly Demon took a slow step forward. Ah, I forgot. As a mere mortal, you wouldn't know that he is ancient. He stopped short, his face contorting with rage. Damn it, these annoying flies. The Heavenly Demon waved his hand, dismissing the system window. I get it, I'll stop. Now get lost. It seems our time is up for now. The young Simon nodded in agreement. I understand. But, boy, the old man explained gently, haven't you already learned the Heavenly Demon arts in a way that makes you my disciple? Simon's curiosity was piqued. So, what you were saying earlier? The Heavenly Demon cut him off directly. Of course, I don't mind you learning my techniques. In fact, I welcome it. It is my honor to witness the one who carries his gaze continue my legacy. However, you are not my official disciple. So, I have a small request for you. A system window appeared, announcing a quest from the Heavenly Demon. Simon couldn't hide his surprise. A quest? He hesitated. Is this a system window for a talent evaluation quest? The Heavenly Demon nodded, stroking his long beard. What do you think? I've even prepared a contract for you. Simon's mind raced. Find a worthy person for a constellation sponsorship. But what about the demonic energy? And what would happen to me after? If I mess this up, the future could change by 180 degrees. Seeing his hesitation, the old man continued. As the one he has acknowledged, I trust your judgment will be sound. However, there are a few conditions. Simon's face was a mask of doubt. Conditions? A faint smile played on the Heavenly Demon's lips. Indeed, first, the candidate must be a woman. She must be young, acceptably beautiful, and either brave or a little crude is fine. After all, the Heavenly Demon arts are all about conquest. After hearing this, Simon felt like a complete idiot. Huh? Wait a second. Fortunately, a desperate scream cut through the vision. Simon's eyes shot open. He bolted upright in the middle of the room as a worried Dahyun rushed to his side. Are you okay? Are you conscious now? What just happened? Why did you suddenly pass out? Simon, sweating in disbelief, stammered. I passed out? He tried to explain. Well, I just met a constellation. Dahyun was deeply unsettled. A constellation? How could you meet one outside of the arena? After a moment, he yelled, "Wait, don't tell me you met that crazy horse." Simon touched his chest and asked, "How did you know?" Dahan instantly confirmed it. "Of course I know. He's famous for being the biggest musclehead among the constellations. Plus, he's obsessed with bright colors. Don't you know his most famous motto? Who cares if they're a man or woman? As long as they're delicious, anything goes." That line sounded disturbingly familiar. What? Dahyun rubbed his chin, teasing, "Hey, you didn't get seduced by that guy, did you?" Simun's face went blank as he argued back, "No, there's no way that happened." Only then did Dahyun let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God. I'm just glad you came back in one piece after meeting that psycho. I bet if you weren't delicious, he would have killed you on the spot. Anyway, if he let you leave unharmed, he must have taken a liking to you. You were handsome, after all. What a total pervert." Dahyun kept rambling in his ear. I just hope that old creep didn't blabber on about learning his techniques or something. Simon held his head in his hands, completely drained. "No. Actually, he thanked me for learning them." Hearing this, Dahyun got a sly look on his face. He really is just as crazy as the rumors say. Well, I guess that's good for us. Now, let's hurry up and make that essence. You've already learned the technique to control demonic energy, right? Simon quickly got to his feet. Let's do it. Time to get to work. Dahyun asked softly. "You don't need me to walk you through the formula, do you?" Simon smiled, adding a few drops to a vial. "Of course not." Dahyun's voice filled with excitement. "Do you hear that? Every time I remove the poison, the serum always screams. It's like it's saying, 'What are you doing to me?'" This batch, however, was particularly satisfying. "The poison has completely vanished. Where did all that fighting spirit go, huh? Goodness. Have you already surrendered? Why so easy? I thought you'd put up more of a fight." Simon shook his head wildly. "You know, sometimes you're really weird. You know that, right?" A moment later, the sphere was fully formed. Dahyun looked a bit confused. "It's a pill, not a liquid?" Simon smiled, though beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "I didn't have a suitable container, so I couldn't make it into liquid form." The Philosopher's Stone let out a chuckle. "Well, that makes sense," it said, "considering you used demonic energy as the foundation." Holding the elixir in his hand, he muttered, "Time to see what this can do." The system window revealed his blood force was at C rank. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. Even though he'd made it himself, he had to admit this was top-tier quality. "I was a little worried at first, since it's been so long since I've crafted an essence, but creating something that can boost physical strength and speed like this, it's truly on another level." The Philosopher's Stone chuckled again. Its rank is only C because of the shoddy materials, but the stats it gives are absolutely insane. Just as I expected. I knew you'd create something incredible, but there's no guarantee you'll acquire demonic energy from this. The success rate isn't 100%, you know. Simon just smiled in response. For a normal person, that might be true. He then placed the elixir directly against his chest, but with the one-star heavenly demon technique already residing inside me, I just have to use it with absolute precision. A moment of realization hit the Philosopher's Stone. Ah, right. I just need to trust you. With that, Simon swallowed the elixir whole. All right, then. Shall we begin? He swallowed it dry, without any water, then entered a meditative state to circulate his energy. The system announced a continuous stream of stat increases. As time passed in his trance, Simon found himself transported to another place. His attention was drawn to something ahead. Staring at the wisp of flame, Simon breathed. There it is. But suddenly, the flame began to retreat. Damn it, it's fading away. Simon rushed after it. I can't let it escape. He desperately called for backup. Philosopher's Stone. Appearing from thin air, the Philosopher's Stone snatched the flame. Gotcha, you little wretch. Simon gasped for air, trying to steady his breathing. Nice work, he thought, his heart still pounding. The system said the probability was high, but we almost walked away with nothing. First, I need to form my Danjian, then open the major meridians. But suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone screamed, Hold on a second, do we really have to form the Danjian right below your navel? Simon stopped, completely confused. Why would you ask that? It repeated the question, word for word, just as I said. Do we truly need to form a Danjian there at all? Simon abandoned the process entirely. You have a point. I never considered that before. The Philosopher's Stone then began its lecture. Lesson number 1. Look, at its core, a Danjian is just a vessel. A condensed space to store and use energy, right? He nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Philosopher's Stone then dropped a bombshell suggestion. So why create one there, when you already possess the world's ultimate vessel? It was like a lightning bolt struck Simon's mind. From creating divine artifacts to absorbing knowledge, the Philosopher's Stone truly was the ultimate vessel. A smirk played on his lips. You're right, There's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't use you as my danjian. In fact, you're probably far superior to a traditional danjion. The Philosopher's Stone puffed up with pride, agreeing completely. Precisely. And even if you master the Heavenly Demon technique, at your core, you are an alchemist. You must never forget your true roots. Confidence blazed in Simon's eyes. You're right, I am an alchemist. And alchemy is the art that changed my very destiny. Thank you. Because of you, I see everything clearly now. He closed his eyes once more to resume the process. A system notification appeared. Successfully absorbed special demonic energy. It was followed by another. Danjian and Philosopher's Stone are now resonating. He stared blankly for a second, then confirmed the attachment. Glancing at his status window, he saw his stats had skyrocketed. It was then he finally understood. So this is what it means to be attached. But then, his eyes caught something else. The demonic energy stat was at 8. Wait a minute, I just unlocked this stat and it's already at 8? Raising stats is incredibly difficult, yet this one started so high. He confirmed it internally. So, attached doesn't refer to its position on the status window. He could only sigh in resignation. That's right, it directly affects my other stats. It's not just a bonus, it's linked. It's already nearly half of my total alchemy power. Then, does that mean? Simon called out, Philosopher's Stone. It glowed red in response. What's wrong? He then asked a peculiar question.
If my alchemy power increases, does that mean my demonic energy stat will also increase? Logically, the Philosopher's Stone came to the same conclusion.
Of course. It's just like how I'm affected when you level up. We're in a linked relationship, after all. But it's not a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. Rounding doesn't apply, and the stat is always a fixed derivative of the linked attribute. For every 4 points you gain, I gain 2. Hearing this, Simon's fist clenched unconsciously. He had just hit the jackpot. All he needed to know was this. As long as his alchemy power grew, so would his demonic energy. This just makes me even more excited for the next tournament. The next day, a system notification appeared. Confirmed entry, Galactic Arena. Mode. Survival against 100 other participants. The young man gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. A survival match? What a pain. A comment popped up on the stream. What else did you expect? This is the Abyss, after all. Another viewer chimed in. Delighted. No wonder they call this the treacherous trio of the Abyss. Someone else pointed out a crucial detail. But the odds were 1 in 3. And doesn't this guy always draw the absolute worst-case scenario? His luck is just rotten to the core. The Fairy King sighed, trying to keep the chat under control. Everyone, please be careful with your words. A survival event is perfectly normal. Among the high rankers, the comments exploded. That's right, today's match is sponsored by the Abyss itself, so everyone better watch what they say. A comment popped up in the chat. Is this the power of money? Yesterday you were calling that trio of whales complete trash. Someone else sealed the deal with a single line. With enough cash, you can even play God. Dong Kyung stood before the 3 players. Now then, my dear clients. He placed a hand on his hip and declared confidently. As you all know, this survival event is the worst for boosting services, and our team has already been disbanded. Blondie jumped in shock. Are you serious? Woolhat scowled, cursing. Damn it, I paid you 10 million won. So what are you going to do now? The chat was loving the drama. The client is pissed. Someone else chimed in with a question. What's your plan now? Huh? Is the Money King gonna ask for a refund? But someone else defended Dong Kyung. Why would he? This event is completely random. Wasn't that part of the agreement? 10 million won is probably double the normal price for a carry. Anyway, just then, Dong Kyung's voice cut through the noise. Everyone, please calm down. You don't need to pay any attention to the chat. A sly smirk played on his lips. After all, the rewards for this survival event will be distributed based on rank. With 100 participants, the lowest reward goes to 50th place, and the highest goes to number 1. Cricket Beard narrowed his eyes, questioning him. Are you saying you're going to get us into the top 3 spots? A glint appeared in Dong Kyung's eyes as he confirmed. You've hit the nail on the head. As expected from a seasoned player, your understanding is on a completely different level. He then beat his chest with bravado. This Money King might be expensive, but the quality is always guaranteed. Even the viewers know that, right? The chat exploded with comments again. That's right, he's a greedy bastard, but his skills are undeniable. It's not surprising for someone aiming for diamond rank to join the arena. Our Money King is so proud to be a booster. This is actually incredible. Cricket Beard was intrigued by the offer. It's your skill that makes me trust you. He scratched his head and let out a laugh. Putting it like that is making me blush. Blondie had one more question. So how do you plan on getting us to the top 3? He gave his answer without a moment's hesitation. Simple. We form a team. Blondie was taken aback. A team? Cricket Beard warned cautiously. But the rules? Dong Kyung placed a hand on the cliff wall and said, You don't need to worry about that. It looks like we're on the edge of an abandoned mine. From his experience, if they hid well, it would be difficult for anyone to notice they had teamed up. Wool Hat rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's true. Cricket Beard nodded in agreement. Players at this level don't exactly have the sharpest senses. With their approval, Dong Kyung laid out his strategy. The method is very simple. I will eliminate every single person until only the 4 of us are left. And then, I will kill myself. His words stunned the trio. And then, the 3 of us fight it out. He nodded, explaining, that's right. You all paid the same amount, so it wouldn't be fair for me to interfere, now would it? An absolutely brilliant solution, causing the chat to explode. Our Money King really is a pro, isn't he? So the clients will have to fight each other? This is a real battle between pros now. Start your personal streams. Elsewhere, another player logged in, right near their location. Dong Kyung had just finished his discussion. The moment Simon entered the instance, the system bypassed the promotion review. Simon muttered to himself, now what is this? He wondered internally. Are they ending the ranking phase in a single match? Are they trying to throw me into ranked matches to power me up quickly? Before his regression, he was stuck at level 1, a complete and utter nobody. Having failed once before, Simon steeled his resolve. This time, if I do this right, I'm going to climb to the top. That illness is gone, and I've even received powerful new abilities. He clenched his fist with confidence. This was a massive opportunity for him. It was only then that Simon remembered something. Come to think of it, I forgot to turn on my recording. Not that anyone would be watching anyway. Broadcast. On. Instantly, a system message appeared. The constellations have entered the broadcast room. He stared in utter shock. What? The constellations can watch this too. Well then, let's get digging. In another area, Dong Kyung was tearing through the competition. He threw a powerful punch at Simon, a vicious smile spreading across his face. You've wandered into the wrong neighborhood, kid. This punch is near diamond tier in power. There's no way a bottom feeder like you can take it. This is why I love bullying the weak. But he quickly realized this opponent was different. Simon was blocking Dong Kyung's punch. He dodged it. He even countered with a brutal punch to the gut, sending him sliding back several feet. Dong Kyung gritted his teeth. What was that? How could a piece of trash from the abyss possibly fight back? The chat erupted at the sight. What just happened? He blocked that killer strike and even countered. That bastard Dong Kyung is just trying to create more content for his stream. What are you talking about? Let's get digging is Dong Kyung's signature line before he goes on a rampage. Dong Kyung cracked his knuckles in fury. I wasn't paying close attention, but it looks like you're pretty decent after all. Simon's expression remained unchanged as he calculated his next move. He managed to land that move in such a short time, but Shadow Trace is a skill designed to minimize all incoming damage. It works by instantly matching the trajectory of an attack. Simon's eyes locked onto his opponent's aura and his weapon. Based on his equipment, he's a warrior-class player. Clearly, not just some random guy. Simon's gaze shifted behind him, so he wasn't alone. Simon's mind instantly connected the dots. A plan began to form. He cut straight to the chase. You're a rank booster, aren't you? Don King waved his hand casually. And how would you know that? So, he'd been exposed. Simon replied with a lazy smirk. It's written all over you. Don King's anger was already boiling over. Not bad, Don King sneered. But what's with the disrespectful tone? Simon pushed even further. Am I supposed to respect a paid booster? A fire ignited in Simon's eyes, fueled by pure contempt. Players who get boosted up the ranks usually have zero actual skill, and the scumbags who take their money are just as bad. No, the boosters themselves are the ones who truly deserve to be punished. It's because of people like them that ordinary players have to suffer in the arena. Don King wasn't intimidated. As expected from someone from the abyss, he's got guts. Just look at that defiant gaze. He knows I'm a booster and still acts this cocky. Trat, his follower, chimed in. Forget it, the guy's just insane. How could a guy with a worm-sized brain possibly understand? He eagerly read the live stream comments. Geez, worm-sized brain is a bit much, a comment read. He's just another player trying to rank up. Don King shot a look at Simon. What's the matter? Are you angry yet? Come and get me. A deliberate provocation. Shaking an opponent's mental state is a skill in itself. A mere gamer like you would never understand. Veins bulged on the back of Don King's hand. How dare you counter my last punch? You little punk. I'm going to return this humiliation tenfold. Simon let out a bored sigh. Dropping to the lower ranks just to use cheap taunts like this. Don't you have any self-respect? Don King's face darkened at the insult. Is that so? Simon smirked. Seems like it's pretty effective on an all-talk tough guy. Oh, did I make you mad? Simon answered with a cocky grin. Not mad, it's just. One of my viewers just issued a quest, which means I can't really let you walk away now. Hearing this, Don King's disdain hit its peak. Oh, For real? Don King howled with laughter. Wow, looks like I really underestimated this big shot. Still, a thought nagged him. Getting a quest at this rank, already. Trat reappeared, ever the empty head. A quest? During a bronze to gold stream. Even a dog would laugh at that. What a joke. Oh no, our great Don King doesn't have a quest. Whatever will he do? If you got a quest every time you killed a rookie, Don King would already be a billionaire. But Simon remained completely unfazed. That's right. Getting a quest in the middle of a ranked match. He exploded forward as he spoke. Means I'm just that damn good. In a flash, Simon was on him, fist flying. Don King's expression hardened. He took the bait. He's forgotten who the main character is here. Time for my counterattack. Their fists crashed together. Simon's face was a mask of determination, while Don King's was twisted with rage. Simon dodged the blow with ease. As Don King pressed his wild attack, his agitation revealed a fatal flaw. This little rat, Simon exploited the opening perfectly. A brutal strike sent shockwaves through Don King's body. He coughed up blood as he was thrown backward. He dodged all of my reckless attacks, and even found an opening to counter. A furious aura erupted from his body. Don King stared in disbelief. Just who in the world is this guy? His face went pale. This was no ordinary player. The blondie behind him cried out, "Oh my God." Beanie grew anxious. Sir Don King. Don King couldn't afford to lose face here. Damn it. Everyone is watching. I have to end this now. Don King decided to risk it all. I'll crush him with everything I've got. He shot forward like a missile, but Simon evaded every single strike. Let's see you dodge this, he roared. Simon met his fury with a calm smile. Is that really all you have? If so, it's my turn. The impact of Simon's punch was deafening. Don King slammed into the wall like a ragdoll. He seethed with rage. Impossible. He actually overpowered me. Where is he getting this kind of power? Beanie rushed to his side. Sir Don King. Blondie followed, full of concern. Are you all right? Don King's pride was shattered. The humiliation was unbearable. He'd rather die than lose his reputation. You bastard. Stop dodging and fight me for real. Simon coldly gathered power in his fist. Heavenly Demon Arts. The demon's path is one of total destruction. A blinding purple light erupted from his hand. Don King's legs shattered with a sickening crack. Pain and hatred consumed him. You damn bastard. He roared in pure agony. Simon's expression remained cold, anticipating the next move. An A-rank trait. Activated. Don King poured his very life force into one final punch. D-I-I-I-E. A glint appeared in Simon's eyes. So, you're finally done playing around. Normally, dodging would be the smart move. But I can't pass up an opportunity like this. Activate muscle control. Body unlocked. Time to unleash my ultimate skill. Heavenly Demon Arts. Imperial Demolition. Blinding purple and red energies collided. Simon let out a battle cry. Don King met his power head-on. The very cavern shook from the overwhelming pressure. A spray of crimson exploded from someone's lips. Don King staggered from the devastating blow. The comment section exploded. No way. What just happened? The screen glitched out. I couldn't see a thing. Model. Everything went dark. With only one arm left, it was impossible. Despair filled Duncan's eyes. I've lost. The words barely left his lips before he collapsed. First blood secured. A system notification announced bonus rewards. Simon let out a breath of relief. Perfectly executing a technique was harder than it looked. The Heavenly Demon immediately sent a hot reward. 500 million achievement points. He smiled, grateful, not just for the mission, but for this bonus as well. Simon's ambition began to soar. He vowed to work even harder to complete the Heavenly Demon's quests. A system message appeared. The constellation, Heavenly Demon, nods with satisfaction. Other constellations sent rewards too. He was shocked to receive 1,000 points from one. Are they high-ranking constellations or something? They were incredibly generous. Then, the system announced a new title, The King's Choice. Simon stared, stunned. He'd never heard of an achievement like this. Reading the description, Simon could hardly believe his eyes. My God, this title can be reforged. The system explained that with each new sponsorship from a constellation, the title would evolve. He thought to himself, does this mean all my stats permanently increase by 1 every single time I get a new sponsor? It was a completely game-breaking ability. But as amazing as it was, it came with a huge risk. If he lost sponsorships, the stats he gained would disappear along with them. Unlike typical growth-type titles, this one could actually regress. He pulled up his status window to check. It seemed his demonic energy was unaffected. Well, time to look on the bright side, he thought. At least my other stats went up. A smile crept onto his face. He had no idea how picky the constellations were, but it was time to start taking on a lot more quests. Suddenly, a sword clattered to the ground. No. Impossible. A blond man stumbled backward in shock. Duncan. Lost? The party refused to believe their carry was a fraud. Simon glanced at the bewildered group. They're still here? He began to walk toward them, his expression ice cold. The whole group trembled, raising their weapons. Stay back. If you take one more step, we'll attack. Their spear tips quivered, unable to hold steady for even a second. The sight was pathetic. With skills this abysmal, how did they even clear the tutorial stage? Pathetic. It's all because of skillless trash like you who pay to get carried. Meanwhile, players with actual talent died in this arena. A murderous glint flashed in Simon's eyes. What followed were only screams, and the splatter of fresh blood against the wall. When it was over, Simon stood alone in the silence. But then, someone else appeared, so strong. Truly magnificent. A man named Joan Ron approached, radiating a dangerous aura. Your innate stats are impressive, and I see you show no mercy to the weak. Simon didn't even give the man a second glance. I'm sorry, but you seem to have misunderstood something. This is the arena. There's no place for compassion here. Joan Ron waved a hand dismissively. Exactly. That's what makes you so interesting. You know, there are so many talented individuals who fail to reach their full potential, aren't there? Simon was starting to get annoyed. What is this guy's deal? The man pulled a small card from his pocket. You see, in this world, strength isn't everything. He held it out. Please, take this. Simon's eyes widened as he recognized it. It was a business card for the Waking Consonant Guild. It read, Waking Consonant, Personnel Manager, John. Because of that, Simon immediately questioned him. Are you a spy from China? Joan Ron, of course, had a smooth explanation ready. I was originally going to give this to that streamer, Duncan. A talent like his shouldn't be wasted on just carrying newbies. Simon's expression soured with disgust. Then why didn't you give it to him? The man gave a knowing smirk. Oh, I would have. Assuming he ever streamed again. Taking the card, Simon hesitated. The Waking Continent Guild. I never thought I'd see them here. The reason was simple. Waking Continent was one of the top 2 guilds in all of China. They'd even reached the number 2 spot in the world rankings when the master player Dong Lai Chu became its leader. I can't believe I'm getting tangled up with him. He had predicted they'd make a move soon, but this was even sooner than expected. Just then, Jiun Ran's words struck a nerve. It seems you're still skeptical. I'm well aware of how China is perceived here in Korea. But Simon kept his distance. I assume you feel the same, since you're competing on the Korean server. Hearing that, the man just laughed. What can we do? International ranked matches are only for platinum tier and above. Does it bother you that I'm scouting like this? Simon's brows furrowed. The practice was shady, but not enough to truly anger him. He was sure of it. This was a secret practice all the major national guilds engaged in. It was a common strategy to headhunt promising talent. This John guy had to be one of their top scouts. Then, the man changed the subject. By the way, how did you know about that? Very few countries hire foreigners like me, even if we have citizenship. Simon was blunt. I don't see any reason why I have to answer that. The man smirked as if he already knew the answer. Of course. Then, he held up 5 fingers. How about this? 5 million yuan. At the current exchange rate, that's 920 million won. I can pay you the signing bonus right now. This is just to show how much we value you. On top of that, we'll provide a weapon worth 500 million and armor worth over 100 million won. All for a 3-year contract. All of this will remain yours, even after the contract ends. Furthermore, if you become a naturalized citizen of China, we will pay you an additional 50 million yuan. That's 10 times the signing bonus, equivalent to 92 billion won. With an offer this incredible, Joan Ron, how could you possibly refuse? Not even a big shot like Sung Sam could make such a generous offer to a low-level rookie. Simon had his answer in an instant. The terms were unbelievable. The man held out his hand, ready to seal the deal. So, are you interested? More than 90% of people have accepted these exact terms. But the young man hesitated. For someone stuck in the so-called abyss of the lower ranks, this offer was certainly tempting enough to make them accept without thinking. The contract term is 3 years, with no clauses for renewal or extension. But I know exactly how the mainland operates. Simon grabbed Jun Ron's hand. The man grinned, considering the deal done. In response, he felt the crushing force of Simon's grip. But Director John Dion, you should know this. A man in human resources needs a sharp eye for people. The man's brow furrowed in shock, and a second later, Simon's fist buried itself in his gut as pain flared. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Joan Ron's face was a mask of disbelief. He rejected the offer and then dared to ask, why? A smile played on Simon's lips as he clenched his fist. Why? No reason. Simon's next words were devastatingly cool. I just don't like it. Before the blood on his lips could dry, John Ron was out for the count. With the experience from my past life, I know your kind all too well. He promised himself that he would never be a fool again. He then stretched and turned around. Time to head back inside. In a small room, the warm morning light shone brightly. On the large screen, the game was over. The warriors were aiming for diamond rank. What happened to Do Kyung? Does he really have to issue refunds? My god, 10 million per person. That's 30 million total, right? He got totally wrecked by that kid from the Abyss, losing a one-on-one duel against an unknown player. The comments continued to scroll by. From the Abyss to an overnight sensation. What Abyss? Didn't you see that guy use aura? He's clearly not from the Abyss. But it didn't really look like aura, did it? Damn it, I'm a founding subscriber of Do Kyung's channel. His aura looks completely different. Everyone be quiet. Does anyone have a dinner recommendation? What's Do Kyung going to do now? I've never heard of this Simon guy. Who watches broadcasts from the Abyss in the first place? He let out a long, frustrated sigh. Then Do Kyung plopped down in his chair. He was still broadcasting live. Okay, get it together. I still have a lot to do. He looked excitedly at the lines of comments. All right, everyone, the arena match is over, so let's calm down. It feels like he's been playing dead this whole time. Why are you only showing up now? Who the hell was that guy from before? What are you going to do about the refunds? Boosters like him usually have loyal viewers, so it'll probably be fine. He pretended to be at a loss. I'm not so sure. But in my experience, it's clear that player doesn't belong in this tier. The chat piled on. Damn right. Using aura in the Abyss is going way too far. Exactly. Even if it was an aura, that kind of power is absurd. He's definitely not supposed to be in this tier. Good. I've got public opinion on my side. The comments became quite cheerful. Was that bastard hacking? You sound like a total newbie. How can you even hack in the arena? Say something that makes sense. Do Kyung clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right. A smug, wicked smile spread across his face. My first priority is to apologize to my clients. Normally, my policy is to not offer 100% refunds, but this time is an exception. I will refund everyone in full. They immediately believed him. That's our Do Kyung. Is he for real? This guy really takes his boosting career seriously. Then he took off his virtual reality headset. All right, I'm signing off now. Thanks to everyone for watching today's stream. With those words, Do Kyung hit the end stream button. He furiously threw the virtual reality headset to the floor. Damn it. Aura in the low ranks? That's impossible. Do Kyung fumed, cursing internally. To use aura, you need your stats to be at least level 100. Damn it, is this for real? Even if someone had the talent of Kim Si-hyuk or Lee Yu-jung, he gnashed his teeth in fury. They should only be showing up in the diamond rank. There's no way one would appear in bronze rank. I have to admit, I've met a lot of boosters before, but this is the first time I've ever met someone like him. Do Kyung ground his teeth, unable to swallow his anger. He had struggled so hard to reach platinum, enduring every kind of penalty. And now I'm humiliated like this? I won't let you get away with it. There has to be something. A divine item, or something I don't know about. Who the hell is he? Suddenly, he remembered something. His eyes filled with shock. Wait, Do Kyung remembered Simon's words. That's right, he said he had a mission. Simon had nonchalantly said, one of my viewers just gave me a mission, so it's going to be hard for me to let you go now. He hastily searched on his phone. A broadcast. There must be information on it. Do Kyung stared suspiciously at the screen. Who is he? Really? When he finished his search, he was shocked. Unranked. On the screen, the broadcast of player Simon was clearly visible. Rank could not be determined. Unranked. Unranked. A total newbie who's never even finished a single match. Don Kin instantly smashed the watch stream button. Inside a dark cave, a horrifying scream echoed. Help me. A terrified player stumbled backward, trembling. Holy crap. How did a guy with 0 gear vanish in a flash, leaving just a splatter of blood on the cave wall? His eyes went wide with disbelief. No way. This guy's martial arts skills are insane. Simun unleashed a furious storm of attacks, taking them down one by one. In just a few moves, he annihilated the entire group. Every motion was a perfect fusion of offense and defense, even infused with the essence of high-level martial arts. Don Kin stared at the live feed, completely bewildered. Just what has this guy learned? Simun moved like a ghost, darting forward at blinding speed. And how was he so good at finding enemies in the darkness? This place was a maze of walls. The abandoned mine map was a complex, labyrinth-like structure, like an ant colony, filled with pitch-black areas called dark zones, where not even a single torch could be found. He watched Simun tear through the level like an arrow, never slowing down for a second, even in the darkest zones. A flash of light from a powerful blow sent an enemy spitting blood. How? Don Kim was horrified, unable to trust what he was seeing. How could that guy possibly be unranked? He thought about it carefully. There were 3 other viewers here, so why wasn't a single person saying anything? A notification popped up on his phone, unable to determine player Xun's rank. Don Kin started spamming the chat. Hello? Anyone there? Someone named Dragon replied. Isn't that Donkin? I was just about to message you. What a coincidence. Seeing this, he was completely baffled. Huh, who is this guy? Donkin immediately asked, Are you Joe D? Dragon messaged back, It's a pleasure. You ended your stream so fast I didn't have time to say anything. Glad I caught you then. He finally understood. If this is about the refund, I'll send it to your account today. Dragon replied, No need for a refund. I sent you my information in a private message. Be sure to check it. He was stunned. A huge grin spread across Donkin's face. Oh man, that's Joe D for you. I'll check it right away. Awesome. He let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Donkin stretched and leaned back. Looks like I dodged a bullet. Suddenly, a message notification chimed. He opened it to see two constellation managers, Zeus and Heavenly Demon, had messaged him. Too loud. Heavenly Demon agreed. Indeed. Seeing this, he scowled in annoyance. Constellations? Are these guys insane? How dare they use the names of actual constellations? Donkin furiously typed out a reply. I don't care if you're the boss's kid, this is going too far. Using a constellation's name is crossing a line, isn't it? You disrespectful punks, what's with those usernames? Just trying to get attention? Right. Why would you use the names of constellations? The two managers, Zeus and Heavenly Demon, simply replied with a question mark. Seeing that message only made him more smug. Look at them, pretending not to know anything. You think I don't know you're just farming for views? With years of streaming experience, Donkin's fingers flew across the keyboard. You guys are going to get seriously penalized for this. At least don't be so blatant about it in the chat. Okay, my real viewers are about to show up. Just then, the Black Sun constellation chimed in. What the hell? That just made him even more irritated. This manager is cursing now, too. Meanwhile, back in the mine map, a player was getting beaten to a pulp, knocked to the ground with a fist mark seared onto his body. Simun stood confidently, his body radiating a powerful aura. I guess that's all of them. The leaderboard appeared. First place, Simun. Second place, Park Sichin. He stretched his joints. 20 kills. Huh. Simun smiled at the rankings. This score was more than enough to secure the top spot, but he was still worried. The original mission he received wasn't complete yet. Am I still missing something? The mission was, walk the path of apathy that cannot be returned by using the Heavenly Demon arts to express apathy. Simun pondered the objective. Looking back, this is pretty vague. It doesn't say I have to. Get first place or get the most kills. He thought about it seriously. The path of apathy. Maybe they just want to see my potential? That must be it. Then, a thought struck Simun. Man, subjective questions are always harder than objective ones. He quickly reached a conclusion. It seems like I'll complete it once the arena closes. Suddenly, Simun sensed something was off. Hearing a strange noise, he looked up. What is that? Then, Simun activated his ocular skill. A system notification appeared. The body tissue of a moon owl can regenerate the moon owl's physique. He saw a huge vein of silver ore. Simun used Black Panther's gate to move in for a closer look. I need to get a better view. He picked up a crystal shard. Is this? Silver ore. Someone spoke up from behind. You wouldn't happen to be that guy, would you? Simun was confused. That guy? The person continued. You know who. Realization dawned on him. Simun opened his system menu. Could it be the mineral I'm searching for? The information window appeared. The other person asked curiously, Well, is that it? Simun's eyes lit up as he stared at the info window. This is it. The Philosopher's Stone chimed with delight. What an unbelievable surprise. Hey, grab it already. Simon excitedly eyed the crystal. I never thought I'd find something like this in an abandoned mine. He stomped his foot firmly on the ground. First, I need to complete the arena and run a proper systems check. Suddenly, a notification chime echoed, catching Simon's attention. He pulled up his status window. Oh, right. I think I forgot to turn off the broadcast. I'm pretty sure I gave moderator privileges to those 3 constellations earlier. Simon's jaw dropped in absolute shock at what he saw on the screen. The comment section was a torrent of insults. Damn it, ban us if you have the guts. Who are these losers, pretending to be constellations? Exactly. Even if you kick us, you're the one who's going to get penalized. I've watched tons of streams, but this is the first time I've seen morons dare to impersonate constellations. The moderator, Black Sun, seethed with fury. Fine. You disrespectful insects. I will ban every last one of you. And then, he banned them one by one. Jay, however, was full of praise. Excellent work. That's what I like about you. Simon reeled back, confused. What in the world is going on? He was in utter disbelief. I never imagined the situation would blow up like this. I only gave the constellations moderator rights to maintain my King's Choice title. Are moderators even allowed to act like this? Yeah, Black Sun, get out of here. What is this streamer even doing? Ban me. Go on, ban me. Black Sun, you're getting banned too. The heavenly demon turned the stream into absolute chaos, but who would have thought it'd turn into a full-blown flame war? He could only hang his head and let out a frustrated sigh. Simon immediately muted his mic. They had already banned 100 of the 4,000 viewers, and even more people were flooding in to watch the drama unfold. As expected of the constellations, their methods are on a whole other level. Okay, calm down. First, I need to handle the constellations privately. He wearily pieced it all together. So, that guy Don King, the one I fought earlier, he's the one who started this whole war. And then someone named Joe Dai followed his lead, right? Jay nodded vigorously. Simon turned to question his moderators. We tried to ignore it, but then Don King's viewers flooded in, and the level of criticism just skyrocketed. The Black Sun pouted and nodded. He gritted his teeth, declaring they would crush Don King if they had enough achievement points. Simon shook his head, displeased. We can't do that. Simon was deeply troubled. If a constellation intervenes before the galactic arena starts, the arena itself will not let it slide. This is incredibly dangerous, but if I ignore the Black Sun's complaints, my King's Choice title will vanish. His expression turned grim. If that happens, I'll lose the +2 bonus for all my stats. That's equivalent to 4 levels for my strength, agility, stamina, and alchemy power. Simon then focused, carefully examining the system interface. All right then, time to handle this. He forced a cheerful smile, trying to appease his hot-headed moderators. Calm down. Lord Black Sunday, take a deep breath. From now on, if this kind of situation happens again, you don't need to worry. A message appeared on the screen. The Black Sun stated that he couldn't care less about lowly humans. Simon gave a gracious smile. Yes, of course. But I'll always be grateful that you care about me. The Black Sun blushed at his words and gave a shy nod. Jay and the Heavenly Demon just chuckled. Simon let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, crisis averted. He continued forward. I just hope their existence hasn't been discovered yet. He advanced with slow, deliberate steps. This was a world where a nation's power was judged by the single player chosen by its constellation. In this place, every single move was being watched. Naturally, conspiracies, persuasion, and assassinations all unfolded under the sponsorship of the constellations. It was far too soon to face those things, having only just entered the arena. A pensive look crossed Simon's face, especially against people with an "if I can't have it, I'll destroy it" mentality. That's just human nature. After all, he spoke with a calm resolve. I'm thinking of a plan. Simon then opened his system window. So, unless it's absolutely critical, the existence of the constellations must be kept secret at all costs. Inside the mine, he stated plainly, I'm going to ask a favor of all 3 of you. The constellations nodded in agreement. Simon confidently tapped the system interface. All right, I'm turning the broadcast back on. Let's begin. The chat was buzzing with speculation. Hey, where'd the screen go? Looks like those moderators finally decided to back off. Huh. Didn't the streamer tell the mods to do it? If that was the case, he would have cut the stream with a super serious face, right? The mods probably went rogue. Seriously, no matter where you go, the fans are always the problem. Just then, his live feed came back online. Simon greeted everyone with a warm smile. Hey, everyone. It seems there's been a slight misunderstanding. He scratched his head awkwardly as he explained, I think my moderators were just trying to prepare something to help me shake off my boring image. But in reality, this was a script I just came up with for them. For things to turn out this way. I'm truly sorry. One person replied gently, no, that was epic-level drama. It was actually pretty fun. Fun? What's fun about using constellations to create drama? Whatever. The chaos was entertaining. Just enjoy it. A new streamer needs this kind of drama to build a reputation. And there it was. A satisfied smile crept across Simon's face. The atmosphere in the chat had clearly improved. In a flash, a user named I Am Gold sent a donation. Stream more, and I'll be your loyal fan. A system notification popped up. Achievement unlocked. First donation. Receive 100 achievement points. His eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing this, Simon's joy grew even brighter. He had actually received donation money. Thank you. I Am Gold for the support, he thought, giddy with excitement. Getting sponsored by a constellation was great, but when you thought about it, in the long run, donations and attention from regular viewers provided a massive advantage. After all, streaming was the main way Siak and Mayo had farmed achievement points in his past life. As the likes shot up, the system announced another achievement, 5,000 viewers. Simon beamed, receiving 5,000 achievement points. Perfect, he thought. If the broadcast keeps growing like this, I'll be able to earn achievement points on a regular basis. A comment of awe appeared. What's with that smile? Now that I look closely, this guy is actually handsome, right? That smile is so good, it's making my heart flutter. He casually stretched his muscles. All right, shall we get back to the match? Since I'm new to streaming, I'll be turning off the chat for now. Please remember to keep the comments civil. Okay, let's go. Later that night, in the highest level apartment, a dazzling light flashed. Simon was transported back to his residence. He slowly removed the virtual reality headset. Having a login device like this is so much more comfortable. Simon watched excitedly as system notifications flooded his vision. Rewards will be increased based on your performance. Mission from the Heavenly Demon. Complete. Successfully cleared the Cold Ruins Arena. You received 25 points and became the last survivor. Received 500 achievement points. The Bound Philosopher's Stone has gained experience. Level increased to 5. Philosopher's Stone level increased by 3. Acquired a weakened magic core. He grinned, ecstatic. The rewards are insane. I gained 5 levels from just one ranked match. Simon thought excitedly. And the Philosopher's Stone leveled up by 3. Does that mean I got a total of 8 levels worth of experience? A few comments caught his eye just as the screen went dark. I guess that's because the arena ended. I've never seen any player cross the abandoned mine like that before. Has anyone? It was like he was sprinting. So cool. They were still talking about him. But this guy has no banner or anything. I don't think he even has a profile picture. Come to think of it, he had nothing suitable for a stream starting soon screen. He could only manage a sheepish laugh. That's because I'm just getting started. I'll prepare a screen soon. The chat immediately came to his defense. This Simon guy doesn't need anything fancy. Just post any picture. Yeah, don't be shy. Just upload a selfie. That would be awesome. If it's too much trouble, just send me a message. I'm not the best, but I'll do what I can to help you. He had no choice but to agree. Thank you, everyone. This is the first time I've ever received so much attention. Simon thought happily. It was almost unbelievable that someone who had suffered from magic deficiency, destined to live his whole life at level 1, had made such a comeback. It was truly incredible. He politely chatted with his viewers. Thank you all for watching my humble broadcast. Simon waved at the screen. That's all for today. I'll be back next time, stronger than ever. No, don't go. He's really leaving just like that, so decisive. See you next time. With that, he ended the stream and slumped onto the floor. The whole experience left Simon with a pleasant rush. He felt like he could get addicted to this. No, you're mine. Simon soothed the small childlike presence within his body. Don't worry, little one. I'm not kidding around. I'm serious. He then opened the system window. Right. Time to check my results. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Player Simoon's ranking placement has concluded. The platinum rank is suitable. However, adjustments will be made based on your current stats and level. He was satisfied with that. At least he wasn't thrown directly into the Platinum League. Simon opened his locker and cracked open a cold can of soda. Even though the results of each match were completely one-sided, it had only been 3 fights. Based on the average skill level in Platinum, this outcome made no sense. He waited as the system recalibrated. The placement process was taking a while. Then a notification appeared. System update complete. The player has 2 options. Option 1, advance to gold rank with a 10% experience boost until your platinum placement match. Option 2, be demoted to silver rank, taking a 30% penalty to experience and rewards until your gold placement match. A choice. Simon was just about to click. Anyone could see that the first option was obviously better, right? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Wait a second. Simon carefully examined both choices again. That 10% experience bonus in the first option. It was too obvious. But why would they even offer the second option? He fell silent, his mind racing through the possibilities. Is this a choice? Or is it actually a punishment in disguise? Simon's eyes scanned the text. The arena was definitely up to something. The Philosopher's Stone urged him on, its voice laced with irritation. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and check it. He suddenly reached a hand toward the screen. What if? What if the arena has a reason for forcing me into the silver rank? Seola. Simon pulled out a piece of S-rank Midran ore. The stone buzzed with excitement. Whoa, the purity is incredible. You could use this for anything. Simon gave a stern command. Philosopher's Stone. Appraise it. The stone sounded confused. The information is already displayed. Do we really need to do that? A look of sheer determination crossed Simon's face. There's something I need to check. The Philosopher's Stone was struggling to appraise the item. This was a high-grade Midran ore. Appraising it would require a massive amount of alchemical power. Appraisal. Rank 10. Upon use, you will enter the Nightmare Mineshaft, single-person dungeon. He was completely stunned by the result. Just as I thought, so this was the reason. Simon was in disbelief. How had he known this was a dungeon entry item? At first, I didn't know either. Simon admitted to himself with a grin. He was ecstatic. Who would have thought this was an entry key to a special arena? The fact that it was Midran ore was incredible enough, but for it to be a dungeon entry item was far, far better. This precious ore was a ticket that allowed entry into a special arena outside the established ranking zones. Naturally, the rewards it offered would be on a completely different level. Simon then looked back at the 2 choices. So this is why they gave me that second option. Huh? He reviewed the Midran Or's information again, and on top of that, it was rank 10. I had no idea something like this would appear at this stage of the game. Among the game's icons, most people believe that SSS was the highest possible rank. However, there was something that shone even brighter, but in his past life, rank 10 items didn't start appearing for another 2 to 3 years. It pulsed with a brilliant, radiant aura. The difference between rank 10 and SSS rank came down to one thing. Rank 10 was a unique grade. Simon thought it through carefully. In other words, only one such item could exist in the entire game. And for a rank 10 item to be a dungeon key, it meant the difficulty of this special arena had to be reconsidered entirely. He rested his chin on his hand, weighing his options. The only problem is actually activating the gate, given that the system specifically added the silver rank condition in the second option. Simon glanced at the ore in his hand. This item would probably become useless once he ranked up beyond silver. If that's the case, the best choice is to enter this place after I've completely maxed out my potential, right before I hit gold rank. He then clicked his selection. However, to get the best reaction during a live stream, I need something a little more stimulating. The selection was finalized. A system notification chimed. Simon's ranking matches have concluded. You have selected condition number 2, entering silver rank. A 30% penalty to experience and rewards will be applied until your gold rank match. He calmly allowed the system to demote him to the silver tier. Experience and rewards reduced by 30% while in silver rank. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Received 500 achievement points. Simon felt a new energy course through him. It's already started. On a monitor nearby, 2 TV show hosts were chatting excitedly. That's right. Next up is our Talk Up Sports segment. Indeed. And I believe our next guest is someone that almost no one knows about yet. This was the National Arena broadcast, the television program with the highest ratings in all of Korea. The 2 hosts continued on stage. It's truly been an amazing year. Roth, who graduated from the academy this year, is just astounding. All of them are. Exactly. 2 of them have already become rankers, capable of rivaling the players who've dominated the arena for years, haven't they? This is truly a blessing for our country. I'm seriously looking forward to the next international competition. It had become the #1 channel in the region, ever since the Galaxy Arena appeared, becoming a national program. An image of Seahawk slaying a boss with a single sword strike appeared on the screen, and that recent broadcast where the player Seahawk single-handedly defeated a raid boss was simply overwhelming. The number of views on GN has already exceeded 500 million. The crowd gasped when they heard those words. 500 million. It's only been a few days, and it's already hit 500 million views. The player Seahawk has become a world-renowned ranker. In another room, 2 men watched the program. I'm just so lucky I was able to see that moment live. I'm so jealous. If I didn't have a conflicting schedule. Park Jin-guk said excitedly, "Hey, they're talking about you on GN again." Seahawk just smiled gently. "Senior, you don't need to tell me. I can hear everything." Jin-guk scowled in annoyance. This brat doesn't even bat an eye, does he? Seahawk casually plopped down on the couch. "Senior, today is one of my rare days off. Please don't disturb me." Park Jin-guk grumbled in frustration. "That's what I should be saying to you. You little punk. Why did you come all the way to my office to rest, huh?" The young man casually replied, "Because I'm your client." Jin-guk cracked his knuckles in fury. Well. It seems our star player Seahawk has decided he's above it all now, has he?" Park Jin-guk's voice boomed with irritation. "Hey, kid. Does being my client give you a free pass to do anything?" But Sehyuk just flashed a lazy grin. "Come on, I just needed a place to crash." His laid-back attitude left the senior hunter utterly powerless. "You throw my whole life into chaos, you know that." Still, Park Jin-guk poured a cup of hot water and handed it to the younger man. All right, my busy little junior. Here's some coffee to cheer you up." But Sehyuk just scrunched up his face and refused. "I was just about to sleep, and you give me coffee?" Park Jin-guk shot back, annoyed. "That's exactly why I'm giving it to you, so you can wake up and get the hell out of here." A sly smile crept onto Sehyuk's face. "In that case, I'm not drinking it. Time for another nap." His senior's anger flared even hotter. This little brat. "Just because you've been doing well lately, you think you can disrespect your sunbae?" Sehyuk remained playfully defiant. "It's always fun seeing you, sunbae." Exasperated, Park Jin-guk lit a cigarette. "I give up." Suddenly, he tossed a file onto the table, startling the junior hunter. "Hey, what's this?" Park Jin-guk exhaled a thin trail of smoke. "What else?" "It's the thing you wanted." He pulled out the documents inside. "You already found it?" The man leaned back casually in his chair to speak. "Let me tell you something. Even if those arrogant high rankers treat me like a dog, I'm still the outsider in this mess. Understand?" Sehyuk just kept on smiling radiantly. "Come on, why would you say that? When have I ever treated the great Night Hunter Park Jin-guk like a dog. He erupted in fury, shouting, "You little brat. Then make it a proper exchange, not some handout, a real trade. You always have me working for free." Park Jin-guk's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. This money-obsessed kid. "The rich truly are the worst." He replied calmly, "Don't say that, you'll hurt my feelings. I paid you through the app last time, didn't I?" The hunter tapped his ash into an empty cup. "Is that really not good enough?" Then, Park Jin-guk's voice grew heavy with annoyance. "I prefer cold hard cash over an app. If I liked apps, I'd be running in the arena instead of doing jobs like this. Why do you think I retired? Huh." Si-huk still wore that gentle smile. "Senior, I've told you before. My offer is still on the table." The man rejected it flat out. "Forget it. Working with someone like me will only tarnish your perfect image." The young man pleaded, "Senior." Park Jin-guk's answer was firm. Enough. No is no. Seeing he was getting nowhere, Si-huk fell silent. A suffocating pressure radiated from his entire being. If someone objects, we just need to eliminate them, don't we? Hearing this, the hunter instantly became guarded. But then Park Jin-guk let out a sharp breath and scoffed. He didn't believe the kid could do it. "What now? You plan on killing the entire Korean association? Is that it, kid? You've got the face of an angel, but your personality is twisted as hell." Suddenly, a thought struck Park Jin-guk, his eyes widening in shock. "Wait a second," he uttered in horror. "Hey, don't tell me." Si-huk just sighed. "Why are you so surprised?" Then he smiled with chilling confidence. "I'm just trying to take back what's mine." Park Jin-guk was so stunned he didn't know how to respond. A deep, soul-crushing fear radiated from his eyes. This crazy bastard, he's really trying to take over the association. Park Jin-guk nervously swallowed hard. Si-huk, meanwhile, scanned the documents with complete understanding. Park Jin-guk watched him smile so gently, so naturally. Just then, Si-huk looked up. "By the way, Senior, is this all you could find?" The hunter ground his teeth in fury. "You have a problem with it." The aura that continuously poured from the young man's body was immense. This was Si-huk at his most dangerous. Park Jin-guk was furious, but he was helpless. "His aura alone is enough to make me sweat. And I'm a diamond rank. A normal person would probably be shaking uncontrollably by now." The young man remained at ease. "I was hoping to catch a bigger fish." Then, Si-huk continued to flip through the documents. "I knew that guy was behind this, but Sung Sam?" He weighed the name carefully. With Sung Sam's reputation, they clean up so thoroughly that it's nearly impossible to investigate any further. The young man bluntly pointed out the failure. "You really have no patience at all. I gave you a mountain of clues, and all you brought back was a single line saying Sung Sam was involved." Park Jin-guk's frustration boiled over. "That's all I could find. My power has its limits. If you're so damn good, find it yourself." Then he sighed, defeated. "But if Sung Sam is involved, shouldn't we try asking Du-dong?" Si-huk dismissed it instantly. "She doesn't know anything." Suddenly, he crumpled the paper in his fist. "Not back then, and not now." Park Jin-guk leaned back into the chair, exhausted. "I don't know what you mean, but knowing Du-dong's personality, I thought she would have investigated something." The young man smirked nonchalantly. "I mean, she doesn't know Sung Sam was connected to that accident." The news broadcast droned on. Next up, the top story from the arena this week. Could this really be true? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can hardly believe it. A broadcast faked by impersonating constellations? It's been said that 3 managers of this broadcast pretended to be constellations. Let's take a closer look. Park Jin-guk sighed warily. "When did you two become so distant?" Si-huk put the documents down. "I think we've always been this way." Suddenly, he sensed something, his eyes darting to the side. From behind the door, a dark presence was approaching. Si-huk asked casually, "By the way, Senior, do you have any other appointments today?" The man answered lazily. "What are you talking about? I always mark the day I meet with you as a day off, because it takes too much energy." Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in the young man's eyes. It seems our great night hunter has picked up a tail. An unusual presence seeped in from the doorway. Suddenly, the door opened and a foot stepped inside. "Excuse me." A dark figure named Siyun stepped into the room. "Is this the office of Park Jin-guk?" The hunter politely refused the visitor. "Sorry, client, but we're closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow." Park Jin-guk became suspicious when he couldn't find the other man. Where did Si-huk disappear to so quickly? His eyes scanned the room. That kid's stealth skills are even better than before. His presence concealment is so good, even an assassin like me has to be careful. Impressive. So this is the power of a ranker. He must have sensed me too. I never expected him to be hiding behind the door. Si-huk immediately drew his sword. "Who is it?" "An assassin sent by Jung Sam." He analyzed Shi-wun's strange, dark aura. "Or maybe a killer sent just for me." But the man simply smiled warmly. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I've come a long way and have a small request. It's a simple job. Shi-woon explained, but Park Jin-guk flatly refused. No, turn around and leave. The man calmly raised a hand. I'm looking for someone. His hand shot under the desk as he roared, freeze. In the next instant, Park Jin-guk grasped a blade hidden underneath. Damn it. I have no choice. Just then, a figure shot past him. Si-hyuk decisively lunged forward. He seized the opportunity to charge as well. One from the front, one from behind, they rushed to attack Shi-woon. Si-hyuk's sharp blade cut through the air. But even under a pincer attack, Shi-woon was perfectly calm. His hat fell as he nimbly dodged the sword. But when he saw that familiar face, he froze. Si-hyuk stopped his attack cold, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stopped dead in his tracks, calling out his name in shock. Shi-woon turned, curious. When he saw him, he was just as surprised. Why are you here? Meanwhile, Park Jin-guk was completely lost, his head full of question marks. In the bright office, every single thing was perfectly arranged. 3 fresh cups of coffee now sat on the table. He finally asked, "Right, you came here looking for me for a reason, correct?" Shi-woon immediately confirmed. "That's right. I'm searching for someone." Park Jin-guk smiled brightly. "Looking for someone, you say? Then you've come to the right place. We're quite well known in this area," he said with satisfaction. "Excellent." Sensing the powerful aura radiating from the man, he knew finding someone wouldn't be too hard for a night hunter. His SS-class trait, Shadow's Blessing, was perfectly suited for assassination. Shi-woon watched Park Jin-guk with a deep, calculating gaze. And like other assassination traits, it was also incredibly useful for tracking and gathering intelligence. That's why I came looking for Park Jin-guk. He then gave Si-hyuk's flustered expression an amused look. But why is this kid here? The boy fidgeted, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. Si-hyuk kept his head down, silent. Shi-woon noticed his strange demeanor. He won't even meet my gaze. Could it be he still feels guilty over the accident 10 years ago that crippled my mana? He turned and questioned him directly. Hey, Si-hyuk, what are you doing? Cat got your tongue? Look up at me. You knew this was Park Jin-guk's office, didn't you? The boy stammered nervously. Well, about that. Seeing this, the man chuckled and made the introduction. This kid isn't just my junior from the academy, he's also one of my main clients. Shi-woon slowly savored his coffee. A client? How strange. In my past life, Park Jin-guk wasn't this close to Si-hyuk. He then placed his cup back on the saucer. I didn't realize you two were a Sunbae and Hubei. You two must be close. Both of them furiously retorted in unison. No, we're enemies. Shi-woon was stunned. What? The man angrily vented his frustrations. Because of his rank or status, I'm forced to do whatever he wants. I'm basically a slave. Si-hyuk angrily clenched his fists. No, Sunbae. But the man just sighed. If you're putting it that way, you must have it pretty rough. Shi-woon added cheerfully. By the way, this kid is an expert at causing trouble. Hearing this, Park Jin-guk was overjoyed, as expected of his senior. You really know him well. The boy seemed deeply unsatisfied. Sunbae. Shi-woon replied casually. It's fine. This kid isn't completely unbearable. Having found an ally, he burst out laughing. It looks like I've found a client who gets it. Park Jin-guk was suddenly much more enthusiastic about the job. So, who are you looking for? Is it a foreigner? Shi-woon stated plainly. No, they're a local. He seemed to think this was a simple task. That's good. Our domestic success rate is quite high. Do you have a description or any information on the person you're looking for? A faint smile crossed Shi-woon's lips. Her name is Ma-suk. As he thought of her, he continued with the information. She lives in Busan and is 24 years old. Park Jin-guk repeated the name. Ma-suk, 24. Same age as our little Hubei here. He was curious about their relationship. That sounds like a woman's name. Are you acquainted with her? Shi-woon seemed a bit startled. No, not exactly. But a pensive look filled his eyes. Before I was reborn, I knew her. But now. Just then, Park Jin-guk proposed a plan. If you don't know her, we should start by finding her address. Shi-woon was still skeptical. Are you sure you can find her? He laughed with absolute confidence. If I can't find someone with this much information, I might as well quit. So don't you worry. Suddenly, Si-hyuk gleefully pointed to a paper in his hand. Well then, Sunbae, I guess this is the perfect time for you to retire, right? He trembled with rage. You little punk. After a moment, Park Jin-guk regained his composure. Anyway, it will take a few days, but not too long. Shi-woon was excited. That's perfect. I heard you only accept cash, so how much will my fee be? We calculated the cost, and based on the information you provided, this is hardly a difficult request. Besides, this is your first commission, and frankly, I like you. With that, Park Jin-guk quickly made his decision, so this one is on the house. Si-mun shook his head, waving his hand in refusal. I appreciate the gesture, but free of charge? I can't possibly accept that. You're a diamond rank hunter, aren't you? I can't just use a high-class skill like that for free. Simon's firm stance made Park Jin-guk laugh out loud. God, you're really nothing like your brother. This just makes me want to do it for free even more. Then, Park Jin-guk's gaze shifted to Se-hyuk. If you're so against it, how about I just build this little hubei of mine instead? So, what do you say, kid? Se-hyuk just turned his head away, completely unbothered. Whatever. But his brother still disagreed. No, this is my request, so I can't let him pay for it. Se-hyuk sat up, surprised. It's fine. Hai-young, I have money. However, Simon saw it differently. It's not okay, and this isn't about the money. The younger brother was left speechless. Then, Simon faced Park Jin-guk directly. It's about our relationship. Hearing this, the hunter's interest was piqued. It seems you're planning on being a long-term client, aren't you? Simon immediately confirmed it. That's right. I want to maintain a lasting relationship with the Night Hunter. Park Jin-guk smiled, understanding dawning on him. I see. So that's why you refused my free offer? His curiosity was growing. This just makes me question if you two are even related. Simon felt a headache coming on, closing his eyes in frustration. In that case, what if we settle the cost with a different condition? A flicker of surprise crossed the hunter's eyes. A different condition. Simon got straight to the point. I heard you've been trying to buy some high-grade materials lately. Park Jin-guk was startled. How did you know that? Simon cut him off directly. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions, just as I thought. I believe I can help you with that. Hearing this, the hunter couldn't hide his confusion. Help me. Simon's gaze was firm. That's right. Faced with such a serious man, the Night Hunter, Park Jin-guk, a diamond-rank skill user, had suddenly retired from the arena. And now, he operated a cash-only office. His eyes held a resolute determination, making it feel more like a private detective agency. Remembering that lonely figure walking into the sunset, why would someone so incredibly talented be doing this kind of work? When I recalled my past life, the reason Park Jin-guk suddenly retired at this time was monosclerosis, a symptom that causes the mana in his arm to lose all flexibility. Mana sclerosis, one of the dreaded arena diseases. It's a phenomenon where mana suddenly hardens or freezes entirely. Eventually, it affects the mana throughout the entire body. Right now, this disease has no known cure, so it's considered terminal. But the formula for the cure is actually made from common ingredients. It was created long ago by mages. And of course, I know the recipe by heart, because when I was powerless against magic myself, I researched every healing formula in existence. Thinking of Se-hyuk's death, there was another reason I had to help Park Jin-guk. It was because on the day Se-hyuk died at the hands of Dong Li-chu, it was Park Jin-guk who stayed with my brother until his final moment. Now, Simon was more serious than ever. Therefore, if Park Jin-guk could join my brother sooner, somehow, it might prevent the internal problems that plagued Korea, from the Hunters Association all the way to the bigger picture. He asked without hesitation. Based on that list of ingredients, it has to be mana sclerosis. Am I wrong? The hunter was completely stunned. It was then that Se-hyuk finally realized what was happening, his eyes wide with shock. He shot up from his seat, demanding answers. What? Sunbae, you have an arena-contracted disease? Park Jin-guk's brow furrowed in a troubled expression. Even the ingredient list, you have connections to the black market. How dare they leak client information? Simon remained calm. It is the black market, after all. A place where nothing is impossible, as long as you have the money, right? Now, the hunter's only hope rested on this man. So, you can cure this disease? Simon's confidence was unshakable. It's simple. If you bring me these ingredients, I will completely cure your mana sclerosis. Park Jin-guk was utterly floored. What? Se-hyuk was just as shocked. Cure it? Is something like that even possible? Park Jin-guk stared in utter disbelief. I'm sorry, but what you're saying is impossible. Not even a diamond-rank alchemist can cure this condition. So how could you possibly? Simon was confident in his abilities. I don't have to explain myself to you, but I can definitely help you. He added one more thing. If you're not interested, feel free to refuse my offer. The man hesitated, still unable to believe it. Finally, Park Jin-guk decided to take a leap of faith. Simon, I need to ask you something. He then frantically asked for a reason. Why are you making me this offer? Didn't I already say I'd do your request for free? Simon just smirked at him. Then, his expression softened into a friendly smile. Let's just say I like your straightforward attitude. Park Jin-guk's mind was a mess. Damn it, I can't read this guy at all. Simon calmly held out his hand. So, what's your decision? The man covered his face, sighing in defeat. I have all the materials you mentioned. A wise choice. Is there any other choice? Please, I'm begging you to heal me. Dr. Jin-guk quickly accepted with a firm handshake. Simon declared with confidence, don't worry, I probably won't even need that many materials. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add a reminder. Just send the ingredients to me. You can trust me. I will contact you as soon as I am ready. The man bowed his head in farewell. Yes, please be safe. And with that, Simon and Si-Hyuk left the building together. He looked over at the younger man. You're not staying back there? Si-Hyuk followed behind him obediently. Hyung, I don't understand. Simon already knew what he meant. What is it? The fact that I can cure mana sclerosis? The boy's voice was filled with sorrow. That. And everything else. But why are you suddenly trying to find people? And you're also investigating what happened 10 years ago. Annoyed, Simon flicked him on the forehead. Simon wasn't bothered by it. I already told you, it was an accident. Si-Hyuk cried out, clutching his head. An accident. Under the warm sun, he spoke calmly. An accident. The suspect was a notorious fake awakened criminal, wasn't he? We just happened to run into a few lunatics, that's all. After I was reborn, I tried my best not to contact you. A sense of calm had settled in Simeon's heart. Above all else, that was in the past now. I just want you and Yu Young to stop thinking about it. He enjoyed the cool, refreshing breeze. Perhaps a part of him still felt guilty, but that feeling was gone now. Stop looking at the past and move toward the future. I never even got to talk with Si-Hyuk in my past life. The boy stared blankly after Simon. Hyung? Si-Hyuk smiled brightly and said, I never thought you'd say something like that. Simon let out a sigh of relief. I'm just as surprised as you are, this kid. Looking at his carefree expression, Simon knew. To change the future, they couldn't be bound by the past. This bright younger brother of mine needs to keep moving forward. He could feel the powerful aura radiating from the boy's body, especially since he is destined to become the hope of the earth. The two of them walked on together. You know that a nation's power is decided by its number of rankers, right? People have very high expectations for you. I didn't know you were so patriotic. He walked at a leisurely pace. I'm not patriotic, I'm just worried about my region. Si-Hyuk was suspicious. Region? Simon said it plainly. The one in your status window. Hearing that only confused him more. I thought that was the one useless thing in the status window. Does it actually mean something? At this moment, he was lost in thought again. It is an extremely important thing. You'll understand once you've had to live as a refugee after losing your region. The disabled item in your status window, that damned system message, will tell you what you have to get. Penalties in the achievement shop and a few other functions. In the end, it will lead to the most terrible end for all players being unable to progress any further. Simeon's eyes grew more determined, but right now, no one knew of its importance. Si-Hyuk was the same. For now, he should find a reasonable excuse. He stopped at an intersection. I have some very important information about the region. The younger man was a little skeptical. Information? Si-Hyuk smiled amicably. And considering how deep you've dug into our Sunbae's background, your information must be pretty incredible. He was quite curious about one thing. But if that's the case, why did you still go looking for our senior to help? Simon felt a sense of unease. This kid was as sharp as ever. He tapped twice on the bracelet on his wrist. I wasn't originally planning on telling you this. Inventory. An item flew out of his inventory. But your older brother is a very generous person. Simon took out the Midran ore. Si-Hyuk was curious about this object. An ore? What is it? He told the boy to look at the information. Don't ask, just look. Midran ore, rank 10. He was completely stunned. Midran ore from the Doria mountain range. Simon answered calmly. That's right. This is a dungeon entry item I was lucky enough to get. Si-Hyuk was dumbfounded. Even I've only been able to get a few of those. He suddenly realized something. Wait, if you got it then. He confidently affirmed that it was true. I have recovered, and I recently joined the ranker leaderboards. Si-Hyuk was shocked as he realized the important truth. His Hyung's illness was cured. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The arena sickness that he and Yu Young had caused him to contract, the disease that made him lose his future. With only 10 magic stat points, he had successfully escaped from that disease. Si-Hyuk still couldn't accept it. No, how could that be possible? Simon sighed helplessly. Kid, you keep making me repeat myself. Didn't I already tell you? Let go of the past. The boy was still worried. But Hyung. Simon patted his shoulder reassuringly. You've grown up so much, you don't even tease me anymore. Huh. Si-Hyuk could only nod in agreement. I'm very happy. Simon didn't forget to point at the system. By the way, I found some information when I got this. The boy immediately looked. Is that so? He pointed to the important detail. Look here. It's rank 10, a rank that has never appeared before. It looks very suspicious, doesn't it? The boy was stunned as he looked. You're right, I've never seen a rank 10 before. Done. Simon closed the information window. Before entering, he didn't know the details clearly, but they said that losing your region is not good at all. Si-Hyuk was deep in thought. If it's a dungeon entry item, then that must be true. These special dungeons are a goldmine for intel. With a quick wave, he turned to leave. All right, I'm heading out to prep for the dungeon. If you need anything, just give me a call. But then, a voice stopped Simon in his tracks. Hey, bro, Si-Huk called out, scratching his head awkwardly. Since you've already finished your placements and even entered the special dungeon, I was just thinking. But before he could finish, Simon cut him off with a sharp warning. If you're about to offer me a power level, don't. Don't you get it? Getting carried like that will only stunt your true growth. Si-Huk let out a forced laugh. No, I was just going to offer you some gear. Are you a mage? Magic equipment is tough to come by this early on. Simon considered it. To be precise, I'm an alchemist, he clarified. But I really don't need anything. With that, he turned to leave again. See you around. Stay in touch. Suddenly, Simon froze mid-step, as if a critical thought just struck him. Wait a second. Si-Huk. Simon spun around, his gaze piercing. Those materials you got from the dungeon. What did you do with them? He answered instantly. The materials? I just hold on to them until I reach Agora. Then I sell them off or just toss them. They're not very useful. Simon's expression turned grim. Of course, once you become a high ranker, you stop caring about basic materials that are only good for quick cash. A sly grin spread across Simon's face. Si-Huk. On second thought, there is one thing you can give me. Sometime later, back at Park Jin-guk's office, Si-Huk pushed the door open with a frustrated sigh. Seeing Si-Huk return, the man shot up from his desk. You're still here? Si-Huk just slumped warily into a plush chair. What's wrong? Is it your day off? Jin-guk slapped his forehead, exhausted. Why can't you be even half as impressive as your brother? Si-Huk shot back. Don't even say that. I'll never be like him. You little punk. Jin-guk muttered, annoyed. Jin-guk irritably lit a cigarette. So, what's the plan now? Si-Huk looked lost. Plan for what? Your brother, he said plainly. Are you going to power level him or not? If a player like Vanner wanted to boost someone's rank, it would be an absolute breeze. But the answer he got left. Park Jin-guk completely stunned. He refused. Si-Huk sounded utterly defeated. That's exactly what he said. He doesn't want to be carried, said it would slow down his real progress. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from the man, catching Si-Huk's attention. Park Jin-guk was roaring with laughter. The more I hear, the more I like this guy. For someone who just finished his placements to already know that, Si-Huk remained unfazed. He's always been unpredictable. It's been that way since we were kids. Now I see it. You two are definitely brothers, Jin-guk mused. The way he tested me earlier, that's not something a normal person could pull off. Then Park Jin-guk slowly stepped forward. What about support gear? Did he turn that down as well? Si-Huk was still nonchalant. An alchemist doesn't need equipment. He only agreed to let me supply him with raw materials. A flicker of understanding crossed his face. Materials, he murmured, taking a drag from his cigarette. Clever. An alchemist truly has little need for conventional gear. A calculating glint appeared in Park Jin-guk's eyes. He definitely has his own agenda. He began to seriously weigh the entire situation. Even though he's a low-level player, his courage is undeniable. He even dared to bring up a cure for sclerosis that nobody knows exists. He's intriguing in so many ways, but Si-Huk's mind was on the person his brother was searching for. By the way, that woman's name was Ma-Suk, right? That's right. Why? Jin-guk answered casually. A sharp light glinted in Si-Huk's eyes. I want you to investigate her thoroughly. Jin-guk smirked with confidence. Hey, when I take a job, you know it gets done right. Then, a realization dawned on Park Jin-guk. Wait a minute. You mean a separate investigation from your brother's request? Si-Huk confirmed with a slight smile. Exactly. Dig up everything, her entire past. And if she's a player, find out every single one of her attributes. He gave a knowing, wicked grin. You sly dog. I never took you for the type to make a move on your own brother's woman. Si-Huk's face flushed with anger. Senior. Hey, calm down, it was just a joke, Jin-guk said, raising his hands. But seriously, why the separate investigation? A deep-seated worry surfaced in his voice. I feel like my brother is hiding something from me. That statement gave Jin-guk a sudden, startling idea. Don't tell me that whole cure thing was a bluff. Si-Huk gave a small, bitter laugh. It's not that. It just feels like there's a huge piece of the puzzle I'm missing. But Jin-guk was still confused. If that's the case, why not investigate it yourself? At that, Si-Huk fell silent. Because this feeling. It's exactly the same as what happened 10 years ago. Back then, a struggling Simon had pushed them into hiding. You too. Stay quiet in here. Don't worry about us, big brother. He remembered the tears streaming down his face as he watched his brother shut the door. It feels exactly like that moment. Si-Huk stated flatly. I'm done with that feeling. Jin-guk was taken aback, but Si-Huk knew it all too well, the feeling of hiding behind someone else's protection. Out on the wide city streets, the bustling noise of the crowd echoed. Simon strolled along, humming a tune. The elder extraction stone piped up. You seem to be in a good mood. He felt quite relaxed. Of course, we just scored an unexpected jackpot. Simon celebrated inwardly. I've just completed the Heavenly Demon's quest and I also secured all the materials collected by the Night Hunter Park Jin-guk. Just thinking about that hoard of precious ingredients sent a thrill through him. With this, I won't have to worry about elixir materials for a long, long time. The very thought was enough to make his mouth water. The stone's voice echoed in his mind, full of amusement. Our master looks so innocent, but he plays some dirty tricks, doesn't he? Simon placed a hand on his chest with a grin. I'll take that as a compliment. Then the ancient stone mentioned Si-hyuk, calling it praise. But that's why I'm worried, unlike you. Your handsome little brother seems genuinely pure-hearted. What if someone takes advantage of him? Simon sighed, dismissing the thought. Pure-hearted? Let them try to lay a hand on him. The stone was amazed. My, are you jealous? The ancient stone offered some quiet comfort. Don't worry, I belong to you. Did you know she is a pure maiden? Simon shook his head, walking through the crowd. All right, let's drop it. The orange glow of sunset washed over the city as he returned to his small apartment. Inside his room, potion-making tools covered the table. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. For now, let's put the elixir aside. This mana sclerosis cure. If I pull this off, it could be a massive windfall. Simon sat down at the desk. Even the most renowned healers in the arena can't fix these kinds of ailments, which means so many people are still suffering, especially high-level players like Park Jin-guk. His hands slowly clenched into a fist. The demand for healing in the arena is enormous. It's not like I want to treat the sick as a way to make money. Simon considered his options carefully. But considering the budget for my future plans, a high income is essential. He thought of those treacherous bastards. My ultimate goal is still to stop the ones who killed my brother. The same monsters responsible for Earth's destruction. Dongchu, the Star Continent, and those mysterious eyes. He remembered his past life, where he was forced into ruin. And most of all, Si-hyuk. I have to save him, no matter what. With all these system notifications, it must be related to Si-hyuk's unique trait. To prevent that from happening again, I must become stronger. Simon clutched his chest, his resolve hardening. The ancient stone spoke. He had never looked more serious. Let's begin crafting. The stone laughed with glee. I've been waiting to hear you say that. A system notification appeared. Alchemy power is insufficient to perform alchemy. Simon was puzzled, thinking of his 10,450 achievement points. The system prompt popped up. Do you accept? He stared at the window. I was planning on keeping 1,000 points in reserve. Simon was lost in thought, but the growth of the jade tablet from this alchemy session would be massive. He touched the system screen, boosting it by a full 20%. Simon selected an option, even with just 20% completion. It was already this effective. Imagine it being twice as powerful as it is now. Dark energy began to condense, flowing into his body. The completed jade tablet fell into Simon's hand. Jade tablet completion, 40%. Awesome, so it's reached 40%. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The Black Sun looks upon you with pride. Dus and the Heavenly Demon lick their lips. The Black Sun has sponsored 500 achievement points. See, you perverted old men. This one is mine. He suddenly understood, so constellations can send messages when they sponsor you. Simon reached for his virtual reality headset. All right, it's done. He put it on. Let's get moving. A mechanical voice echoed. Welcome to the Galaxy Arena. Special Arena, Hell's Hot Mine. The Midran ore entry item will be consumed. Due to restrictions, the waiting time will be unlimited. Simon glanced at his hands. So the effect of a special arena is an infinite waiting period? He looked around the empty space. There's nothing in this waiting area, huh? Of course not, the ancient stone said. This is just a temporary space. It then asked with doubt. By the way, are you really entering a special arena now? Isn't this a bit reckless? Simon stated with total confidence. Don't worry. I plan to enter once the jade tablet's completion hit 40%. The ancient stone was impressed. The synergy. It's twice as strong now, so it should be enough. He cheered happily. Plus, my achievement points have nearly doubled. Simon confidently navigated the menu screen. This should be enough to enter a silver rank special arena. But then he hesitated, stumped. What should I set as the broadcast title? He recalled his last flame war with the viewers. That last incident caused enough trouble. In truth, it ended with widespread dissatisfaction over the Abyss broadcast. Still, Simon hit the like button. I'll just leave it blank like before. After all, I'm a low-ranking player who hasn't even chosen a region. He started the live stream. The comments exploded. He's live. Is that Simon? We've been waiting forever. The hype was unreal. I just got back from the arena. Just grabbed some chicken and beer. Hey, isn't this the guy who pretended to be a constellation or something? What constellation nonsense? The streamer already explained that. Still, for a newbie, it was pretty hilarious looking back. They still remembered the manager. Wasn't this guy's name getting dragged through the mud? Who cares anyway? Hurry up and do the constellation act. We miss it. He smiled, satisfied with the comments. Thankfully, he hadn't used a clickbait title, or things would have gotten chaotic again. The chat was getting impatient. What's the streamer doing? Turn on the cam already. At least turn on your mic. Over 1,500 viewers already? That was unexpected. A comment joked about the unchanging waiting screen. Simon let out a small smile. I should probably get a new waiting screen. He switched on his camera with a bright smile. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all. The chat erupted. There he is. Hello, Silver Flash. Today, we're not in some ordinary arena. This is something special, and the crowd is buzzing with confusion. A special arena? Is this just for views? A silver-ranked player in a special arena? He's got to be insane. Is this for real? No way. Don't tell me he was slumming it in the dark zone just for this. A confident smirk played across his lips. So, please understand if I can't read the chat while I'm in here, he announced. Let's begin. Then, Simon held the strange ore high in his hand. Activate arena. The ore slowly vanished, the item consumed. An interesting thought crossed his mind. So, without an entry item, you can't get into a special arena. Now that I see it, I get it. Space itself fractured around him, teleporting Simon to the nightmare hot mine. Survive this nightmare. He stood before a deep, endless tunnel. The arena had begun. The chat comments flew by. It started without matchmaking? That's right. It looks like a solo entry item. Doesn't that mean he's totally screwed? How can a silver ranker possibly clear a special arena all by himself? He's the guy who defeated Duncan. He's no ordinary silver. Simon cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Survived the nightmare of the mine. This felt different from a typical survival event. He slowly stepped inside. It was truly worthy of being called a special arena. It didn't provide a clear objective, only a vague hint. Simon reached out a hand, testing the air. That means if I can complete the hidden conditions without knowing them, the final rewards will be even greater. His eyes narrowed in thought. I can't sense any mana in the air around me. Simon walked alone into the silent mine, the dungeon's nightmare. But he remained on high alert. A nightmare-level event could erupt at any moment. He calculated the possibilities. Beings capable of causing a nightmare. Just then, a pair of gleaming eyes appeared from the darkness. Hearing the sound, his gaze snapped forward as a gigantic foot slammed onto the ground. A draken, axe in hand, stomped toward him aggressively. Simon flinched, unable to believe his eyes. A draken. It was a ferocious dragonkin. The draken is the lowest-tier dragon, one that should only appear in high-level gold dungeons. It absolutely deserved to be called a nightmare in a silver-ranked dungeon. Before the confrontation, the comments section exploded with excitement. Is he crazy? For real. A draken. Even for a special arena, this is way too much. Isn't this supposed to be silver rank? Why is a dragon-type creature even here? This is getting good. Let's go. The spicy demon frowned. Even Chili Pepper seemed displeased. Black Sun gritted his teeth in frustration. Simon hesitated slightly. I'm not sure why, but the creature was already swinging its axe down. The draken roared arrogantly, Human, I will kill you. Simon taunted back, Let's put that to the test. Enraged, the beast charged right at him. The axe swung down with incredible speed, but Simon calmly snapped his fingers, and the monster was instantly frozen in its tracks. Its axe slammed into the ground right where he had been. The draken was stunned. Where did he go? It looked up to find Simon above it. Black Panther body simulation. He grinned. Looking for me? If you can't find me, prepare to take a beating. Ogre body simulation. The beast roared. Human, how dare you? The draken's tail whipped toward him with incredible speed. Simon met the attack head-on. His punch completely crushed a section of its tail. The draken shrieked in agony. It furiously grabbed its axe again. Human. The draken raised its axe, bellowing, By any means necessary, I will kill you. It brought the weapon crashing down, but Simon had already dodged. In your dreams, he leaped from one spot to another. Simon's eyes turned ice cold. Is this the best you've got? He raised his leg high and brought it down directly on the draken. It was defeated. A flood of messages immediately appeared. Simon smirked. I can't believe it went down in just one hit. Body simulation is truly a game-breaking skill. The Jade Slate has reached 40% completion and unlocked a new body simulation skill. Just as its name implies, it allows me to synthesize multiple body types at once. He thought with excitement, this is completely different from normal class synthesis. The potential for power growth is truly remarkable. A system notification about the constellations appeared. Simon's eyes widened. Whoa, I can't believe I got 1,000 points for taking down a single draken. That's usually an incredible feat, but as he looked at the creature, no, this wasn't just any draken. It seems all three of them really hate dragons. The constellation, Chili Pepper, nodded with satisfaction. The constellation, Black Sun, let out a chilling laugh. For three constellations to be secretly whispering like this, Simon guessed the Dragon King must have some serious history with them. In his past life, during the Great War in Germany, that was the first time they ever appeared on Earth. Even the mightiest of dragons bowed their heads before them. They utterly destroyed Germany and wiped out half of Europe in a single day. The entire world burned that moment into its memory. Whatever the reasons, if the constellations hate dragons, this is a huge advantage for me. Simon slowly began to move on, a dragon appearing as a low-level boss in this arena. It means I can receive a ton of sponsorship and benefits from their rivalry. Suddenly, he froze. Simon was startled. A scream. Elsewhere, an axe was already dripping with blood. A group of other Drakens laughed excitedly. This is so much fun. One of them raised its axe high. Ha, just one more hit. But before it could act, an earth spike erupted through its chest. The other two immediately spun around. Just then, he saw him. It was Simon. A human. The creatures immediately lunged forward to kill him. Simon just calmly snapped his fingers at the mindless beasts. One of them was instantly obliterated. The other roared in fury. How dare a lowly human like you? It swung its weapon at Simon, yelling, I'll tear you to shreds. But suddenly, its eyes widened in disbelief. With just one small hand, Simon had stopped their colossal axe cold. He taunted them. So this is a Draka? Huh. I guess my hand is trembling a little. But this is nothing. The axe slowly floated from its grasp. The Draken was furious. How can a mere human possess this kind of power? Seeing the axe now hovering above its own head, it panicked. Wait! But without hesitation, Simon sent it to the next world. Farewell. A system notification appeared, Alchemy Power +1. He began to think. I guess this special arena doesn't nerf monsters like it did in the Goblin fight. Even though it's just a low-level dragonkin, it could still withstand a hit that combined two types of my power. As expected, a dragon is still a dragon. A flood of praising messages appeared again. Simon was confused. Why is it so chaotic again? He thought to himself, ever since I defeated Don Kin, I've only been using my physical body. I really need to manage the chat channel, but calling the constellations back to moderate is a bit. I might as well just say it directly. With that thought, he faced the chat and spoke. Everyone, I'm not a warrior. I'm actually a mage. Ah, no. Not an elemental spirit mage. The flood of messages left Simon feeling helpless. Chaos again. Simon was so focused on the system window that he didn't notice the person behind him. All right, everyone, calm down. I can't reveal my specific trait, but I can confirm my class. I truly am a mage. A soft groan finally caught his attention. Then, a pleading voice cried out, Please, save me. Simon's eyes shot open in shock as he saw the person before him. Wait, this person is. Looking at the small girl, Simon guessed. A dwarf? He tried to remember. Come to think of it, the entry item did mention this place was the holy land of the dwarves. Her injuries were so severe, she was coughing up blood. Simon rushed to her side. There was no time to think. The girl gritted her teeth, enduring the immense pain. Damn it. Simon covered his nose. Oh, the wounds are too severe. It's a miracle she's even still alive. He observed her and made an assessment. Dwarves, mines, and dragons. Judging by the ferocity of those dragons, they must have wanted her to suffer extreme agony before she died. Her entire body was covered in cuts and stab wounds. If he left her here, she would surely die. The Philosopher's Stone advised him, Sir, this person could die at any moment. Maybe we should try to find other survivors first, but Simon didn't think that was a good idea. And it wasn't because of some shallow sense of compassion. It's not that I don't feel anything, but there's something very strange about this situation. Doria was clear. This place is a dwarven sanctuary. That means a dwarf has to be the key to this special dungeon. On top of that, since the arena began, it's impossible for a gambler-class player to have reached this place so quickly, which means this dwarf was fated to die here because no player was ever meant to find her. A fire lit in Simon's eyes. That's exactly why he had to save her. The system announced the constellations were now watching Simon, but he ignored it and opened his inventory. The Philosopher's Stone questioned him. What do you plan to do with these ingredients? I left all my alchemy tools back home. Looking over the herbs, Simon smirked with satisfaction. This is more than enough. Did you forget? I'm an alchemist. It let out a sigh. Right. You can use artificial synthesis now. It completely slipped my mind. Simon just scratched his head, a little embarrassed. All right. I promise I'll focus on alchemy more, too. But right now, we need to save this girl. The Philosopher's Stone whined. You promise? It's a deal. And don't you dare get seduced by that cunning black Sunday. Simon readily agreed. Yeah, of course. He didn't understand its intense caution, but pushed it aside, looking down at the injured dwarf. In her state, she probably didn't even have the strength to sit up. He had the ingredients, but brewing a potion would take far too much time. He needed another way. Simon placed a hand on his chest. Philosopher's Stone, he called out. I need you to transmute something. You want to use it to heal this girl, but her wounds are far too severe. A normal transmutation won't be enough. I know, Simon replied. That's why I'm planning to use my achievement points. What? Achievement points? But everything's changed now. What are you going to do? Her external wounds were the biggest problem, so he had to find a solution for them first. And then, an idea struck Simon. That's it, John Wick. His weapon will work. An item possessing unparalleled healing power, the primary weapon of John Wick himself. The second-ranked healer, wielding the holy artifact of his sponsor, the constellation Asclepius. It was the very item that catapulted John Wick to the number 2 healer spot in the entire world. This should be enough. But the system flashed a new message. Insufficient alchemy power. Simon calculated it in his head. Even though Asclepius is a lower-grade constellation than Zeus, the price is just as high as Azrath. It's even more expensive than I thought, the Philosopher's Stone explained. Actually, your initial guess was correct. It should have been cheaper than Azrath's, maybe around 300 points. But at that level, it wouldn't be strong enough to save this dwarf. So you needed more points to boost its power, right? Exactly. Normally, a feat like this would be next to impossible. But you get why I had to do it, don't you? At my current level, even paying a fortune wouldn't create an item powerful enough to save her. So I pushed the exchange rate just a little higher. Thankfully, 500 points was enough to cover the difference. Woo! That was a close call. When you try to create something that defies logic, the cost of equivalent exchange skyrockets. I got a bit stronger after taking down that platinum ranker, but in the end, I'm still just level 12, which means I still have a long way to go. Still, compared to my past life where I was a total nobody, this is a massive improvement. It's only a matter of time. My growth rate is already off the charts. Alright, let's do this. System. Commencing alchemy. The staff of Asclepius begins to materialize. Simon's eyes widened. Whoa, 33%. That's much better than I expected. Of course it was. He'd sunk an extra 200 points into it when it was only supposed to be at 25%. Wait a second. Does that mean Azrath's item cost a whole 500 points for just 10% completion? Compared to that, the staff of Asclepius is way more efficient. Maybe the rank of the constellation directly influences the power of the recreated artifact? Exactly. But keep this between us. The constellation Asclepius is showing immense interest in this unexpected creation. The constellation Asclepius gazes intently at the wounded dwarf. Its eyes gleam as it finally recognizes your presence. The healing has begun. Simon pours all his power into treating the girl's wounds. On her arm, the deep gashes slowly begin to seal. Simon gasped in disbelief. Her wounds. They're completely healed. The results were truly astounding. This is even more incredible than what I saw on the broadcast in my past life. With its task complete, the staff vanished. Simon felt a pang of regret. It's a shame the points are non-refundable, but at least its effect was phenomenal. Well, as long as she was saved, that's all that matters. Messages exploded across the channel in utter shock. Simone slowly approached the dwarf as her eyes began to flutter open. Naigaye, where am I? Simon smiled warmly. You're awake. But upon seeing him, she flinched and scrambled backward. A human. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. Wait, that's right, the Drakens. They're going to attack. Simon held up a hand. Calm down. You're safe now. She looked at him, bewildered. Huh? What are you talking about? He simply gestured ahead of them, where she saw only a field of corpses. Wait, don't tell me you defeated all of them. Yeah, at least all the ones that were nearby. He confirmed it once more. So, you're safe. But she suddenly rushed forward and clung to his leg, her trembling hands gripping his trousers. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, please, you have to save us. Hearing this, Simon was taken aback. Ha! Inside the dark cave, sickening sounds echoed, followed by splatters of crimson blood. Another Draken had fallen. The dwarf girl watched in awe. Wow, that's incredible. So cool. You wiped out all those Drakens in the blink of an eye. Simon looked around, uncertain. Marnio, are you sure this is the right way? She answered brightly. Yep, we're almost there. Just a little more and we'll be at the heart of the mine. I'll lead the way. Oh, Simon's interest was piqued. The heart of the mine, you say. So my guess was right on the money. That place must be connected to completing this special instance. A short while later, Simon came to a halt. Hold on, Marnio. Are you absolutely sure this is the right path? It's a dead end, blocked by a solid wall. How could this be the right way? He suspected someone had sealed it off. This is strange. Marnio replied with a cheerful grin. You know, the elders always say, a great dwarf can always dig a great tunnel. She placed her hand on the wall. Just give me a second. Instantly, the wall crumbled into dust. Simon's eyes widened in pure astonishment. As he watched her channel her power, Simon was stunned. A secret passage? Marnio nodded in confirmation. Mayhem. Normally, only the elders are allowed to use this path. But this is an emergency. Simon let out a breath. Well, you weren't kidding when you said the main entrance would take forever, she explained. Exactly. This whole place has been overrun by those dragon kin. The elders will understand. Simon chuckled to himself. She's so bright and full of energy. Marnio urged him onward. Come on, let's hurry. I hope her faith remains unshaken, he thought. She had said that once we cross this path and reach the mine's heart, we just need to reactivate the defense system. Then those drakens won't be able to roam freely anymore. After that, we just have to wait for the iron anvil reinforcements. The signal will be loud enough for everyone to hear. Suddenly, the color drained from Marnio's face. No, it can't be. Up ahead, the path was completely destroyed. No, this can't be happening. Marnio ran forward in a panic. No, please, she sobbed. At least the core. The core has to be intact, but her eyes widened in horror. The core in her hands was shattered in two. Marnio collapsed to her knees in pure shock. Simon assessed the situation grimly. Reactivating the system is impossible now. But then, he spotted something. Wait a second. This shape looks familiar. His mind raced back. That's it. It's just like the item I received in the arena. Marnio was in absolute despair. It's over. We're finished. All hope is. But before she could finish, Simon called out her name. Is this the mind core you were talking about? In his hand, he held the weakened core. Marnio stared in utter disbelief. Huh? So this is where this thing is used, huh? The chat window exploded with activity as viewers witnessed the scene. Simon couldn't help but smile. Looks like I really lucked out this time. Marnio let out a shaky breath, whispering, Our savior. This is similar to the one used in the heart of the mine. But we can't use this one. Simon already knew why. Because it has no mana, right? She confirmed his suspicion. Exactly. Well, it's not mana, precisely, but earth energy. The mine core is a crystallization of the earth's energy. Oh, is that right? Simon pondered this. Usually, a weakened core just meant it was drained of mana, earth energy, meaning it's connected to the land itself. If he could just replenish it with earth energy, then he could unleash the true power of the mine core. The comments were still scrolling by at lightning speed. His view count had surpassed 8,000. Simon marveled at it. His stream went from 2,000 viewers to over 8,000 in an instant. Sharing information really was useful. In return, he gained fame for his stream and completed achievements. He wasn't losing anything. In fact, he was gaining more than he ever expected. Suddenly, people were donating to Simon one after another. His eyes widened in shock. The Crafters Guild just donated 100,000 AP. This is insane. Is the mine core really that valuable? The system notifications kept flooding in, announcing his new achievement points. Someone's voice called out to Simon. Huh? He said, overjoyed. Over 10,000 viewers already? This special arena is on a whole other level. Then, he corrected himself. Focus. Kim Simon, you're still in the arena. He handed the core to Marnio. We still have a chance. She looked at it doubtfully. But this core... Don't worry, Simon explained. I can take care of it. Marnio's eyes widened in surprise. Really? He pointed toward a pile of rubble. Can you handle that? We need it to activate the core, don't we? Marnio hesitated for a moment, but then she steeled herself. Her eyes filled with determination. Understood. The Earth engine isn't completely destroyed, so I can fix it. I'll go get my tools. Simon silently called out, Philosopher's Stone. Can this mine core be repaired? Of course, it replied. If you convert Earth energy into it, it should return to its original state in no time, converting Earth energy into power, allowing it to flow directly into the core, transmuting energy into the core itself. Is that even possible? Not for just anything, but with Earth energy, it's possible. I can't believe this actually works. All right, let's begin. Yes, Earth energy has a very simple structure. You should be able to grasp it quickly. Golden motes of light began to rise from the ground. Simon closed his eyes, sensing it. So this is what pure Earth energy feels like. The core in his hands slowly began to float, glowing brightly. A system notification appeared. Mine core. Simon was stunned. It's self-repairing? No wonder they used it as a power source. Suddenly, he noticed something. Across the room, Marnio had a massive hammer raised high. She was constantly tinkering with something. Then Marnio sensed his gaze and looked over at Simon. She asked, Savior, do you need my help with something? Simon held the core out in front of him, astonishing her. You already fixed it? With that, Marnio returned to her work. Just a second, I'm almost done, too. Simon was speechless. With that kind of strength, even a Draken wouldn't stand a chance. She turned back. What did you say? Simon quickly denied it. It's nothing. So where should I put this core? Marnio pointed. See that indentation in the center? Place it inside, and the engine will activate. Simon walked over. core in hand. All right. He placed it in the center. Let's get this started. Instantly, a powerful surge of light erupted from it. The sheer force of it left Simon stunned. A pillar of light shot up from the core, straight towards the ceiling, illuminating the entire dark room. A blinding, searing beam of energy spiraled upwards. Marnio cheered with relief. Thank goodness, it's working again. Simon looked up, completely shaken by the sight. Revealed before him were countless cannons arranged in perfect rows. Cannons, Marnio explained in detail. To be precise, they're turrets. Since this is the Earth Engine's housing, it has to be heavily protected. He pointed in one direction, his voice filled with overwhelming curiosity. But what in the world is that monstrous thing? Sparks flew from its sharp blades. That's a close-quarters cutter. For any intruders, the turrets can't handle. You'll always find one installed near the turrets, Marnio said with a grin. By the way, that blade gets superheated. Even a large orc would be sliced in two in an instant if it touched it. She just kept chattering on and on, leaving him at a loss for words. I get it. After a moment of analysis, Marnio finally summarized. So, once this entire defense system is activated, the security system for the whole, mine also comes online. It will attack any unauthorized intruders. In the next second, the turret system activated, unleashing a continuous barrage. Cannonballs rained down with perfect accuracy on the beasts, eliminating them instantly. Simon looked around, muttering in awe. Now this is what I call effective. Just look at that arsenal. Marnio's confidence was well placed. A system window appeared. You have completed the special arena in an unforeseen manner. Destiny has been completely altered by your actions. All forbidden dungeon maps will now be permanently deleted. Simon was completely stunned. They're actually deleting entire forbidden dungeons? I've never witnessed a map get completely erased from existence before. But then, he froze. No, wait. There was one other time. It was back in my previous life when my brother, Silas, conquered the special forest arena. The memory came flooding back, a nightmarish map known as the Sunken Forest, a vast woodland plagued by chaotic, unpredictable weather. It was filled with monstrously powerful beasts. Truly one of the worst zones in the entire game. But my little brother, one of the world's top-ranked players, he'd annihilated the dragons and their very source, completely wiping the map off the server. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. However, that happened a full year after the official start of the arena. The official season hasn't even begun yet, and a map has already been deleted. This timeline is all wrong. Another system message flashed before his eyes. The Galactic Arena has convened an emergency meeting. The reason for the lengthy debate regarding player Kim Seth's judgment will be announced after the next arena concludes. The constellation started chiming in. The Black Sun constellation mused, looks like the kid finally did something big. But the Heavenly Demon constellation warned, this is no cause for celebration. What if they make a move? You're right, but those insects only know how to cheat. They wouldn't dare. Then we finally made them pay back their karma. The Crimson Pepper constellation added, if so, then the dragon world is finished. The conversation only deepened his confusion. Karma, the dragon world. It all pointed to one thing. He was now a target of the dragon clan. He clenched his fists tightly. But who cares? The Star Continent Guild and those eyes have always been my enemies anyway. Just then, another alert popped up. 3 constellations have sponsored you 5,000 achievement points. His jaw dropped. 5,000. It must be a bonus for a special arena. Suddenly, a worried voice cut through his thoughts. Savior! Marnio cried out, seeing his body begin to flicker. What's happening? Before her horrified eyes, his form started to slowly dematerialize, piece by piece. He offered her a faint, reassuring smile. It's okay, he said softly. I'm just going back to where I belong. Tears streamed down Marnio's face. You have to leave already? She wanted to beg him to stay, but she held back the words. No, he has to return to his home. Be calm. I am a dwarf, and dwarves never forget a debt of gratitude. She called out to his fading form, at least, can you tell me your name? A small smile played on his lips as he uttered 2 words. Simon. My name is Kim, Simon. She looked up at him, her tears finally stopping. Kim Simon. I will remember it. Just before he vanished completely, he gave her one last wave. Take care, Marnio. Wiping her eyes, she whispered, see you again. After he was gone, she was left all alone in the desolate silence. Kim Simon, Kim Simon, Kim Simon. Night fell, and in the vast darkness, only the light from his room remained on. All right, everyone, that's it for today's stream, he announced. I'm logging off now. The chat was still scrolling by at lightning speed. That was an amazing stream. Thanks for the valuable info. Not to be mean, but goodbye forever. After shutting everything down, he placed his streaming gear aside. He stretched his arms wide, finally done, and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. So many viewers. It's draining just trying to reply to every message. He finally understood why big-time streamers couldn't pay too much attention to their chat. Who would have thought today's stream would peak at 18,000 concurrent viewers? It seemed the more he interacted, the faster the audience grew. He pushed himself into his sitting position. I should probably be more careful from now on. I also need to prep some waiting music and a proper end screen for my streams. A system window hovered in the air. You have completed the special arena in an unforeseen manner. You have received 1,000 points. Simon wondered aloud, but what does unforeseen manner actually mean? The system elaborated, because this was not the intended clear method. The rewards have been adjusted. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, does that mean no one has ever managed to restore the Earth engine before? A wide grin spread across his face. It looks like saving Marnio was the absolute right choice. No matter how brilliant the Galactic Arena's creators were, they could never have predicted a silver-ranked player taking down Dracon so quickly, and they certainly never expected Marnio to survive. He thought about it again, a new realization dawning. Maybe there are some things they can't freely control. If they could, they would have intervened by now. The Philosopher's Stone suddenly popped out, shaking its head in exasperation. Oh, Kim Simon. You really have no self-awareness at all. Simon was confused. What do you mean by that? The stone began to connect the dots for him. Think about it. Inside the arena, you didn't follow the predetermined outcome. You created an entirely new result. Simon listened quietly before muttering a single word, leaving the stone speechless. Wow. The stone practically shrieked. For heaven's sake, is that all you have to say? It continued to nag him. Do you even realize what you've done? He just scratched his face. I don't know. Found a creative way to clear the arena. See, you're not self-aware at all. But then, a thought struck Simon. Wait a minute, Philosopher's Stone. Don't tell me you know something about this arena. Of course, but I'm not telling. Try to guess why. Then, it hit Simon. The Black Sun had mentioned something about karma. But there's still no reward? The thought made him sigh in frustration. No, it's still being calculated. The voice chimed in again. You get it, don't you, Simon? This means the reward will be way bigger than you imagine. Or, how about this? Why don't you demand your reward first? Simon's eyes snapped back into focus. He was stunned. Me? Make a demand? He searched his memories. He never even considered demanding a reward from the arena. Not even the top-ranked players at the very peak would dare. The Philosopher's Stone added, normally, that's not allowed. But your accomplishment this time was massive. You should seriously consider it. The suggestion echoed in his mind, and it made perfect sense. All right, let's try it. Maybe I actually have a chance. Really? The Philosopher's Stone laughed with absolute confidence. Of course. They're probably scrambling right now, trying to find something worthy to give you. Simon nodded slowly. If they're struggling, they might be more willing to accept my terms. He placed a hand over his chest. So, what should I even ask for? He didn't need to think. The answer was already there. Simon suddenly paused. Wait, you're right. Just say it, if the reward isn't set in stone yet. I'd like to make a proposal. The system processed his words, and the calculation paused. Resolve hardened in his heart. The Philosopher's Stone was right. They were struggling to decide. In that case, he wouldn't hesitate for another second. He made his demand. I want Mithril as my reward. After all, this is a mine, and it's also the key item for entry, isn't it? But the system remained silent. The calculation was still paused. Why isn't it answering? Was my request denied? After a moment that felt like an eternity, the system finished. Request accepted. But just as the reward was materializing, he spoke up again. Wait, don't give me the raw mithril ore. I want it already refined. And if possible, give it to me as an ingot. The system's response was immediate. Request approved. The special arena reward has been granted. You have received 1 mithril ingot. The Philosopher's Stone's rank has risen to B. His eyes widened in absolute shock. The Philosopher's Stone ranked up to B. Your level has increased by 10. A level jump like this was beyond anything he could have imagined. It was staggering. And my own level jumped by 10? My level is pathetic, but to gain 10 levels in a single go? And the rewards weren't finished. You have received the Dragon's Blood reward. Dragon's Blood, 2. Before he could even process it all, the Philosopher's Stone urged him on. Hey, check the mithril ingot first. What if the purity isn't good enough? Simon shot it a suspicious glare. Philosopher's Stone, be honest. You just want it for yourself, don't you? Caught red-handed, it stammered an excuse. Come on now. Do you really think I'd do that? I don't need it urgently or anything. The Philosopher's Stone kept buzzing in his ear. This is for the future. Do you have any idea how valuable mithril is? It's an alchemy tool, a reinforcement material, and can even be used for magic casting at the platinum rank. You can use it for anything. It was true. Mithril was a masterclass material for any craftsman. He held the cool, heavy ingot in his hand. So, what's the verdict? The Philosopher's Stone observed it intently. Look at that shine. The purity is definitely 100%. Ouch. I bit my tongue. Let me just lick this a little to heal it. Simon clutched the ingot, his mind racing with possibilities. Now then, what should I do with this? This is going to be very interesting. Suddenly, the entire workshop was rocked by a tremor. Sagas's voice boomed with rage. What do you mean? They just vanished? His subordinate scrambled to explain. We really don't know, sir. Half of the dwarves on duty just disappeared into thin air. A massive boulder crashed down from the ceiling. Sagas glared at them, his voice a low growl. You useless fools. But before he could act, another voice echoed through the cavern. My, Sagas. Your temper hasn't changed one bit. You're going to frighten the children. Sagas instantly recognized the woman. Why have you come to this humble place? Lady Daphina gave a slight smirk. You don't sound very happy to see me, but I suppose I can understand. This place is having a bit of trouble, isn't it? Sagas tried to brush her off. This doesn't concern you. Daphina simply stepped closer. Oh? Not my concern. You say? Wasn't there just a report filed about the Black Workshop? At her words, Sagas's anger began to boil. Lady Daphina, the Black Workshop is under my jurisdiction, and I serve the 3 great dragon lords. Daphina crossed her arms. And have you forgotten that the Black Workshop originally belonged to our Lord Nidhogg? She stepped forward, her voice taking on a soothing, mocking tone. Don't be so tense. You don't think I came all this way just for fun, do you? Sagas scoffed internally. As if this woman ever did anything out of kindness. She was the messenger of the 5th Dragon Lord, Nidhogg. A messenger who speaks the will of a Dragon Lord never acts without a purpose. Which meant, a chilling realization dawned on him. It can't be. Do the Dragon Lords already know? Daphina confirmed his worst fears. That's right. They are already aware of the problem here. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. He had only just received the report about the missing dwarves. How could his lord have known ahead of time and sent a messenger? Daphina smiled faintly. Sagas, for someone so clever, you can be remarkably slow. She raised a hand, weaving a small, intricate spell. It's quite simple, really. The cracked stones have already repaired themselves. And you even destroyed the communication device yourself. You should know. The Dragon King sees everything. They've reached the divine realm, so of course they know. Daphina's eyes darkened, especially Lord Nidhogg. He is always keenly aware of what happens within his domain. Why do you look so frightened? Her voice put immense pressure on Sagas. This isn't your fault, is it? So relax. Someone else will come to handle this matter. Someone else? Sagas nodded in silent understanding. That's right. So as the foreman, you just need to recover the dwarves who have disappeared. Daphina's expression turned grim as she listed each item. This is a list of places they could have gone. There are more than we anticipated. She handed him an item, saying, Therefore, since I have pointed out the exact locations like this, Sagas held the red stone, a glint of determination in his eyes. I will capture them swiftly. Clutching the orb, he vowed, Since you have shown me their locations, my lady, it won't take me long at all. Daphina turned to leave. Very well. Call for reinforcements if necessary. Sagas asked again, Lady Daphina, are you not coming with me? Daphina teased him lightly. What's wrong? Can't bear to be apart from me? Too bad. There's someone else I need to meet. Sagas repeated, startled. You mean the person from before? Daphina confirmed it once more. That's right. And as it happens, the root of the problem is on Earth. Everything is proceeding quite smoothly. Simon quickly downed the potion. Just a little more. He was incredibly cautious. Just a little more. As the final drop fell, powerful bolts of lightning suddenly erupted. Simon reassured the Philosopher's Stone. It's okay. It's okay. I took a numbing potion. He endured the pain, praying, Please. Seeing him finish the last vial just in time, the Philosopher's Stone praised him. As expected of you. Perfect timing and the perfect dose. Simon said smugly, If I could survive in this world when I was only level 1, then this is nothing. The Sage Stone scoffed. See, what did I tell you? You really have zero self-awareness. Just say it. I am a genius. Simon played along. All right, I'm a genius. Happy now? The Sage Stone cheered. Much better. Now for the final step. Time to add it in. As Simon poured the refined basilisk venom, he wondered. That was 2 drops, right? Now to mix them together. He sealed the lid, and the potion was complete. With all the steps finished, the system displayed an unregistered name. The Sage Stone was thrilled. This thing is absolutely amazing. Simon smiled. I'm more than satisfied. He then looked over his experimental setup, thinking this was the benefit of a diamond tier connection. The ingredients Jin Guk sent weren't just high quality, there was a massive quantity. Simon's eyes narrowed slightly. This meant Jin Guk had prepared extensively to cure his illness. Thanks to that dedication, there were more than enough leftover materials to craft an elixir. He finally stretched his arms out, feeling refreshed. The miracle cure could wait. First, this new creation needed a proper name. A potion to treat mana sclerosis had never existed until now, which meant it was a completely blank slate. Simon confirmed the potion's name. The system chimed in, congratulating him on creating a new item. He grinned, remembering a little detail. There was a special title for the first person to invent something new. Stroking his chin, Simon mused. He'd heard this principle could be applied multiple times. Before his rebirth, he'd seen it on a stream from a famous Dream Class crafting player. So many arena diseases still had no cure. If he seized this opportunity, he could craft them all. Simon clutched the new potion. First things first, he needed to get this to the Night Hunter. He grabbed his coat and headed out. The Philosopher's Stone suddenly piped up. Are you going to deliver it right now? Simon didn't deny it. He already contacted me while I was brewing. He pulled up his phone. Crap, messages from everyone. Simon let out a sigh. When did these two even text me? He quickly shot back a reply. I better answer before they spam me again. Okay, thanks. All right, time to go. Just then, a notification flashed before his eyes. It was a message from Jin Guk. Simon, I found the target. Simon was shocked. Found it? Could he mean the demonic beast? A system window appeared, Galaxy Arena, a 50-person dungeon instance. Simon scanned his surroundings. A forced stop, he looked around, checking the area. It seemed no one else had entered yet. Simon pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Now was a good time to finally read it. He recalled his conversation with Jin Guk. Simon, this is some critical intel related to our target. As Simon read, he murmured, looks like there's more here than just her address. Jin Guk had smiled, replying, consider it part of the service package. I figured you'd need it. A full picture of the situation helps avoid unnecessary trouble. A true professional, Simon thought with admiration. Out loud, he simply said, I appreciate your thoroughness. Because you handled my request perfectly, I have to repay the favor. Jin Guk looked baffled. What do you mean? Simon presented the newly crafted potion. Take it. Jin Guk's eyes went wide. No way. The cure for mana sclerosis. His hands trembled as he held the vial. How did you? He actually made it. He looked up at Simon, his eyes filled with overwhelming gratitude. Can I really be free of this wretched disease? He thought. But why would he go this far just to repay a favor? Unless he wants something from me? Simon smiled faintly. As expected of the Night Hunter, your intuition is sharp. He extended a hand for a formal shake and got straight to the point. That's right. I want to ask you for a favor. Jin Guk, are you interested in doing business with me? Dae-hyun was skeptical. Business? Seriously, I don't trust that Park Jin Guk guy at all. Using the shadow attribute is one thing, but he also looks like a complete thug. What if he decides to stab us in the back later? Simon saw right through his excuse. You just don't like how he looks, do you? Dae-hyun stammered. Well, not entirely. But seriously, his face screams trouble. I'm a pretty good judge of character, you know. Don't worry, Simon reassured him. He's surprisingly trustworthy. Then, he pivoted the conversation. I need to establish a place where I can mass-produce these potions. The more we make, the more research equipment we can acquire. Dae-hyun understood. Right, I get it. Suddenly, Simon heard a noise behind him. A trio of players, the Panther Squad, was complaining. What the hell? An outdoor map. Damn it, we should have brought the tracker. Simon sized them up. It seemed they were from a guild. My last run-in with a party of 3 didn't end well, he thought. The Panther Squad looked confused. But this is supposed to be a 5-person activity. Why are we 1 person short? Then, one of them spotted someone and pointed. There. A pair of slender legs stepped forward, attached to a woman with mysterious, wine-red hair. Both the Panther Squad and Simon were stunned. The woman, Masuk, brushed her hair back and muttered, Damn it, it's an outdoor map. Simon was in disbelief. Masuk, what is she doing here? The Panther Squad stared at her, and Masuk snapped. What are you looking at? Lower your eyes. Before I gouge them out. Her threat immediately terrified the trio. A comment from Birisaman popped up on a virtual screen. Simon is totally screwed this time. Goodbye. What's wrong? Who is that woman? Judging by his face, he's in deep shock. She's notorious on the upper floors. A certified psycho. This raid requires 5 people. They're doomed. The female member of the Panther Squad retorted. Could you try speaking with a little respect? We just met. What's with the attitude? A heavy footstep slammed the ground. Masuk snarled, enraged. Who do you think you're talking to? Her eyes began to glow a furious red. Who the hell are you? The Panther Squad flinched, shocked and scared. They yelled back. What do you mean? We're your teammates. Didn't you read the system message? Only then did Masuk's expression change. System message. After checking for a moment, Masuk grumbled, what a pain. Team up. The Panther Squad continued to press their case. Do you get it now? We have to clear this together, so stop being so rude. A smirk crossed Masuk's face. She replied, Fine. My bad. Seeing their stunned expressions, she asked, "What? You want a second apology?" The comments started rolling in. "That's our G. Masuk never changes. I ran into her once. I still have PTSD. You can never predict what she'll do." Simon just smirked. Masuk was her usual, defiant self, but the leopard squad couldn't believe their eyes. Who apologizes so bluntly like that? Did she even mean it? Masuk just looked completely unbothered. "Of course I did. What else am I supposed to say? You think I've been shot in the head?" The leopard squad, defeated, finally gave up. "Forget it. We don't need an apology like that. We'll just split up and go our own way." Masuk quickly agreed. "Sounds good to me." Just then, the system announced the matchmaking. The arena battle was beginning. Simon was stunned by the location. Evergreen Forest. At that moment, the leopard squad asked to join him. "Excuse me, you're Kim Simon, right?" Simon was a little surprised. "Do I know you people?" "Of course," they replied with huge smiles. "We've all seen your streams." The chat exploded with mockery. "Look how fast that guy changed his tune. He knew who the alpha was right away." And the best part? Kim Simon had no idea just how famous he'd become. The blonde player boasted, "You don't need to say a word. Just team up with us. It looks like you don't know about that woman." Then he started bad-mouthing Masuk. "She just bounces between bronze, silver, and gold rank like it's a playground." The entire leopard squad chimed in. "Exactly. They don't call her the mad bitch for nothing. You saw how she apologized, right? And that's nothing. The real problem is trying to fight alongside her." Simon calmly replied, "Oh, I'm well aware." He thought to himself, "And everything you're saying is completely true. I was just worried about how to find her. Running into her here is a complete surprise." Simon decided this was his chance to build a relationship with her. On the other side, Masuk was fuming. Damn it, this stupid team event. Simon calculated that he had to complete the mission the Heavenly Demon gave him. And what's this? A constellation joined the stream? He looked at the system and smiled. So the constellations have taken notice. The Heavenly Demon donated 100,000 AP. Stunned by the astronomical figure, Simon's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. 100,000 AP for a single mission? The leopard squad tried one more time. "Simon, if you go with that psycho, you're going to regret it. We've been working together for a long time, so we're much more reliable." Simon answered bluntly, "I refuse. Sorry, but I think I'll go with her." The leopard squad was baffled. Why? The stream chat exploded. "Wait, Simon, bro, are you serious? No matter how good you are, you can't carry her." "Hey, don't tell me she's your type." Simon then explained. "Someone just donated 1,000 AP for me to team up with her." The entire group was stunned. "What? 100,000 AP?" The chat was in an uproar. "My god, 100,000 AP. There's no way a silver rank player received a 10,000 AP donation. That admin is loaded. Is that the guy pretending to be a top constellation? Who would turn down 100,000 AP? The leopard squad all said it together. He's completely insane. Letting them gossip behind him, Simon knew. 100,000 AP was like 100 million, won to him. And for 100 million, who could possibly refuse? Simon smirked to himself. "I figured the mission would be to clear this arena with Masuk. The amount he donated is insane. The Heavenly Demon really shows extreme favoritism toward Masuk's." Simon was even more delighted. This wasn't surprising at all. "By the way, if I add the AP from my last broadcast, how much do I have now?" Under the deep green forest canopy, Masuk walked ahead. Simon followed close behind. Having a tail was incredibly annoying to her. She spun around furiously with a warning. "Hey, you're following me like some kind of pervert." Simon explained himself. "I told you, it's for a mission." Masuk brushed back her hair with a scornful laugh. Her eyes glared at him. "I've warned you. If you get yourself killed, don't come crying to me. Got it?" Simon just gave her a bright smile. "I understand." Masuk cursed under her breath. Damn it. Just then, a gust of wind swept past, catching both of their attention. The philosopher's stone reacted first. Simon responded internally. "I feel it, too." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind them. "The guardians of Evergreen Forest, protectors of the silver rank zone. Are those humans?" The spirits gathered, their words dripping with venom. "Why are vile creatures who harm nature like you here? Enough talk. Let's dispose of them quickly." Simon hesitated for a moment. 4 guardians. This looks dangerous. Anyone who's faced them knows. They are not the cute, tiny creatures they appear to be. The lead spirit gave the command. "All right, everyone. It's time for a cleanup. Don't leave a single piece of their flesh behind, or this place will become contaminated. Kill them all." Simon observed, thinking, each guardian will summon 2 thorn vines. That's 8 vines in total. Add the guardians themselves. And we have to deal with 12 enemies. And on top of that, their coordination is incredibly dangerous. The spirit laughed as the attack began. A storm of thorn vines shot towards the 2 of them. Simon glanced at the girl beside him. Let's see how Ma Sucks handles this. At that moment, a vine plunged directly toward her. The stream chat watched in awe. She's taking the hit directly. Damn, that's the infamous Ma Su for you. Bro, do something. At this rate, she's gonna die. Seeing Ma Sucks injured but still standing, the chat kept buzzing. Wouldn't it be better if that game-ruining girl just died? Simon stood perfectly still, calculating. Her skill should be activating any second now. The spirit mocked Ma Suk. Look at all that blood. We're about to take out the trash. It aimed right for her and screamed. Now, let's end this. Farewell. But unexpectedly, she caught the vine with her hand. A wicked smile spread across her lips, as if she was mocking the spirit's very existence. Their jaws dropped. No way. She actually blocked the thorns. Just then, a crimson blur shot past them. She tore through the spirits mercilessly, and the comments exploded again. This is insane. Seeing those cute creatures get decapitated. I can't even watch. Just look at that murderous aura. Help, someone's actually crying for the monsters over here. One by one, the thorny vines were sliced to ribbons. Simon smirked with pride. Her fighting style was even more savage than the first time they'd met. It's been a while, but she's just as overwhelmingly powerful. As the last vines fell, the little spirit trembled. Impossible. You're no human. It leveled an accusation at her. You're a monster. Mazoku's true form was revealed, and the spirit let out a terrified scream. It scrambled backward and barked an order to the vines. What are you idiots standing there for? Stop her. Stop that monster. At the same time, the little spirit thought to itself, all right, time to make a run for it. I can't handle that beast alone. I need to go get backup. But before it could fly, a sharp vine pierced straight through it. From behind, Simon spoke. And where do you think you're going? He quickly processed the situation. The longer Mizoku fights, the worse her condition will become. Her skill allows her to keep going, but once the battle is over, she will completely collapse. For now, I'll just wait for her to handle these vines. It didn't take long. Simon saw the result. Wait, she's finished all of them already? He sighed, defeated. Here it comes. I knew this would happen. One of the most dangerous and powerful S-rank traits, Celestial Carnage. The two stood facing each other. Even Simon had to admit it. So this is the true power of Celestial Carnage, an S-rank trait. It activates the deepest fears within living creatures. Or to be more precise, their primal survival instinct. The Sage Stone sent a signal. I'm sorry to interrupt, but now is not the time to be analyzing Celestial Carnage. Simon replied, my apologies. This is the first time I've seen Mizoku's skill with my own eyes. The Sage Stone questioned him. So, what now? Simon didn't understand what it meant. It screamed frantically. What do you think I mean? Mizoku charged forward with a crazed look in her eyes. The Sage Stone pointed right at her. Obviously, you have to deal with that rampaging girl. The Sage Stone reminded him frantically. Hurry up. What are you going to do? Simon just chuckled lightly. This kid really is a worrywart. Then, he snapped his fingers. He activated a skill, Black Panther. Mizoku swung her arm to attack, but completely missed. Simon dodged while teasing. It seems she's just playing with me. The system saw this and grew anxious. Host, you don't plan on dodging forever, do you? He replied, of course not. Mizoku began to grimace with irritation. She increased her speed to attack, swinging her sharp claws as she let out a roar. Simon used his arm to block the blow. He grabbed Mizoku by the neck and said, sorry about this, Mizoku. Simon slammed her entire body into the ground. The blow seemed to snap her back to her senses. In the end, Simon just looked at her and said, you really are so reckless. The demon inside Mizoku started to acknowledge him. He's really strong, damn it. Now I see that he's completely superior to Mizoku. This guy looks so innocent, but he's suspiciously sharp. So what? Was he just supposed to stand still and let someone kill him? People who have never encountered Mizoku wouldn't understand. Even if you cut off her limbs, she would still bite you to death. Suddenly, Mizoku let out a shriek. The Sage Stone had a bad feeling and said, don't you think you should be more careful? It seems the effect of Celestial Carnage hasn't worn off yet. Simon reassured it, don't worry. In her condition, she can't touch me. There were at least 20 wounds, plus broken finger bones, cracked ribs, and severe blood loss. At this point, he had to admit something. If she were a normal person, she would already be dead. Her endurance is truly respectable. Mizoku struggled up again in front of Simon, and he clenched his fist, telling himself, it's time to end this. When the system asked if he would eliminate Mizoku, Simon replied decisively, absolutely not. A fierce scream echoed from the forest. Simon thought helplessly, she's so stubborn, she'll just keep fighting until she faints. He silently calculated his next move. First, I have to treat her. It's only because of Celestial Carnage that she's held on this long. If its effects wear off, Mizoku will be in danger. Simon called for his inventory, surprising the Sage Stone. Wait, Are you going to use medicine on her? He didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right. The Sage Stone quickly warned him. But you only have materials to make D-rank items. How is that going to save her? Simon jumped at those words. That's right, I completely forgot. Simon hesitated slightly, which means there's only one solution left, and it will cost me achievement points. But looking at the system exchange confirmation, he wondered. 300? Isn't she as injured as that dwarf was? The price was lower than last time. Sage Stone, this is probably the normal exchange rate, right? The Sage Stone checked and confirmed. That's right. Considering the level of the Asclepius constellation, I think it's reasonable. Simon didn't question it further and went along. All right. A scepter appeared, making the comments light up again. What is that thing? Are you new here? It's reasonable if you don't know. This guy's channel isn't professional yet. There have been a lot of historic moments, too bad you couldn't watch. Simoon aimed his staff at Moxu, and the chat exploded. Wait, is he healing her? No way. How is that even possible? Even platinum rank healers would struggle with wounds like those. This newbie's going way overboard. Please, sir, heal my face next. In your dreams. Yo, drop your contact info. The star-shattering energy began to recede. The crimson glow in Moxu's eyes faded, returning them to normal. Simon watched in surprise. The star-shattering energy is diminishing, but the scepter of Asclepius should only heal physical wounds. The Philosopher's Stone chimed in. Maybe the star shatter's effect just wore off? Simon couldn't think of a better explanation. That's plausible. The star shatter ability typically activates in response to killing intent, or when its user's life is in mortal danger. Moxu looked down at herself, panicking. What in the world? How did you do that? Simon stored his staff with a faint smile. Judging by her reaction, this is the first time this has happened to her. I need to connect Moxu with the heavenly demon, and fast. Meanwhile, screams echoed through the forest. Goblins were being slaughtered left and right. Their cries to retreat were useless. The outcome was always the same. As Simon fought, he wondered, why has the monster population spiked recently? Watching from behind, Moxu couldn't help but feel curious. Is he using some kind of magic? A sly grin spread across her face. I don't know who this guy is, but there's no way Moxu, will be outdone by him. Just then, a polar bear appeared. Moxu's competitive spirit flared. I'll show you what real power looks like. Her aura exploded with overwhelming force. When it came to pure fistfighting, she was second to none. But before she could even move, blood splattered across her face. The bear was instantly turned into a bloody mess, collapsing right at her feet and making her jump back in shock. Damn it! Simon proudly admired his handiwork. Finishing blow. Moxu spun on him, furious. Hey, that was my kill. How dare you steal it? He replied calmly. More importantly, I think we're the only two heading for the center. Moxu glanced away, still scowling. What nonsense are you spouting now? Simon pointed to 3 bodies on the ground. The 3 members of the Cheetah Guild. No wonder the monster count was so high. It looks like they just ran through without fighting, kiting the entire horde this way. The realization dawned on Moxu, and here I was, wondering why so many monsters were swarming the entrance to the center. Simon continued, they made a huge gamble. And lost. Moxu's brow furrowed in disgust. What a bunch of idiots. Acting all tough just to pull a stunt like that and run. If they knew they weren't skilled enough, why didn't they just wait for us? Simon gave her a suspicious look. Is she actually worried about the same people she was just insulting? Moxu shot back, as if. Suddenly, a portal materialized before them. A system notification appeared. The entrance to the evergreen forest is now open. Simon turned to her. Let's head in. It doesn't matter who else is here. We're taking first place. He stepped through the portal first, joking over his shoulder. Unless you'd rather fly. Moxu scrambled after him. Hey, wait for me, you bastard. She grumbled right next to his ear. So much for teamwork. The system panel confirmed their status. First party to arrive at the forest. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Excellent. We secured the top spot. The comments started pouring in again. Nice. Did he really think he wouldn't get first? User LG has donated 500 AP. His mindset is on another level. I'm watching another stream right now. And those guys are really struggling with the 3 guardians. Simeon and Moxu found themselves in a breathtakingly beautiful forest. Simeon scanned their surroundings. This is a silver rank zone. So the boss has to be that creature, right? Moxu charged ahead. So this is where the boss spawns, she said, cracking her knuckles. Enough warming up. Let's go take it down. A sense of dread washed over Simeon as he tried to warn her. Moxu, wait. She shot him an irritated glare. What is it now? Weren't you the one saying we had to get first place? Don't tell me you're scared. She was too consumed with showing off to pay attention. Let's just kill this boss quickly so we can go home. Simon's voice boomed. Moxu, look up. She finally glanced upwards, just as a massive shape slammed down right where she stood. Simon froze in shock for a second, until he heard a familiar string of curses. Son of a... What the hell was that? Simon's voice cut through the dust. So you managed to dodge it. Moxu was bewildered. Ha. They both stared at the monster before them, the area boss. Before Simon could even finish his thought, Moxu charged in. That thing. Getting too close is extremely dangerous. We need to maintain our distance. If she doesn't stick to the plan. But the formidable Moxu was already trash-talking the beast. A hulking bastard like you, pulling a cheap sneak attack like some coward. You're so dead. Simon let out a weary sigh. There's just no stopping this stubborn woman, is there? The treant attacked, but Moxu evaded with ease. The monster seemed stunned by her incredible agility, and in the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance. Simon watched with a faint smile. He remembered her saying that before she met the heavenly demon, she had lived her life like a lone wolf. But still, I really admire that part of her personality. She's a warrior, too. Hey, streamer, aren't you gonna help? I mean, she's amazing, but that's a corrupted treant she's fighting. Simon replied with confidence. All right, I'll make my move. But even so, there's no stopping her now. Moxu landed a powerful blow, but it barely left a scratch. She stared in disbelief. What? Its wooden hide is completely undamaged. The creature's roots whipped towards her again. A sweeping attack from the side sent Moxu flying. She barely managed to grab onto a tree to break her fall. Simon observed, his mind racing. Just as I predicted. The corrupted treant has an extremely high physical resistance stat. For a melee fighter like Moxu, this is a terrible matchup. To take this thing down, we have to follow the strategy perfectly. The treant roars to life. It lets out an eerie cry. So, thirsty. When a withered spirit awakens, its first instinct is to find water. The treant screams again, thirsty, water. But for a withered spirit like this, pure water is nothing but a deadly poison. Cleansing its blackened form is just like exorcising the undead. Even its insanely high physical resistance will be completely nullified. Simon already knew this. It's the fundamental weakness of any withered spirit. All they had to do was wait for it to drink the water. But Ma Shu, left in the dust, was furious. Hey, get back here. We're in the middle of a battle. Where do you think you're going? Getting no response, she charged forward alone. Ma Shu roared at the monster. I said, stop, you bastard. Her eyes blazed with killing intent. She unleashed another brutal assault on the treant, dislodging its roots in a single blow. Seeing this, Simon couldn't help but be surprised. The withered spirit was stopped dead in its tracks from a single punch. In that instant, I witnessed the heavenly demon divine art. Simon's jaw dropped as he stared at the constellation messages. He couldn't believe it. The quest details had changed. The treant turned, its rage now focused on her. How dare you? Stop me from drinking my water. It dug its roots deep into the earth. I will kill you. It lunged at Ma Shu, moving faster than before. But Simon snatched her out of harm's way just in time. He let out a breath that was too close. Ma Shu, however, was just confused. Since when were you? Simon cut her off. Stay back. This thing is beyond you now. But Ma Shu wasn't having it. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see it? That thing recoiled from just one of my punches. Simon just smirked. Oh, really? Well then, I guess there's no other choice. He let her go with a simple warning. Just try not to die. What are you talking about? Before she could finish, a root lashed out, slamming into her. This time, Ma Shu coughed up a torrent of blood. Before she blacked out, her last thought was a curse for Simon. That bastard. He watched her fall, completely unfazed. The Star of Slaughter has been activated, so she's not going to die. Simon smirked to himself. Even in a surprise attack, she instinctively braced for impact. His focus returned, his confidence absolute. All right, I guess it's my turn. The treant was now on a violent rampage. Simon analyzed the beast. Its physical resistance is off the charts, but thankfully, its stamina is low. This was his chance to activate the ogre force. He felt it in his gut. This was destiny, a chance to end it all with a single punch. The treant howled, I'll kill you. As Simon charged forward, he called out, Ma Shu, watch this closely. He raised his fist before the monster. This is how you're supposed to do it. Heavenly demon divine art. The monster's tough bark began to shatter. A huge chunk of the treant was blown away, followed by a massive explosion. Simon stood calmly over the monster's remains. He smirked, accepting the reward from the Philosopher's Stone. But the next notification made his blood run cold. Hidden bosses are S-class anomalies. They possess power far beyond their supposed rank, just like that hobgoblin he faced in the outpost. But Simon's expression turned grim. This time would be different. This creature would be on a whole other level than that hobgoblin, his eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. It's coming. Warm sunlight danced across the surface of a tranquil lake. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently. Something erupted from the depths, soaring high into the sky on a massive water spout. Simone could only stare in disbelief at the sight. A creature named Muri bared her sharp teeth in excitement. Heave! The land dweller is finally dead. Finally, out of my sight. She hovered in the air, radiating pure delight. How fortunate for you. I'm so jealous. Simone's mind raced. A dragonkin? The constellations reacted instantly. Jay showed his displeasure. The heavenly demon frowned, and the black sun gave a murderous smirk. Simone quickly scanned the system messages. Come to think of it, the constellations really seem to hate dragons, don't they? He looked up at Muri. His hidden boss was also related to dragons. This is giving me a headache. The dragonkin, raging fire, pointed a sharp claw right at him. I saw everything. You're the one who killed that oaf in a single blow. Muri's eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement. I'm extremely grateful. So I shall give you a reward. With that, she unleashed a devastating attack. Now, accept it with gratitude. Simone's eyes widened in pure shock. He threw himself to the side, narrowly dodging the blast. The ground where he'd been standing exploded. Simone was horrified. A surprise attack like that. I was almost toast. Muri just giggled with delight. Oh? You dodged it. He thought to himself, a hidden boss who uses magic. If this drags on, it's going to be a real pain. Simone launched himself into the air. In that case, he shot towards her like a bullet. I'll end this right now. She let out a thrilled laugh. How brave. I like that. Muri charged straight at Simone to meet him head-on. I'll punch a hole right through you. Two immense powers collided, rushing to annihilate one another. The result was a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave threw him backward, sending him crashing into the ground. Simone lay there in the crater, completely stunned. What the hell was that? She can counter my attacks directly? He struggled to gather his power. If I keep holding back, I'm going to get pulverized. With a surge of power, giant pillars of rock erupted from the ground. Muri gracefully dodged between them. Oh, what's this now? The new technique only made her more intrigued. You can use nature magic too? Could it be that you're a friend of mine? Simone froze in disbelief. How could she throw it so easily? And what on earth was she saying? Friend? Muri sneered with pure arrogance. In that case, I absolutely have to kill you. Magic flared as she shot forward like an arrow. Come here, my little friend. I'm going to enjoy devouring you. With that, Muri lunged straight toward him. Her fist shattered the ground where he'd been standing. Oh, you managed to dodge that? Seems you're pretty good at running. Simone dodged in time, but he wasn't completely unscathed. So fast, he swiftly leaped back several meters. Was she actually faster than him? But Muri charged forward with relentless glee. Muri is a good person, you know, so she'll make sure her friends are very, very comfortable. She condensed a sphere of dark magic. So you don't end up like me. Muri's assault was endless, and Simone was forced to constantly evade. She was even faster and stronger than Moxu's shattering star. I have to think of a way out of this, and fast. As she swung her claws, he vaulted backward. Muri kept unleashing one bizarre spell after another. Everyone, let's hurry up and kill our friend. The once beautiful garden, full of life, suddenly changed. In an instant, every lush green leaf took flight. They transformed into razor-sharp weapons, hurtling straight for Simone. His pupils constricted. He unleashed his power, shattering some of the blades. Is this magic? It's far too dangerous. He immediately tried to find an escape route. She isn't even giving me a second to think. If I couldn't use magic myself, this fight would have ended long ago. The crowd watching the battle was in a complete uproar. Are those movements even real? Even a skilled mage would have a hard time dodging all of those spells. Damn it. All I can do is laugh. I'm about to hit platinum rank, but I don't think I could ever beat that guy. I'm dying to see what that man's status window looks like. Meanwhile, Simone was breathing heavily, his stamina draining. But a new determination blazed in Simone's eyes. In this situation, a counterattack was almost impossible, if that's the case. He condensed his power into a sphere of pure energy. Then, Simone entered his combat stance. I'll have to win with a transformation. He carefully waited for her to get closer, creating a space where her incredible speed would be useless. The Philosopher's Stone gave a command. 500 achievement points required for exchange. Time to get serious. Without hesitation, Simone pressed yes, and brilliant golden lightning rained from the heavens. Muri was completely stunned by this sudden spectacle. Bolts of lightning crashed down relentlessly, shattering the earth around her. The lightning struck her wings, but she just rubbed the spot, completely exhilarated. Are you trying to scratch an itch? You call this lightning? If you were my friend, you couldn't use lightning. At that moment, it finally dawned on Muri. Wait, so you're not my friend? A confident smile spread across his face. Are you only just now figuring that out? In response, she cackled madly and launched a counterattack. You tricked me. You lied to me. Muri shot forward with terrifying speed. I'm going to kill you right now. His spear crackled with electricity. That's my line. Simon aimed his spear forward and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. The raw power of the blast slammed into her. Muri screamed in agony from the devastating blow. Now defenseless, she collapsed to the ground, but Muri still tried to push herself up. How? She struggled to support her broken body. I can't die to something like this. Panic filled her eyes as his shadow loomed over her. Simon shot forward, raising his spear high. Did you really think that was everything? I still have one final move left. With overwhelming power, Simon brought down a devastating blow. Tyrant King's heavenly demonic arts. A massive explosion of lightning erupted, leaving Muri charred completely black. An alert appeared. Hidden achievement unlocked. Defeat the hidden boss. You have defeated Muri. Zeus. I never imagined you could wield my lightning like this. Heavenly demon. On Earth, I believe they call this teamwork. It seems I've unintentionally cooperated with you as well. The Black Sun chimed in. That lightning was incredible. So cool. Kid, do it a few more times. Her body turned to ash and was carried away by the wind. Maksuk, who had witnessed it all, was in absolute shock. He's insane. Watching Muri vanish, she still couldn't believe her eyes. He's just too strong. Is he really in the same silver rank as me? Maksuk began to activate her own magic. That last attack was mostly magical, but my senses were telling me something else. That wasn't just magic, it was a technique. Her brow furrowed as she became deadly serious. Can I copy something like that? Under everyone's gaze, Maksuk entered a state of deep concentration. I know I've been called out in the arena, and I've had to overcome countless disadvantages. But the reason I climbed all the way to the silver rank without falling is because of the skill hidden within my eyes. I can copy skills. I watched other players far stronger than me, their skills, their movements. Maksuk absorbed it all, even the way they breathed. I studied every last detail until I could finally replicate it perfectly. However, when faced with Simon's overwhelming power, what is this? Impossible. She slapped her forehead as a headache began to bloom. What am I even supposed to say to him now? After all that trash I talked, my reputation is completely ruined. Maksuk buried her face in her hands, utterly dejected. He's definitely going to lord this over me. Just then, he walked over and called out her name. She despaired. I knew it. Here he comes. Simeon then offered her a vial. My fault, he admitted, his voice low. I'm sorry for what happened back there. You're injured, aren't you? Drink this, he urged. Mara was completely thrown off. Apologizing and giving me a potion? Why would you do that? Simoon let out an awkward laugh. I really had no other choice. You get that, right? Just drink it and relax. She accepted it, looking bewildered. Mara sighed in resignation. Is that really all you have to say to me? He looked completely lost. What are you talking about? Her face flushed a deep crimson. You're supposed to call me trash. You psycho. And tell me I should quit the arena. Weren't you going to say something like that? Simon just chuckled freely. Oh, so that's what this is about. But his next words sent a jolt right through Mara. It's because of your unique trait, isn't it? I understand. It was unavoidable. She fumed internally. Hold on. Why is this guy acting like he knows me so well? It's starting to get on my nerves. Yet, looking at Simon's calm expression, it felt like they'd known each other forever. At that moment, Mara was trembling with irritation. And the most insane part of it all was that she didn't hate the feeling. With a decisive pop, she opened the vial. Fine, whatever. Mara downed the potion, admitting to herself. He didn't seem like a bad person. After she finished, she spoke up. Hey, I have something to ask you. He looked puzzled. What is it? Mara coolly wiped a drop from her lips. Do you know me? A sly, probing smile touched her face. I've never told a single soul about my trait. Yet you act like you know everything. Simon nearly jumped out of his skin. Is she always this sharp? I got careless, he thought. I never expected her to ask that question. You're getting better, he muttered, scratching his head. It's because of my own trait. Mara immediately pressed him. And what trait is that? Do you have some kind of trait that lets you peek at others' abilities? Simon looked away, trying to dodge the question. It's something like that. But not quite. She let out a heavy sigh. That explains it, you little punk. Planting her hands on her hips, Mara asked sternly, Hey, why are you still here anyway? The arena is over. You should be outside claiming your rewards. He just smiled and tapped on his system window. I still have something left to do here. Her curiosity was piqued. Something to do? A system notification popped up. Player Simon has sent you a friend request. She was stunned. A friend request? He just grinned from ear to ear. It's about what you want to know. You want to understand that final skill I used, don't you? The one that was like a thirsty tree. Mara was blown away. How in the world did you do that? Simon said brightly, accept the request, and I'll tell you. Mara's face lit up with excitement. For real? You'll actually tell me? He nodded without hesitation. I will. But I won't be the one to explain it. There's someone much better suited for it. She was fuming. What? Are you backing out already? Simon quickly tried to persuade her. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about my master. He can explain everything much more clearly. So hurry up and accept. Hearing that, Mara's excitement returned, and she quickly hit accept. A master, you say? All right, accepted. If he's your master, he must be way stronger than you, right? Simon celebrated internally. She's so easy to read. Just then, the heavenly demon frowned. This can't be done through the arena's system. I'll have to meet her directly. Simon picked up on this immediately. Meet her directly? Why? The heavenly demon let out a sigh. This isn't an official arena yet. To make direct contact with a sponsored player requires paying a price. A bright smile spread across Simeon's face. Oh, is that how it works?
So, all this time, when players have met their constellations, when the constellations themselves had to foot the bill?
Now that's a new piece of info. Mara was getting impatient, shouting excitedly. Hey, I accepted. Now hurry up and tell me. But Simon just waved as he began to walk away. All right, I'll send you the address later. You'll have to go meet him yourself. She absolutely exploded with rage. I have to go meet him myself. You absolute jerk. He glanced back over his shoulder. This is something that can only be taught face to face. Mara was so mad she wanted to punch him. I knew you were just messing with me. Tell me now. A moment later, a stream of data transported Simon back to his apartment. He stretched his arms and back, letting out a soft groan. Simon yawned as the system began its summary. Evergreen Forest Arena. Cleared. Successful boss defeat. Rewards increased. Level up by 8. Extraction. Stone level up by 6. Simon stared at the system window, his heart pounding. All right, now for the rewards. Obtained. Spring water of the Evergreen Forest's heart. Obtained. Fragment of the contaminated seed. He froze, staring at the notification. A fragment of the contaminated seed. What's that? Let's see. A new notification appeared. As a result of the debate in the Galaxy Arena, player Simon has received stigma. His eyes shot wide open in utter disbelief. This is. Simon's mind immediately flashed to Seahawk. This is Seahawk's third trait. But why? He collapsed to the floor, completely floored by the revelation. Afterward, Simon just sat there, stunned. Stigma. Even his extraction stone seemed to sense his turmoil. Stigma? What in the world are those guys thinking? Simon frantically checked the system while questioning his extraction stone. You seem to know something about this, the stone replied warily. Even I don't fully comprehend the inner workings of the arena's network. The extraction stone pondered seriously. To hand out a stigma like this, they're definitely scheming something big. Following that train of thought, he agreed it was suspicious. Simon considered it carefully. From everything he knew, stigma was supposed to be a one-of-a-kind trait. The voice continued. That's right. Due to certain limitations, I can't reveal the details. But in this world, there was only ever meant to be one. Simon's mind raced. He expected to be punished by the arena. But they granted him another trait instead, and a unique one, at that. But Simon quickly dismissed the thought. Was the arena trying to make him compete with Seahawk? Impossible. He decided to table that thought for later. First, he lightly tapped the screen to check his rewards. Simon basked in the warm sunlight filling his room and poured all of his remaining stat points into alchemy. A system window displayed the information. Fragment of a rank F contaminated seed. He stared intently at the description. This was the reward for killing a hidden boss. It looked so plain. The philosopher's stone grumbled in his mind. Look closer. Someone deliberately corrupted it. Simon was stunned, seeing the foul aura radiating from the seed. What? Deliberately? The stone immediately affirmed it. Correct. This is no ordinary seed. I can even guess who did it. What? Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. The stone's voice was grim. The draconic power of a high-ranking dragon shattered it. The words plunged Simon into a heavy silence. Draconic power was a type of aura, much like regular mana. The problem was, only dragons could wield it. A smile crept onto his face. Then why would it destroy this seed? Should I dissect it to find out? Simon spoke softly to the stone. Philosopher's Stone. Can you appraise this? He used his power to pull out the seed fragment. Simon listened intently as it replied, Can I? It appears to be damaged in every conceivable way. Luckily, this is still within the domain of alchemy. He decided to let the Philosopher's Stone handle it. All right. I'm counting on you, it replied cheerfully. Just leave it to me. The Philosopher's Stone condensed its power, sending a current of mana through Simon's body. The corruption on the seed fragment vanished, transforming into a fragment of the Tier 10 World Tree seed. He gasped in shock. The World Tree. And this is an entrance key. Simon leaped to his feet with excitement. Wait, Philosopher's Stone. You said this fragment was heavily damaged by magical power, right? That's correct. He put on his jacket with a satisfied grin. All right then. If I go inside, I might find out why it was destroyed. Simon then strode toward the portal. But if only gold rankers could enter, and the light was already fading, he had to hurry. Time to boost my reputation. Inside Park Jin-guk's office, a voice suddenly erupted. Are you really going through with this? The man continued his sarcastic rant. I never expected a night hunter to treat us with such disrespect. Jin-guk shot back, his temper flaring. I'm not the one with the attitude. You are. I'm pretty sure I've warned you more than once, haven't I? Park Jin-guk tried to kick him out directly. I have nothing more to say to you, so get lost. But the man persisted. Come on, for old time's sake, just help me. Annoyed, Jin-guk's mana began to surge. You son of a bitch. Then, his mana exploded in a furious wave. Just because I've been inactive for a while, you think my words mean nothing anymore. The man struggled against the pressure. That's not what I meant. But Jin-guk was done listening. I said get out, you bastard. Terrified and trembling, the man stammered. That SS rank trait, blessing of the night, it's real. He then scrambled out of the room in a panic. He really recovered from mana sclerosis. Hearing the door slam shut, Park Jin-guk sighed, a headache forming. What a pain. Just then, Si-huk walked in cheerfully. The Scorpion Guild and your old comrades. Huh. Jin-guk snapped. Old comrades. My ass. How long have you been standing there, kid? Park Jin-guk continued to vent his frustration. He just wanted information on how to cure mana sclerosis. That's why he came here spouting all that nonsense. Rumors sure do travel fast. He looked annoyed. The Scorpion Guild wasn't always like this, you know. Si-huk's curiosity was piqued. Really? Park Jin-guk's expression turned serious. Even if they're like this now, before their old guild master passed, they were actually a decent guild. Si-huk placed a glass of water on the table. By the way, senior, you've really recovered. Honestly, I never thought you could completely heal from mana sclerosis. Then, he quickly changed the subject. You know, there are usually side effects or something. Jin-guk was not amused. Are you doubting the power of your divine big brother? Si-huk laughed awkwardly in embarrassment. No, that's not what I meant at all. A sly grin spread across Park Jin-guk's face. Then what is it? Why don't you believe it? He clearly enjoyed teasing the younger man. This punk is always calling me brother. But it turns out he's been looking down on me. Huh? Si-huk groaned in frustration. Senior, Park Jin-guk looked triumphant. This is the first time I've ever seen you get mad at a joke, so the VIP really is your weak spot. I have to use this to my advantage. Just then, the door opened and someone else walked in. Jin-guk rushed to greet him. Hello, I've been waiting for you. Hearing this, Simon couldn't help but be surprised. You knew I was coming? Park Jin-guk ran out to welcome him. Of course, if our VIP is on his way, I'd sell my own country to serve you. Simon seemed a little flustered. Since when did I get the title VIP added to my name? Jin-guk then went to prepare 2 cups of coffee. You're no longer just a client. You're my partner. Park Jin-guk raised his cup with satisfaction. Calling me a partner even after doing me such a huge favor. I, Park Jin-guk, am truly speechless. Simon casually navigated the system interface. By the way, you remember the business we discussed earlier, right? Jin-guk's face lit up with an excited smile. Of course. I've committed it all to memory. Suddenly, Park Jin-guk froze. Staring at the list of materials on the screen, he was stunned. All of this? Park Jin-guk was in disbelief. You managed to gather this much already? Simon remained calm. The production process didn't take that long. Simon even added confidently. Only a few materials required a slightly more complex refinement method. A storm of confusion raged in his mind. No, wait. A silver ranker can already refine materials? Park Jin-guk recalled Simon's broadcasted fight. Usually, only platinum rankers or higher can do that. He called it slightly complex. But based on the skills I saw on stream, that had to be high-level refinement. Simon confidently laid out the business plan. All right, Jin-guk, as we agreed, I want you to sell these through a consignment dealer. Of course, we get a much higher price on the black market. Park Jin-guk hesitated. But there's a problem. Simon was curious. A problem? Jin-guk hesitated before answering. Yeah, you see, thanks to you, I was able to recover. Simon quickly understood. Is it about the origin of the medicine? Jin-guk was slightly intimidated by his sharp perception. That's right, you catch on quick. Because of it, I've had a constant stream of visitors lately. Everyone wants to know where I got that potion. Simon let out a soft sigh. It cures a supposedly incurable disease. It's no surprise that people are flocking to find it. Suddenly, Si-huk interjected, I can help with that. Simon looked over. Si-huk? The younger man proposed his idea with a grin. If you just say that I'm the one who supplied the potion, everything should be resolved, right? Si-mun immediately warned him. That's basically offering yourself up as a human shield. Are you sure you'll be okay? Si-huk just shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? But I don't think anyone will be able to threaten me. Si-mun had to entrust this to him. All right, I'm counting on you, Si-huk. Si-huk beamed. This isn't just a favor, brother. Then, Si-huk dropped a pile of materials onto the table. This is. Si-mun was speechless. His eyes widened at the sight of the precious materials. Snake root mushrooms, fairy powder, and even a viper potion. Si-mun could hardly believe his eyes. My mouth is watering just looking at it. A quick estimate puts it in the tens of millions. You think he's interested? You're quite capable, aren't you? He stated it as a fact. Of course, you're just one lucky kid. Outside, the gentle light of dusk enveloped the mansion. Sun Cheong ground his teeth in pure fury. I know. Things have been getting too damn loud lately. Isn't that supposed to be your area of expertise? He roared with indignation. Accident or assassination, I don't care. Just handle your own damn messes. Just send this quarter's completed shipment. That's all. With that, Sun Cheong ended the call. Then, he furiously threw his phone aside. Those damn awakened. Getting by on sheer luck. How dare they? This is why you can't trust any of those foreign bastards. Yu Young entered with a folder in her hands. Sir, do you realize how dangerous those words are? Especially for someone in your esteemed position? But Sun Cheong was still seething with rage. Someone who never shows up suddenly appears here? Spit it out. What do you want? She replied warily. Are you really asking because you don't know? He understood, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Dogs should know their place and stay in their kennels. First, it was those idiots who couldn't handle one simple problem. And now my own granddaughter shows up to cause a scene. Yu Young slammed the documents onto his desk. I'm done wasting my breath trying to explain. Sun Chan picked up the file, listening as she continued. I have no idea what you've been up to until now, but you will not use the Egsong Sam Guild's name for pathetic back-alley deals like this ever again. Yu Young declared with unshakable resolve, the Egsong Sam Guild belongs to me now. He confronted her directly. Did you know? That Simon possessed an ability like that. She feigned ignorance. I had no idea. As you're aware, ever since that accident, my brother has been unable to use his mana. Sun Cheong knew that was the official story. I'm aware. So why are you here, running your mouth off to me? His voice was laced with a chilling implication. Don't tell me. He's recovered from that so-called illness. Yu Young was blunt. That's the word on the street. Sun Cheong jolted in utter shock. He roared in disbelief. Is it true? He's really recovered. A wave of dread washed over her. Why this sudden interest in my brother? No matter what, I cannot let him get his claws into Simon. Yu Young saw the predatory gleam in his eyes. I have experienced your brutal methods far too many times. He'll undoubtedly target my brother, who's just beginning to shine, and use him as a pawn for his own ambitions. A thought suddenly struck her. Or maybe, this is his new way of trying to control me. I have to finish my investigation immediately. On the television, two hosts were bantering back and forth. This year's national team selection trial is full of unpredictable and thrilling moments, isn't it? That's right. Because we just got word that Korea's most famous tanker will be participating this year. The three of them watched the screen intently. This news is even drawing international attention. Right now, all over the world, Simon turned to his brother. Si-hyuk, you're trying out for the national team too, right? He answered casually. Yeah, didn't I already tell you? Simon smirked confidently. The way you've been gunning for the NRA, how could I not know? Si-hyuk gave a forced laugh. Was I that obvious? He stretched his arms, letting his joints pop. I wasn't really interested, but that old fox. It seems Yu Young already made her move. Si-hyuk slumped warily back into his chair. I figured. Unlike her, you don't even stand a chance. Simon slowly rose to his feet, catching his brother's eye. And that's a fact. But, Si-hyuk, he asked with a serious tone, you're planning to use the betting pool, aren't you? His younger brother flinched. Si-hyuk awkwardly scratched his head. Man, I really can't hide anything from you. How do you always know what I'm thinking before I say it? He looked a little flustered. Well, trying to predict the other matches was too complicated, so I just placed a little wager on my own fight. Simon laughed, his voice full of warmth. Look at this punk. Acting all tough, but you're handling everything behind the scenes for me, huh? He looked Si-hyuk straight in the eye. So, what kind of bet did you place? The younger brother's confidence was absolute. That I'll achieve a perfect victory, of course. In that instant, the entire aura around Si-hyuk changed. To be honest, in a one-on-one fight, there isn't a single applicant who can beat me. Just then, Jin-guk cut in with a booming laugh. Isn't our junior getting a little ahead of himself? Whoa, you scared the hell out of me, he then added. Actually, I placed the exact same bet on our boy here. Jin-guk grinned, pointing at Si-hyuk. He might be a little cocky, but you can't argue with his skills. Am I right? He probably won't even need a fourth match. Simon just sighed, exasperated. You really think so? Jin-guk looked confused. What? But Simon's eyes held a deeper meaning. My thoughts on the matter are a little different. The day of the national team selection finally arrived. The roar of the crowd was a thunderous wall of sound. The two of them stood before the arena entrance. Just listen to them cheering. Jin-guk said, thoroughly enjoying himself. Hey Si-hyuk, you thinking about changing that bet of yours? He walked forward with an easy swagger. Nope, not changing a thing. Jin-guk grinned slyly, teasing him. So this brat is just going to ignore his precious big brother's advice? Si-hyuk shot a challenge right back. What about you, senior? Aren't you the one who's always ignoring your boss? Mr. Jin-guk walked toward the light with a booming laugh. Well, this time, I won't be listening to our VIP's request either. Hearing the thunderous roar from the stands, he thought, honestly, no matter how incredible Si-hyuk is, I just can't imagine him losing. The two waved, embracing the roaring cheers from the crowd. Right? Of course not. That kid really knows how to play to the cameras. He glanced at the arrogant figure standing in the arena, and his opponent is the vice master of the Donggan Guild. After all, that man is always so difficult. No matter how you slice it, it makes no sense. For a ranker to lose to a first-generation has-been like him. The announcer's voice boomed with excitement. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the national team selection you've all been waiting for. We will now officially begin this highly anticipated match. The crowd in the stands erupted into a deafening cheer. The vice master drew his weapon. Si-hyuk, it's been far too long. A sinister aura poured from Kim Trong-jun. This is the first time we've ever fought, isn't it? Si-hyuk faced him without an ounce of hesitation. Indeed. It's strange we've never crossed paths in the arena. If we had, things would have been quite entertaining. The vice master sneered with contempt. You climbed to your current position so quickly. It's understandable. You're just a rookie. Si-hyuk remained silent, scorning him inwardly. He slowly drew his blade. Is that right? In a flash, Si-hyuk lunged forward, unleashing a deadly slash. After the attack, he confidently sheathed his sword. Mr. Jin-guk was in a state of complete shock. The audience was just as stunned. That was insane. Did you see that? That's Si-hyuk for you. He ended the match in a single strike. They were utterly shocked. How can his swordsmanship be so flawless? Si-hyuk thought to himself. Sorry, but I'll be taking the money you bet against me. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in his vision. His opponent landed a devastating blow with blinding speed. The vice master let out a wicked laugh. This is why rookies shouldn't get cocky. Si-hyuk's eyes filled with utter shock. What the? My shadowless blade. How? He remembered Simon's warning. Si-hyuk, even for you, winning 3-0 is impossible. You'll probably lose the first round. He couldn't believe it. No way. Si-hyuk collapsed onto the arena floor. The crowd went from one shockwave to another. The stadium roared to life. The announcers hyped the moment. What is this? We have a massive upset in the making. Against all expectations, Kim Trong-jun has defeated Si-hyuk in the very first match. On the broadcast screen, the commentators were buzzing. It's not that Si-hyuk performed poorly. It's that Kim Trong-jun's performance was absolutely perfect. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. The way he dodged Si-hyuk's technique was nothing short of masterful. Simon was deeply satisfied. I was worried the future would change because of the information I gave him. What a relief. He recalled the technique his friend had used. So, somehow, he still managed to learn the shadowless strike. Simon continued to watch the match closely. Si-hyuk looked like he was in a serious slump. It was unavoidable. The power gap between them was just too vast. He must be in shock. Simon was fairly confident that now, Si-hyuk would finally go all out. He feared that immense energy. One of Si-hyuk's 3 traits, his triple S rank ability, the Heavenly Killing Star, added new properties to his diverse techniques. It was an insane trait, allowing him to understand and reinterpret the origin and form of anything related to martial arts. As he collapsed to his knees, he unleashed its terrifying power. This time, Kim Jung-jun was sliced into 4 pieces. Si-hyuk delivered the final, decisive blow. A wide grin spread across Simon's face, utter domination. As expected of Si-hyuk, he completely turned the tables with a 3-1 victory. Is this how the first generation crumbles? He tapped the Toto icon on the screen. Time to check the betting situation. He currently had 175,000 points, worth about 200 million won. He guessed Si-hyuk's bets would have a lot of tickets, and just as expected, tons of people had bet on Si-hyuk's overwhelming victory. He calculated excitedly. If I bet on the underdog, what's the reverse ratio? Simon couldn't believe his eyes. He was in utter disbelief. No way. What is this? A flood of gold coins rained down as Simon screamed in victory. I hit the jackpot. You have received 4.6 billion in prize money. Simon's eyes went wide. 4.6 billion. Hey, Sage Stone. If there's anything you want to buy, just let me know. Today's on me, the stone shouted with glee. Really? I was already happy with what you made, my beloved master. But first, let's head home. Simon returned to his apartment. Looking around, he thought, with 4.6 billion in my pocket, maybe we should move somewhere bigger. Simon considered it. A bigger place, huh? But this felt like a gift from his friends. It still didn't feel real. The sage stone spoke up. Master, I get that you're excited about the money, but shouldn't you be checking on something else right now? Simon suddenly remembered. That's right. This is no time for daydreaming. I even used my achievement points to synthesize an advanced piece of equipment. Simon peered inside the device. Is the progress stable? The sage stone urged. Check it quickly. From what I can see, the process is going smoothly. Hurry, hurry. Simon replied calmly. Have a little patience. He took out 3 items. Extraction, stone buzzed with excitement. Look at their glow. Is that purple one a B+ grade moonstone essence? With the improved elixir, it has bonus stats. The others must be the same. The red one is a will-strengthening elixir, and the blue is a golden body elixir. Extraction, Stone gasped. This one is an entire grade higher. Simon just smirked. Yep, it's even A grade. Adding the midrill must have been the key. Exactly. Extraction, Stone agreed. I was shocked, especially when you managed to refine midrill into a consumable form. Really? Absolutely. No mere human should be able to refine midrill. In fact, even races specializing in magic would struggle with it. You're incredible, Simon just nodded. All right then, time for a power-up. Simon downed the red potion in one go, letting out a breath filled with anticipation. System notifications instantly flooded his vision. A thrill shot through Simon. I can already feel my body getting stronger. Good thing I focused on vitality when mixing the ingredients. This should definitely ease the burden of my transformation. Achievement. My creation has leveled up. Whoa. Achievement points and a title upgrade. Even the second option got a 10% boost. A satisfied grin spread across Simon's face. This is incredible. I need to get into the arena and test this out right now. Let's see just how much stronger I've become. He entered instantly. Welcome to the Galactic Arena. This round's event, survival mode. Simon materialized onto the field. The participant count, 100. As the other players spawned in, the chat log exploded with activity. It's Kim Simon. I smashed the join button the second I saw the notification. I totally hit the jackpot. Haha. It's a pleasure to be here, everyone. This is my first time in survival mode, so I'm a little nervous. Flustered by all the attention, Simon tried to play it cool. Of course, I can't be certain, but my matchmaking has felt a little tough lately. A system window informed him this was a promotion match. Simon's eyes widened. What? A promotion match? He was bewildered. Why would they spring this on me now? A cocky smirk formed. Guess I'm just getting too strong for my rank. He let out a confident laugh. Well, it's fine. I needed to hit gold rank sooner or later anyway. All players are ready. Map, Shadow Sewer. Footsteps echoed through the darkness. One player pinched his nose, complaining. The smell is gonna make me sick. Another player hissed, shut your mouth. What if someone hears us? My bad, but damn. It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. Just stay quiet and follow my lead. Man, I wish I had a pathfinding skill like yours. This is a shadow zone, so we need to farm as many skills as we can. Once we have enough, we can just bail. You mean we just camp here so we don't drop in rank? Yeah, exactly. Let's do it. Did you see the arena's announcement board? We got matched with those 2 monsters. But is it even allowed for them to announce the matchup so publicly? What if we run into players from a famous guild? This is a shadow zone. They'll probably die before they ever find us. But what if they find us first? This is a blind corner. Who's ambushing us? Show yourself. Wait a second. Up ahead. What is it? Trembling. The man pointed forward. Right there. Don't you see it? Something just moved over there. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. It's probably just sewer lizards. No, I swear. There is something. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. In a flash, a spray of blood hit the other man's face. He whipped his head around. Jae-hoon. He scrambled backward in pure terror. What are you? Get away from me, I said, stay back. A blast of fire shot from his hands, but the figure merely raised one palm to catch it, extinguishing the flame as if it were nothing. The player stared in utter disbelief. A wicked grin spread across the attacker's face, and with a single strike, he took his opponent down. Wait, you're from the other. The sounds of battle grew louder, then silenced. A player has been eliminated. Simon checked his results, satisfied. He pulled up the system leaderboard to check his progress. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Rank 1. Choi Jinsu, 13 kills. Rank 2. Kim Simon, 10 kills. Choi Jinsu. I can't believe someone's already ahead of me. Simon racked his brain. Choi Jinsu. Why does that name ring a bell? Choi Jinsu, the Beast King, a former UFC heavyweight fighter, and now a top-tier warrior in Korea's #2 guild. Right behind the Holy Trinity Guild, he also possesses the double S-grade trait Beastification, allowing him to transform into any monster he chooses. That's right, around this time, he was still in the silver ranks. It makes sense, Jinsu was a late bloomer, his power awakening like a dormant beast, so that explains everything. Simon sighed, running a hand through his hair. Shh, and I was just starting to enjoy my new stats. Looks like I'll have to get serious after all. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. He called out internally, "Extraction stone, now," and held out his hand. Insufficient energy. He confirmed the refill. With a snap of his fingers, the Eye of Odin materialized before him. Simon grinned, just as I predicted. Like other high-grade constellation replicas, its completion rate is only about 10%. I knew the Asgardian constellations would take an interest in this. That must be the other faction, right? The eye began to glow intensely. It shot directly into Simon's eye, catching him off guard. He cried out, clutching his face in pain. Slowly, his eyelid fluttered open, revealing a transformed gaze. One of Simon's eyes had turned a brilliant gold. The constellation Odin looks at you and gives an innocent smile. The Eye of Odin requests to be bound to you. The Sage Stone asked, "I assume you're going to accept." Simon confirmed. "Of course I am." Among all the constellations, Odin was famous for possessing numerous powerful divine artifacts, and there was a reason he chose to craft the Eye of Odin out of all of them. When the Dragon King appeared in Europe, he destroyed half the continent in a single day. As a result, Europe was pushed to the absolute brink of collapse. A glint appeared in Simon's eyes, but under Fabian's command, they successfully used the Eye of Odin to expel the dragons. I see it. That's its weakness. They pinpointed the core of the dragon's manifestation and banished them with deadly precision. The high ranker from Germany, sponsored by Odin in that incident, had revealed why he chose the Eye as his main divine artifact. Simon thought with confidence, "Even now, this is the most suitable item for me in my current situation." It linked with his Sage Stone trait, becoming an extension of his ability. My vision, it's become crystal clear. This is absolutely insane. Now I understand how Fabian found the Dragon King's weakness so quickly. Simon prepared to move out. All right, time to find that guy. Elsewhere, the bodies of fallen players were scattered everywhere. Jinnu mused. At this rate, the #1 spot in the arena will be mine. Suddenly, he sensed something. Looking at his system window, his interest was piqued. What the hell? He's already killed 24 people. That guy was just in second place a moment ago. Kim Simon. Sounds like he knows how to fight. The claws on his hands slowly extended, his face contorting into a beastly form. Jinnu had transformed into a werewolf. Now this should be fun. I hope he's a true berserker. Suddenly, his ears twitched, picking up a sound. Glancing toward the door, Jinnu realized someone was there. His eyes locked onto his approaching prey, excitement surging to its peak. Outside the door, the footsteps grew closer and closer. Inside, Jinnu's eyes lit up. It was him. He shot towards the cave entrance, to think his prey would deliver himself right to his doorstep. But suddenly, something stopped him in his tracks. Jinnu realized, was this magic? How annoying. His opponent was dodging every single one of his attacks. The enemy still hadn't shown himself, yet he could predict every move with terrifying accuracy. Jinnu grew impatient, thinking, where is he? Where the hell are you? Then, his eyes locked onto a shadow in the distance. He had finally found him. So, you were hiding there. Baring his fangs, he lunged at the bastard, but a blinding golden light erupted from between his jaws. A second later, the area exploded, leaving Jinnu critically wounded. Nearby, Simon smirked with satisfaction. This is insane. The closer he gets, the clearer I can see it. Wow, this is incredible. I haven't even mastered this item yet, and it's already this powerful. Jinnu was baffled. What the hell? He predicted my movements perfectly. Just what kind of power is this? He charged forward again. These cheap tricks won't work on me, you damned mage. Simon let out a cunning smirk. A mage? No. But let's see if you can handle this. A colossal fist of stone erupted from the wall behind Simon, rocketing straight towards his target, but Jinnu's claws slashed through it in 3 clean strikes. The sight left Simon stunned in disbelief. In the next instant, Jinnu had him by the throat. Got you, you bastard. He growled, his voice low and menacing. You're Kim Simon, aren't you? Hiding and striking from the shadows like a rat. That made you a hard pest to catch. So now, you die. But Simon blocked Jinnu's punch with his own small arm. Jinnu's eyes widened in shock. What is this bastard's arm strength? Simon thought to himself, as expected of the Monster King, Jinnu, he's no easy opponent. Blocking that attack took everything I had. I need to find his weakness, and fast. Jinnu roared in frustration. You scum. He opened his mouth wide, aiming at Simon. You think I'll fall for the same trick again? As Jinnu prepared his attack, Simon activated the Eye of Odin, scanning for a weak point. The extraction stone announced, "Brother, resonance is complete." There. Perfect. Well then, farewell, my friend Jinnu. Simon unleashed the Skybreaker Fist, a heavenly demon art striking him down. Jinnu immediately coughed up blood. He couldn't accept it. Damn it. To think I would actually lose. Simon calculated the cost. The energy drain for that attack was absolutely massive. Checking the arena rankings, he saw he was now number 1. A smile crept across his face. I can't believe I defeated a future high ranker with my own hands. This feeling is incredible. If I hadn't crafted the Eye of Odin, this would have been impossible. The chat channel exploded with praise for him once more. Simon scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Thank you all for the support and donations, but please, no cursing or spamming. This is just chaos. Let's all talk calmly. He quickly messaged the chat moderator to kick out the toxic users. The chat immediately quieted down, when suddenly, a strange noise caught Simon's attention. He pressed his ear against the wall to listen closely. Is someone fighting nearby? It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall. Simon used the Eye of Odin to see through it. He placed both hands on the stone surface. I should probably check this out. A system message appeared. This is an area inaccessible to players. Access denied. What's behind this wall that the Galaxy Arena has to warn me about it? Pushing this further might trigger a different response from the arena, or you'll face the penalty. Simon turned his back. Okay, I'm leaving. Right now. It felt like a waste, but it was better to just give up. Just then, a message flashed, stopping him in his tracks. Why is there a sudden light? The Midran, Simon wondered. Why did this thing suddenly appear? Ownership of the Midran has been confirmed. Verification is complete, granting access. This means I can go through. In the next second, a massive explosion ripped through the area. Debris and dust clouded the air. At Simon's feet now lay the corpse of a draken. Someone approached with a sigh. You lost control of your power again. Marnell complained. The magic chief is going to lecture us again for destroying the barrier. Suddenly, her eyes landed on Simon. She quickly called out to her savior. Magnia rushed over, throwing her arms around him in a hug. My savior, it's been far too long. Simon felt a bit awkward. Ah, right. It's great to see you again. But why is Magnio here? This is a survival map for 100 people. I never thought I'd see you again. Could it be this map is related to the dwarves? The system displayed a notification. The opinions of the constellations? Simon was completely confused. Based on the constellations' reactions, was this all because Magnio is still alive? The comments were just as confused. A dwarf? Why is he suddenly talking about dwarves? Aren't dwarves only in the platinum tier? But it seems like he actually knows her. Magnio blushed with embarrassment. Savior, I'm so happy to see you like this again, but I'm afraid I have to get back to work. Work? Her hand was trembling. The last time, it was thanks to your help that we drove away the dragon tribe, but in the end, we still couldn't protect Doria. So the war with the dragon tribe is not over yet. Simon listened intently. Suddenly, the system announced that the constellation Odin had issued a quest. The mission: help the dwarves deal with their attackers. Simon immediately put a hand on her shoulder. Magnio, I'll help you. What? She refused. No, I'm fine. I can handle the dragons myself. Simon remained firm. But I want to help. Magnio let out a laugh. Having someone as powerful as you helping me would be a blessing. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Do you wish to enter? Be warned. Only a few have survived. And I've already dealt with Choi Jinsu, so the number 1 spot isn't a problem. Now, leaving the current arena and entering the northern sewer arena. Elsewhere, the ground was littered with corpses amid the sound of furious cursing. How many times do I have to tell you for you to understand? A draken raged. Didn't I tell you to win this battle quickly? You absolute fools. A subordinate quickly tried to explain. My apologies. If you give me another chance, I will definitely exterminate those rats. But he was vaporized in the next second. The commander growled. Another chance? Is someone talking about another chance? Then he quickly knelt. Lord Sagas, my apologies for making you come here in person. A new voice spoke. You always expect too much from the Draken. Are you not aware of their limited intelligence? It is my fault. It was all due to my own shortcomings. How interesting. You're quite clever for a Draken. So there is a reason you reached this position. Thank you for your praise. I shouldn't speak any longer. It's a waste of my power. Fine, I will give you a gift. You'll need a map to find those creatures. The commander was in awe. As expected of the great dragonkin himself, use this map, go there, and capture every last one of them. Then you will finally catch the eye of Lord Sagas. The commander bowed low. I will obey your command. The scene shifts back to Simon as the two of them near their destination. Magnio was in high spirits. It really is much easier with you helping, Simon. At this rate, we can finish all of them today. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light. Simon's senses flared, and he managed to snatch an incoming arrow right out of the air. Be careful. Simon analyzed the arrow. This is a dragon's. Have they joined the battle as well? From above, a command rang out. Fire. A volley of arrows flew straight for them. Simon was puzzled. It felt as if they were only aiming for Magneto. He pulled her behind a large boulder for cover, then immediately activated the Eye of Odin. Simon saw a total of 9 enemies. He dashed out from cover. Simon was full of confidence. With this, I can definitely handle them. He moved swiftly through the ranks of the dragon. He raised his fist and then dealt with them one by one. Simon didn't forget to check on her. Magneto, are you all right? But she shouted back, be careful, behind you, and took down a dragon sneaking up on him. Magneto planted her foot on its corpse and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she answer, yeah, I'm okay, savior. Simon was speechless. Haha, what a relief. Are dwarves normally born with this kind of monstrous strength? Something is very strange here. Just then, another one appeared. Not bad. Simon was startled, looking at the dragon before him with suspicion. Now what is this? It pointed directly at Magneto. So it's you. The arena participant that Lord Sagas himself mentioned. Simon was lost. What? An arena participant? He began to piece it together. Could it be that this place is Magneto's arena? Is that why the warning appeared? Because Earth is not yet an official arena, they blocked all direct communication. But even so, I have to take care of this guy first. Suddenly, Magneto rushed forward from behind him, leaping high into the air. The draken roared as it met her charge. The hammer in Magneto's hand crashed directly into its skull. She then landed safely on her feet. Magneto turned around, her face beaming. So, what do you think, my savior? But Simon's Eye of Odin had already detected a threat. He shouted a warning. Magneto dove to the ground. Just in time, Simon threw up a barrier to protect her. Outside, a devastating ice attack slammed into their position. Saku appeared, radiating pure confidence. Well. I came to catch a little rat hiding underground. But it seems I've found a human as well. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Saku was a hidden boss. The news sent a shockwave through Simon. The draken from before, still nursing a lump on its head, spoke up. My apologies, Lord Saku. I will personally dispose of that dwarven brat. Saku agreed. Then I suppose I'll test the skills of this unidentified intruder myself. Without a moment's hesitation, Saku unleashed a devastating attack. Shards of ice magic, shaped like sharks, lunged at Simon. Saku charged in right behind them. I thought you were just some alchemist, but you've got a few tricks, don't you? But in the end, you're only human. I will personally show you just how pathetic your race truly is. But Simon's hand shot out, catching Saku's wrist mid-strike. The move left Saku utterly stunned. Rage flared, and the ground beneath him instantly froze over. The bastard Saku hastily retreated. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. What is this human? How dare he block my attack not once, but twice? Saku ground his teeth in pure frustration. If that's how you want to play, I'll use a power you can't possibly block to crush you completely. Hearing this, the Death Stone trembled with fear. That's a 6-star intermediate magic spell. We have to run. Because he's a half-dragon, its power will be even more terrifying. Simon assessed the situation. He'd been dragged into an arena belonging to another race. And on top of that, he'd run straight into a hidden boss. But Simon's resolve hardened. He knew exactly what this arena meant. Most players would retreat at this point. Saku lunged forward. Consider it an honor to be destroyed by my power. Simon simply raised his hand to block. He called upon the Death Stone. It responded instantly. Yes, I am ready. Simon thought to himself, if I can defeat a hidden boss here, imagine the rewards. Saku was baffled. What is this bastard trying to pull? Simon began his summons. A brilliant pillar of light erupted, catching Saku completely off guard. This power, he hastily summoned a barrier of ice. He struggled to hold it against the blast. Damn it, how can a lowly human summon a calypse? Of course, compared to the real thing. This copy's power is still manageable. And if he used that much energy, he must be completely drained by now. With that thought, he charged forward. This is the true end. A powerful spear of ice shot towards Simon. But the hero stood calmly, echoing his foe's words. You're right. This is the true end. Run. The very next second, the sky roared to life. A storm of lightning bolts rained down upon them. Simon summoned his spear, thinking, I absolutely cannot pass up this reward. Saku stared in disbelief. Impossible. How can there be another one? Oh, this thing. Simon smirked. I can use it as many times as I want. Saku was bewildered. What kind of nonsense is that? Goodbye. With that final word, a torrent of lightning bolts completely obliterated Saku. Achievement. Hidden boss defeated. Constellation quest. Odin's trial complete. Simon let out a long breath of relief. so he had to trade the imitation calypse twice. Just then, Marnio ran up to him. "Savior," he asked, "how'd it go? Did you deal with the other one?" Just then, a system alert appeared. Simon was being forcibly returned to his world. His body began to fade away. Marnio's face fell. "Savior, are you going back to your own world again?" Simon replied with a smile. "Marnio, I noticed something a little while ago, that you're also a player in the arena." She looked shocked. "Huh? How did you?" "If I'd known sooner," he continued, "I would have let you handle that half-dragon." "Handle him?" she repeated. "Savior, I think there's been a misunderstanding. This isn't my arena." "What? This isn't your arena?" The revelation left Simon completely speechless. Elsewhere, in a realm of shadow and power, a conversation was taking place. The threads of fate have trembled once again. This marks the second time. The third Dragon King demanded answers. "Nighthawk, this occurred within your domain. You boasted that everything was under control. So tell me, what in the world is going on?" Nighthawk replied calmly, "It must be your servant, Sagas, stirring up trouble again." The fourth Dragon King gasped, "Don't tell me. Sagas was defeated? The unbeatable Sagas is dead?" "No. I can still feel his presence quite clearly. He is still alive." "I knew it. It seems it wasn't Sagas himself who failed, but one of his underlings. I've already dispatched Depina to investigate the situation. Her report states they've located the dimension, where the being who disturbed the threads of fate resides." The others were stunned. "What is this place?" "It is a world known as Earth." "Earth? If it's Earth, then isn't that the domain ruled by the first Dragon King?" "Precisely. Dipina reports that the first has already contacted all relevant parties." "Humph. As expected, Dipina is far more reliable than the rest of that rabble. At least we have some good news. In the meantime, Nighthawk, ensure the Black Forge's operations do not cease, and Richard, continue to expand the arena's influence. We will convene again when Dipina's next report arrives." Back in Simon's room, he was still processing the new information. So it wasn't Marnio's arena, but the system clearly stated it was the Northern Underground Gate Arena. And yet, for the second time, the normally meticulous system failed to classify the event. Something was very wrong. "Model, what's this? Did the arena design this just for me? First things first, let's check the rewards." He scoffed at the system window. The rewards are a little pathetic, but it doesn't matter. My real goal is reaching gold rank anyway." The system announced his promotion to gold rank. Simon couldn't hide his excitement. "Whoa, I wonder what's waiting for me in the achievement store." He received the Corrupted Spirit reward. So this was the real prize. It boosted him up 8 whole levels. Just then, a strange noise caught his attention. The desk was covered in paper cranes. Among all this origami, one of them felt off. Simon's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, that's..." But before he could finish, the room erupted in a massive explosion. Everyone was stunned. No one understood what was happening. What the hell? Why did it just blow up? Meanwhile, a shadowy figure watched from a distance. An explosion like that never gets old. This man was Clark. After a blast that big, not even dust should be left of him. "If only I could have just nuked the whole area. Too bad." A voice cut in. "Do that, and you'd be permanently exiled from the organization." The words made Clark whip his head around. A drone flew towards the voice. "Who are you?" Simon calmly activated Odin's eye. That trick won't work twice. The drone instantly burst into flames. My attack was blocked with a single finger. "No, that's impossible." But a more pressing question burned in his mind. "How did you survive that explosion?" "Oh, that?" Simon replied nonchalantly. "Do I have any reason to tell you?" "Clark?" The man's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. How do you know my name?" Simon smirked. Looks like I hit a nerve." Clark started to feel a flicker of fear. "Who are you? And how do you know so much?" Simon sighed. "Well, I also happen to know about an organization that severely punishes members who act outside their orders." Clark understood the threat immediately. "A heavy penalty? He's threatening me. If I fight him here, I'll be the one who gets punished?" He shot back with a taunt. "Don't worry. Killing someone who knows about the organization comes with a pretty big reward." Simon just snapped his fingers. "Tisk. I already told you it's useless." Odin's eye began to glow, and a sharp flame erupted from each paper crane. In the next instant, they were all incinerated, fluttering to the ground as nothing more than ash. Clark was speechless. What did you just do?" He clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it. If it's come to this..." Clark ripped off his jacket. "I thought I'd have to save this for a diamond ranker." A powerful magical aura began to swirl around the garment. The sight took Simeon by surprise. Clark sneered with contempt. "I can't believe I'm wasting this on a mere silver ranker." With that, he charged forward. Desperado never fails. Glory to the great bomber, Mogadamin Abdullah. Simon was confused. "Are you trying to self-destruct?" The man laughed maniacally. So you figured it out? But it's too late. Let's go to hell together. Simon gathered energy into his palm. Sorry. He unleashed a devastating blow the man couldn't possibly counter. You can go alone. Another massive explosion rocked the rooftop. Panic erupted among the citizens below. What was that? Another explosion? Is this a sign that war is about to break out? Meanwhile, on the roof, Simon let out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, that was too close. I can't believe he actually tried to self-destruct. The rising star of Desperado, Klee. Klee is a global crime syndicate, founded by Diamond and other elite-level players. In his past life, they were infamous for their heinous crimes. And now, one of their members just tried to kill him. He steeled his resolve. He had to find out who was pulling the strings. Simon pulled out his phone and called his younger brother. Seahawk, it's me. Are you busy right now? Something's come up. From his vantage point, everything below seemed perfectly normal. As he gazed out the window, a thought crossed his mind. So this is the famous Gangnam Palace, huh? A penthouse right in the heart of Gangnam. Simon stared out at the view, captivated. Defensive magic was woven directly into the windows and doors. He'd truly never seen anything like it before. After a moment, he made his decision. All right, leave it to me. I'll handle the organization myself. Seahawk sat on the sofa, thinking, this kid must be making a ridiculous amount of money. Simon ended the call and turned to him. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? The young man sighed in annoyance. I already told you, I'm fine. How many more times are you going to ask? Suddenly, their senior approached with a warm invitation. Come now, our esteemed VIP guest. Just ignore this kid and have a seat. Let me get you some tea. Seahawk felt a bit awkward. All right, thank you. Simon watched in silence, lost in thought. There, Sunbae goes again, acting like he owns the place. As the tea was poured, a mystical blue stream flowed into the cup. Blue vapor rose from the cup, leaving Seahawk completely stunned. The tea had a strange, phosphorescent green color. Is this elven tea? The senior laughed, delighted. As expected of a top-tier alchemist, you recognized it immediately. This tea is brewed from rare ingredients gifted by the spirits. The moment Seahawk took a sip, spiritual energy radiated from his entire body. Are you sure you want me drinking something this valuable? I've heard even the wealthiest people can't get their hands on this. A system notification appeared. Elixir effect. Agility +1. Temporary. The senior just smiled warmly. Who cares about all that? Well, it's not like this thing is mine anyway, Simon grumbled. Senior, what are you even talking about in front of it? Their conversation was cut short by a loud noise that startled everyone. It was Yuna, panting and looking panicked. Hey, Kim Seok, where's my brother? Everyone froze on the spot. Simon couldn't take it anymore. It's broken again. He sighed deeply. Is today National Break the House Day or something? They all dove into a serious discussion. Huh, is that true? They debated heatedly. They sent assassins from Desperado? It seems so. Just then, Seahawk's face turned grim as he theorized. There's definitely a powerful force backing them. We need to find out who they are. Hearing this, everyone grew anxious. This isn't going to be simple. I'll investigate. Yuna volunteered bravely. Brother, me too. He gave her a silent, sidelong glance. Simon thought. She must already have a suspicion. He took a sip of tea before asking, has the organization said anything yet? Shouldn't they be looking into this by now? Simon crossed his arms and replied, they've already deployed. I heard they're starting with an internal investigation. Seahawk placed his teacup on the table. Just as I thought, Uncle won't let this slide so easily. Simon's mind drifted to their father, the first-generation Greyer and the founding chairman, and his uncle, who succeeded him as the second chairman. The only way a criminal gang like Desperado can exist is if they have powerful connections protecting them. After a moment of hesitation, Simon made a decision. Brother, if you don't want to see Uncle, you don't have to go. I'm a ranker now. I'll try to handle it. But Seahawk flatly refused. That's not necessary. These aren't just any assassins. This is Desperado we're talking about. Seahawk seriously suggested, call the association. Tell them I'm on my way. He knew he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The scene shifts to the Korean Awakened Association headquarters. Upon arriving, Simon still couldn't shake his worry. But, will you really be okay, brother? He wondered aloud. What do you mean? Simon scratched his head. You know, you're not exactly comfortable around Uncle, are you? Seahawk chuckled softly and sighed. You've gotten much better at being subtle now that you're older, huh? Then, Seahawk said bluntly, just say it. You're scared of him. Simon gave a forced laugh. Brother, really? But he had to admit it was true. Just as Seahawk said, as a child, he had been terrified of his uncle. Because he was the illegitimate son, his uncle was only ever strict with him, treating him like he didn't exist, calling him the shame of the family. As they walked by, a guard bowed respectfully. Young Master Seahawk, you've arrived. I used to hate and fear that man. After pondering his past, A faint smile played on his lips. The grand doors swung open. Si-hyuk stood there, resolute. But not anymore. This is my second life. His resolve was ironclad. He is no longer someone I need to fear. Inside the room, Mujin was trimming a bonsai tree. He glanced over, his eyes sharp and intimidating. You're here. An overwhelming aura radiated from his entire being. It was the chairman of the Korean Awakeners Association, Kim Mujin. His voice was laced with ice. I don't recall summoning two people here, Kim Si-hyuk. Mujin's expression turned dangerously sharp. Simon just offered a nervous smile. Is that so? The association wasn't very specific, so I thought I was invited too. Seeing this, the guard at his side grew tense. Young master, please wait a moment. The chairman stood, his words dripping with sarcasm. It's fine. He lost his parents when he was young, so a little confusion is understandable. Despite the taunt, Si-hyuk didn't get angry. Instead, he shot back with a razor-sharp reply. Isn't it because we're in a similar situation? You're quite the empathetic one. Uncle. Hearing that, the chairman fell silent for a moment. Mujin gave the order. You may leave. The guard bowed and obeyed. Excuse me. Si-hyuk continued the conversation casually. By the way, your hobbies have certainly changed. I don't remember you ever growing bonsai trees before. Mujin snapped his head back, his patience gone. What is it you want? Ignoring him, Si-hyuk continued his bold monologue. But there is one thing about you that hasn't changed at all. Since this is a rare family meeting, let's put aside our old grudges for now. A smirk played on Si-hyuk's lips. You're old enough to understand that, right? Suddenly, the chairman slammed his hand on the table. Pure rage boiled in Mujin's veins, unleashing a terrifying aura. Simon, have you finally lost your mind? With a furious roar, he threw his hand forward to attack. You disgrace to the family. And just like that, Simon prepared to fight back. A battle erupted right there in the office. He moved in a blur, raising a defense to block Mujin's incoming strike. When the dust settled, the sharp tip of a wooden branch was pointed at Simon's throat. Seeing it with his own eyes, Mujin finally believed. So the rumors were true after all. How did you regain your strength? Simon just countered with his own question. No, the real question is, how did you cure your illness? He casually pushed the branch away with his finger, answering nonchalantly. It's because I met May. He then added, but that's not what's important, is it? You called me to the association because of the terrorist incident, correct? Hearing that, Mujin was brought back to reality. He asked, stunned, let's get straight to the point. Ah, all right. Then tell me, what is your relationship with Desperado? Simon was completely shocked. Mujin laid his cards on the table. Don't even try to deny it. I've already read the report. Simon was frozen in place. To ask me so directly, that means you weren't the one who. Was that an order? No. He quickly cooled his temper. He must not be serious. He'll have to be more careful with how he uses his power. Si-hyuk's mind raced to two other global powers, leaving only the U.S. and China. He needed to find out who else was connected to Desperado. Seeing he wouldn't get a straight answer, he changed tactics. Let me ask you this instead. How do you know about Desperado? His rage intensified. Mujin slammed his fist on the table. Are you playing games with me, boy? You think the chairman of the Hunters Association wouldn't know of that infamous criminal organization? His fury was now plain to see. This insolent brat, daring to stand before me like this. Si-hyuk pressed on. Have you investigated the American side yet? He relentlessly continued his probe. Or perhaps the Chinese. Mujin calmly sat back down. What are you implying? He feigned total confusion. Why are you bringing up those two countries? Si-hyuk hadn't revealed his hand just yet. A man like you must already know the answer. So why mention the U.S. and China? Mujin's face twisted with pure rage. Do you realize how dangerous your words are? If I find out you're lying. Si-hyuk simply smiled and replied, I would be delighted. Sir, if I were slandering entire nations in front of the chairman, wouldn't you have more than enough reason to throw me in prison? Then he smirked to himself, knowing for a fact that Mujin had been in contact with Desperado this whole time. And although Mujin hadn't realized the U.S. or China were involved, this was the perfect moment to exploit that weakness. After a long pause, Mujin buried his face in his hands with a sigh. He finally relented. Fine. Your words are not entirely baseless. But Si-hyuk listened, stunned, as Mujin's voice dropped to a terrifying growl. If I find out this is a lie, you had better prepare yourself. A few days later, thanks to Si-hyuk and Du-young's help, I got my own residence inside the checkerboard palace. The explosion that Jay caused turned everything I owned to ash. But someone told me, you made the right choice. Why do you two look even happier than I am? Filling the new house wasn't hard at all. Just consider this furniture a housewarming gift. That's right. I had a feeling you'd try to buy it all yourself. So I prepared everything in advance. Thanks, you too. Seeing everything set up so perfectly makes me feel like I've walked right into a trap. It's a little strange how smoothly everything is going. Be careful with that. It's incredibly expensive. But still, this was nice. As night fell, the space grew quiet and peaceful. Simon popped open a can of beer. He took a long, satisfying sip. Leaning back in his chair, he thought, I can't believe I get to live in a place like this. The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. Hey, shouldn't you do something nice for them in return? I was just thinking the same thing. Thanks to them, I moved in here for far below market price. I have to find a way to thank them. The stone wondered, what are you planning on giving them? Those two don't seem like they're lacking anything. Simon smirked. That may be true, but there is one thing they both desperately want. In my past life, I lived among the highest level rankers, so I know exactly what they crave. If I use that method, they'll definitely love it. The Philosopher's Stone was shocked. Huh? Isn't this the room you said you'd use as a laboratory? Exactly. The stone teased him. Oh, I get it now. You're planning to craft some legendary elixir for them, aren't you? Simon sighed. You catch on fast, kid. For high rankers, even the slightest gap can cause them to fall behind. That's why they're so obsessed with items and elixirs. And what's more, I know all the recipes for elixirs that haven't even been discovered yet. This is the perfect opportunity for them. The stone asked, so, what are you planning to create for them? Before that, there's something I need to talk to Du Young about. Suddenly, something caught Simon's attention. Huh, what's this? Du Young's mother is a patient with the same arena sickness I had. While it's not possible right now, I want her to know that one day, her mother's illness can be cured. Wow, that's amazing. And since Du Young is a ranker, she'll definitely be able to gather the materials easily. Simon opened his inventory. All right, first, let's prepare the necessary items. Suddenly, Simon's eyes widened in shock. He pulled out a strange item and wondered, what is this? It looks so familiar. Instantly, the constellations watching him went completely still. It was a mutation serum. But what kind of F-rank item could make the constellations react like this? Considering everything I went through to get it, this has to be something good. Ah, it's because it belongs to the Dragon Clan. An item from the Dragon Clan? But why was it a quest reward? And only an F-rank item at that. Simon reached his hand back inside. Don't tell me you're pulling out dragon's blood. Simon pondered. Both of these items have one thing in common. I got them from the arena. They're both related to mana, and they're both related to dragons. There has to be a connection. There must be a way to use this mutation serum. But what could it be? The effort gave him a splitting headache. My head is killing me. He opened the refrigerator. This isn't good. I need something to drink. The Philosopher's Stone quickly reminded him, don't you dare drink a beer. I know. I'm just so frustrated. I need something refreshing. Then his eyes landed on something that looked like milk. Simon was stunned. Of course, why didn't I think of it? Then he called out, Philosopher's Stone, let's begin the alchemy. The stone panicked. Wait, what are you trying to synthesize? Use that item? Simon asked cheerfully. What do you think? Is it possible? He continued. To be honest, there aren't many items that can manipulate time, especially reversing time. That's the most difficult of all. And creating eternity is even more impossible. Simon sat in the corner, puzzled. So what method should we use? Well, there are two ways. One of them is to ask someone who owns such an item. His disembodied guide asked, Isn't that right? One of the entities that has been observing you knows about it. Zeus, I do not have the hourglass of Chronos. Hey, you don't have it? The Philosopher's Stone sounded helpless. Well, that only leaves us with one option. Do you even know what the hourglass of Chronos looks like? Not at all. But can't we just synthesize it like we've done before? That's right. But the hourglass of Chronos is different. To create it, you need at least 500,000 achievement points. This time, it was Simon's turn to be horrified. What? 500,000? That's impossible. The hourglass of Chronos can even affect the time of the gods themselves. Simon paced back and forth. Then, what if we just create a part of it? Just a small part. Like 1 or 2 grains of sand from the hourglass. At Simon's words, the constellations immediately burst into laughter. Simon was bewildered. Why did they suddenly react like that? The Philosopher's Stone was also surprised. Did you really just think of a way to craft it like that? What's wrong? Is that a weird idea? No, it's brilliant. Far beyond my expectations. Synthesizing it grain by grain will lower the cost and make it compatible with the serum. Really? All right then, let's start the synthesis right now. Simon needed 5,000 points to complete it. He confirmed without hesitation. In the next second, a handful of golden sand appeared in his hand. The Philosopher's Stone warned him. You have to use that quickly or it will disappear. Simon hurriedly used his teeth to uncap the vial of blood. He quickly dropped the sand inside, and the two substances instantly merged into one. A system window appeared. Legendary gray blood of Tiamat. Simon stared at the vial, utterly stunned. The blood of a dragon god? But just as he processed the time limit, the vial began to shake violently. A single drop of blood fell to the floor. It began to look around, as if it were searching for something. Simon gasped in surprise. What is that? Why is the blood moving? Before he could finish his thought, it leaped directly into his chest. He cried out, clutching the searing pain. The blood of Tiamat has begun the assimilation process. What? The sacred soul trait has reacted to the blood of Tiamat. Simon's eyes began to glow a fiery red. A moment later, unable to bear the overwhelming power, he collapsed into unconsciousness. The moment he passed out, Simon was transported to another space. Towering heads with two glowing eyes stared down at him. Dragons? No. These were dragon gods. But why were they here? The first great dragon, Crew, spoke up. It is finished, father. A sharp pain shot through Simon's chest every time he heard the word father. He was sharing a body with the Dragon King. Could it be true? A wave of panic washed over Simon. What the hell? Don't tell me I become the dragon god known as Tiamat. Crew shouted with fury. Again. You act as if you know everything. Don't you truly understand? You have already been defeated. Tiamat believed it was simply destiny. Just that his was far crueler. Once you reach this position, you will understand, he countered. No, I will never become the dragon god. I refuse to become as weak as you. Even if I defeat you and take the throne of the dragon god, I'll still just be one among many. Wouldn't that be a colossal waste? Hearing this, Tiamat was stunned. What are you saying, my son? As I've told you, our dragon clan is superior to any race in the universe. We are living proof of that fact. And yet, we should be satisfied with just a single seat of power? How does that make any sense? Crew, do you still not understand? This is a conspiracy hatched by those worthless insects. They fear our absolute superiority. We have always been worshipped as divine beings or gods across countless dimensions. Don't we have the right to demand a higher position than those pathetic constellations? Tiamat raged, nonsense. Even with that right, the dragon realm is permitted only one seat. That is the law. But Crew just scoffed. And that's the most ridiculous part. Then what about the 4 beings in that other place? And who is the one pulling their strings? That place is an exception. That world is an anomaly without rules. Exactly. There are always exceptions. And so, I will find an exception of my very own. Simon recognized those eyes. They were his eyes. He told me it was much easier than I thought. How the gods from that place seized so many seats. Tiamat roared. You insolent brat, have you gone completely mad? We have always warned you to be wary of them, especially the one you've allied yourself with. Father, do you still not see? The dragon clan no longer needs your teachings. He struck a fatal blow against Tiamat. The impact rippled outwards, affecting Simon as well. Now, die in silence. And leave everything you protected to us, your children. The dragon realm will return to the era before the dragon god was born. And from those who aren't even worthy, we will seize back the thrones that rightfully belong to us. Farewell, father. It was over. The system announced that Tiamat's blood had successfully resonated with the Philosopher's Stone. Simon jolted awake, as if from a terrible nightmare. He raised a hand to his forehead, rubbing his temples to ease the headache. Simon was deeply troubled. The Dragon Clan. So this was their grand conspiracy. So, everything that happened in the past was orchestrated by the Dragon Clan. Right. Thinking back, it was always strange that China never made a move back then. The dragons must have been the ones pulling the strings behind the Continental Alliance. Now I understand why they were so desperate to kill Si-Huk. At first, I thought it was just Dong Lai Chu's ambition, but it seems I was wrong. The Dragon Clan was likely involved in your past, probably because of the seat and qualification that Crew mentioned. Did they kill Si-Huk because he was a candidate to become a constellation? But it's still too early to jump to conclusions. First, I need to figure out if the Dragon Clan has an alliance with China. If I know whether it's China or Japan that wants me dead, things will get much easier. Simon turned his head to look back. I'm sure they'll find it eventually. He then looked at his system window. The system announced, the dragonification trait has been added to the Philosopher's Stone. He was confused. Serpent's Eye dragonification. What on earth is that? There's so much information, I can't process it all at once. He pondered again. Dragon Force? This must be a unique trait exclusive to the Dragon Clan. No player has ever possessed a trait like this before. It seems I'm the very first one. In another place, pieces of meat sizzled on a grill amidst frustrated sighs. Tisk, is that guy alive or dead? Moksuk was getting annoyed. I've called dozens of times, and he's not even going to answer? She switched to texting. Hey, what's going on? Why was your house bombed? The address you gave me matches the one on the news bulletin. You idiot. Say something. Are you dead? Just answer me. Seriously. The meat on the grill was now burnt to a crisp. She was still completely absorbed in her phone. Ugh, damn it. I'm going to lose my mind. An older woman walked over and tapped her on the head. Hey, you're not the only thing getting all heated up. So is the meat, you little brat. The girl turned back in anger. Dad, her father spoke sternly. I told you to grill the meat, not to cremate it. We can just grill some more. His aunt pinched his cheek. Are you talking back to me now? You think you have time for this? The kids are waiting. All right, all right. That hurts. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Her mood instantly brightened. The text is here. Kim Si-mun announced. Sorry, I was too busy to check my phone, the message read. You were right. The explosion happened where I was. I'm still investigating. Please don't make a big deal out of it. Ma-suk scoffed, feeling annoyed. That sounded like a lame excuse. Did he not see all the messages she sent? Okay. Are you hurt? Kim Si-mun's reply was blunt. No. But did you really send me this many messages? Were you that worried about me? Ma-suk's face immediately turned red. That's right. Was I worried? She thought, but her words were still sharp. Are you kidding me? Worried about you? I was just afraid you wouldn't teach me that skill. Kim Si-mun just laughed. Now that sounds more like you. Ma-suk was baffled by her own reaction. What is wrong with me? From behind, her aunt's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Oh, this little rascal. Ma-suk sheepishly hid her phone. Her grandmother wondered aloud. Why was her granddaughter's favorite dish burnt to a crisp? Then she saw the screen. So, it was because of that boy. Ma-suk tried to explain, Grandma, it's not like that. But her grandma was relentless, asking where this kid was from. Ma-suk grew even more flustered. I told you, it's nothing. As she washed the dishes, her grandmother pressed on. Ma-suk, I think that young man wants to see you. Just leave this to me and go back to Seoul. You need to have your own life, don't you? Ma-suk bristled at her words. What are you talking about? Stop reading so many comics. And while you're at it, you should go see your father. Her grandmother's tone shifted. Grandma, why would you bring that up? Are you really that clueless? Is it wrong for me to tell my own flesh and blood to visit her parents? That's not what I meant. Ma-suk turned away, frustrated. It's too late anyway. That relationship is over. Her grandmother let out a helpless sigh. The bond between a parent and child isn't something you can just sever. Now, hurry up and get to Seoul. This is my last wish. Ma-suk fell into a heavy silence. Meanwhile, Simon was grinning from ear to ear. Honestly, he thought, she's as stubborn as ever. He finalized his plan. The moment Ma-suk arrives, he'll link her to the Sky Demon. She'll gain immense power and find new allies. Then, something else crossed his mind. That's right, I almost forgot. It's time for the gold rank placement matches. The system's voice echoed immediately. Based on current data, the next arena battle will be the first gold rank match. Simon's eyes lit up. I can feel the excitement already. Time remaining, 22 hours and 26 minutes. He quickly sat up. Simon made his decision. Guess I should finish setting up the lab before the match begins. The scene shifts to the Minsoon Guild headquarters in Seoul's industrial district. Someone let out an exhausted sigh. Have all the members arrived? A subordinate confirmed. Yes, sir. There are only 2 contestants for this gold rank debut match. The Minsoon Guild master looked puzzled. Where's the other one? Kang-woo? Sir. The guild master's voice grew harsh. Where is he? I don't see him anywhere in the reports. The young man stammered. Ah, well. About that. He's delayed his decision to join the guild. Wang Yin chimed in. It's probably because of the last ranking match. You mean that survival battle in the underground gate? Yes, sir. Even though he placed second and ranked up to gold, he said he still feels he's lacking in many areas. So he decided to focus more on his training. A sinister glint extend Choi Jinsu's contract for another year. But on one condition, he fights in this match as our guild's prodigy. But guild master, another year will cost a fortune. He's not even an official member of our guild, and yet he's getting this kind of special treatment. He slammed his hand on the desk. So what? You want us to hire some random mercenary instead? Do you even know anyone who can pull that off? Wang Yin hesitated. Well, there is one other player, sir. And who might that be? The player who crushed Choi Jinsu in the last survival tournament. The guild master's eyes widened. You can't mean. Kim Si-mun? You've heard of him, sir. That kid's making quite a name for himself. You remember the former chairman of the association, don't you? Of course. He was the strongest player of all time. Exactly. He was a monster. And it seems that power runs in the family. You're referring to Kim Si-huk. Wait a minute. Kim Si-huk? Kim Si-mun? That's right. Kim Si-mun. He's also the son of the former association chairman. Are you saying? He's the chairman's illegitimate child. That part doesn't matter. We don't know if awakening is tied to bloodlines, but that illegitimate son, Kim Si-mun, was born with ridiculously high base stats. His magic stat was maxed out at 10. Are you serious? Even today, almost no one awakens with a max stat of 10, but his star fell before it ever had a chance to rise. You remember, don't you? The terrorist attack 10 years ago. After that incident, rumor has it he lost his connection to magic completely. You mean, that's right. If he's fighting again now, it must mean he's recovered his powers. And there's a high probability this is connected to that new cure for arena sickness that's been popping up on the black market. Then we have to recruit Kim Si-mun, no matter what. What about the intel on the cure? Forget it. For now, focus only on Choi Jin-soo. He's going to be in this gold-ranked debut match anyway. Jang Jisoo and Cha Hung-gu alone stand no chance of beating him. At the very least, we need Choi Jin-soo to secure our ranking. I understand, sir. As Wang Yin left, the man turned, lit a cigarette, and let out a long breath of smoke. His gaze, heavy with thought, drifted to a family photo on the wall, where his daughter bore the haunting features of a mana beast. A system notification appeared. The Korean gold-ranked debut match has begun, summoning all participants. The gold-ranked debut match has finally started. Yes, the entire world has been waiting for this moment. So let's take a look at the contenders, shall we? The commentator spoke. That's right. As you can see, among the guilds competing, the two front-runners are the Scorpion Guild and the MID Guild. The Scorpion Guild. Yes, the home of some of the brightest rising stars in the player world, players Aeon and Dujun. And the MID Guild is led by the one and only Choi Jin-soo, backed up by the formidable Jang Jisoo and Cha Hung-gu, correct? Every single one of them is a super famous player. Exactly. The players you just mentioned are all top rankers with incredible potential. But there's one other crucial player we have to talk about. Another rising star who's shaking up the scene. That would be the unaffiliated solo warrior, player Kim Si-mun. He's never once lost his #1 ranking and has received countless offers from every major guild. Tech. Can you believe this crap? How dare they treat us like we're just side characters? Aeon calmly advised, Du-jun, the public only believes what it sees, so let's just show them our true power. All participants have arrived. The debut match will now commence. Si-mun was instantly teleported into the arena. A beach this time, the Reaper's voice echoed in his mind. A map like this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? You can transform into an aquatic creature or whatever you need. Si-mun smirked. That's right. And more importantly, the reward for this match is too good to pass up. The battle's theme is survival. Number of participants, 110. The zone is a floating archipelago. Si-mun couldn't hide his excitement. Looks like I'll have to go all out here. A system notification appeared. Eliminate all other players or survive until the timer ends. The players immediately burst into a chaotic free-for-all. Heh, just keep struggling. A water map like this is a piece of cake. We just have to wait for the other idiots to take each other out, right? Exactly. Even the last one standing will be no match for us. You should all feel lucky I acquired a water-based attribute. It doesn't even consume mana, so don't you worry. This trait is a passive skill. In a survival match, there's no need to waste energy early on. We really lucked out. We can just sit back and wait to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, her eyes went wide with terror. Sis, behind you. A fist came flying out of nowhere. It slammed right into her teammate, shattering her water bubble and sending her sinking into the abyss. The others stared in shock. What the hell just happened? Sis? But a second later, the same fate met them. I can't breathe. My bubble popped. Si-mun watched with a smug grin. Hey, this new skill works better than I thought. Who was that? You need magic to survive in this zone. How could he do that with his bare hands? Elsewhere, the announcer's voice boomed across the broadcast. The gold-ranked debut match has only just begun, but a fierce battle has already erupted on the island. Model 7. Who will claim victory in this arena? Choi Jin-soo. What will he show us this time? The excitement was palpable. Someone else seethed with rage. Damn it, he was supposed to be mine. The man was Cha Hyun-woo. He calmly stated, so the Hansong Guild has failed. My apologies. Whoa, it's Cha Hyun-woo. An undeniable dark horse in this competition. The Midas Guild is on another level. Absolutely terrifying. They wiped out 3 teams in an instant. It's unbelievable. The Scorpion Guild is also putting on an incredible performance. With the perfect teamwork of Yu Ah-on and Yuzu Ah-on, how many more teams will they annihilate? They're truly world-class. Both guilds are amazing, but who will take first place? Such big talk. Let's just sit back and find out. A player took a fearful step back. My teammates, they're insane. Wiped out in the blink of an eye? It can't be. What kind of monster did this? Suddenly, a voice from behind made him spin around. What are you looking at? Simon's kick sent him slamming into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. It's him. What is this power? Simon spoke casually. If you're complaining about this, then you haven't seen true power yet. A second later, a massive explosion erupted. Whoa, that's insane. That skill is impressive every single time. A dozen constellations sang Simon's praises. With the area cleared, Simon pulled up the ranking board. He scanned it, but found himself still stuck in 3rd place. Simon considered his options. It seems one man can't fight against 10. The Sky Demon arts were powerful, but they consumed far too much dark energy. I can't use it continuously. Should I dip into my achievement points? Just then, the system chimed. Your supporting constellations are whispering. 4 constellations have given you a quest. Achieve first place in this battle. A satisfied smile spread across Simon's face. Wow, what a stroke of luck. Now, the tables have turned. He immediately summoned the Philosopher's Stone. It responded eagerly. I'm here. You're thinking it too, right? You can definitely wipe them all out. I'm already prepared. You lack the alchemy power to satisfy the equivalent exchange. Simon was stunned. Wait a second. 2,000 points? He was bewildered. But the Asaphi only cost 500. This is way too much. The Philosopher's Stone sighed. It can't be helped. Normally, it would be equivalent to the Asaphi, so 500 would be enough. But you're targeting this entire island, aren't you? Just like with the staff of Asclepius last time, right? Did you temporarily boost its power? That's right. It costs a lot of points, but it has the power you need. He's right. If I want to wipe out the whole archipelago, this is what it takes. Simon began to raise his hand for his signature world-shaking snap. The ocean waves surged violently, transforming into a monstrous tsunami. Simon walked upon the water's surface as the chili pepper constellation smiled with satisfaction. In his hand now materialized a magnificent scepter. Simon raised it high, preparing to strike. His face was filled with raw excitement. Let's get this started, shall we? Open the way. With those final words, he plunged the scepter into the sea. Arcs of lightning shot out in every direction. Elsewhere, Cha Hyun-woo was already injured. Player Cha Hyun-woo has sustained an injury to his left arm. Yuzu An let out a sigh of relief. Good. But healer Kang Ju is still alive, so he'll be healed in no time. She ran forward to intervene. Wait, let me heal you. Damn it. The front line is in the middle of a brutal fight. The outcome of this battle hinges entirely on whether Choi Jin-soo can be defeated. That's right. The battle for Island 2 is getting intense. Both teams are competing for the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Yuzu An is already casting her magic. You want to face me head-on this time. Don't be ridiculous. Cha Hyun-woo, now fully recovered, fired an arrow to create a diversion. Is this your revenge? The arrow flew straight for Yuzu An's eye, but Yu Ahan blocked it, as if she'd been expecting it all along. Thanks. Guess you can't get your revenge after all. Yu Ahan was incredible. She was acting as the frontline tank while simultaneously supporting Yuzu An's spellcasting. That single moment was the highlight of the match. It looks like player Kang Ju's mana is about to run out. The outcome is completely unpredictable. The winner here will claim the top rank. Who will emerge victorious? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Everyone was caught completely off guard. What the hell is going on? The ground is shaking, and the screen is trembling so hard we can't see a thing. A massive wave is forming. No way! A tsunami? To all our viewers, a colossal tsunami is crashing towards the island. A tsunami. A mysterious tidal wave has just submerged the entire archipelago. Commentator Song. As a first-generation player, what is happening right now? Has a tsunami of this scale ever appeared on the floating islands before? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. The archipelago has never experienced something like this. After Island 7, even Island 4 was swept away. The entire chain of islands is being swallowed by the tsunami. The teams occupying them are being washed away helplessly. There's nothing they can do. At this rate, even Island 2, where the main battle is raging, will be submerged. Show us Island 2, quickly. Despite the chaos, Yuahan and Yuzu An managed to activate a barrier. On the other side, Cha Hyun-woo was swept away. Jinsu. In a shocking turn, Choi Jinsu transformed into a shark. Everyone was pulled under the waves. As the waves finally calmed, Simon watched with satisfaction. Good. Looks like the cleanup is done. So now it's just Dujun and Jinsu Choi left, huh? He was a little surprised. He'd already guessed Jinsu Choi would turn into some kind of sea creature, but this was certainly unexpected. After all, this was her gold tier debut match. She had to be at least this strong. One of Simon's hands transformed into a dragon's claw. He grinned in anticipation. All right, let's finish this then. Purchase the body of Sakwarden. Looking at the system panel, Dujun screamed in shock. What the hell is that? It seems Simon Kim caused that tsunami himself. The rankings have already changed. We don't stand a chance anymore. How are we supposed to beat him? Yuan smacked him on the head. Dujun, are you out of your mind? She snapped in frustration. What's the use of panicking before we even fight? Did you forget what the guild gave us? But sister, look at what he's doing. With just a single wave, he wiped out all the lives we struggled so hard to claim. How can we possibly defeat someone like that? Just then, Simon began charging toward them. Yuan reminded him, use your brain, you idiot. If he had enough power to create that wave, why hasn't he reached us yet? Doesn't that mean he's not strong enough to use it again? Please, get a grip and use the holy artifact. The two bracelets touched, unleashing a strange energy. Frost Heart. A wave of chilling power radiated outwards. Dujun's jaw dropped as he announced, "It's working." On the other side, Simon was still charging forward, but the artifact's effect was slowing him down. Simon was confused. What the? Why did my body transformation suddenly stop working? I can't breathe. This is so strange. He quickly called out, "Philosopher's Stone, Philosopher's Stone." It informed him this was a curse, a type of seal that could block all major energy circuits. It must be the work of that sibling pair. If that's the case, use it. Philosopher's Stone. Understood. Simon clasped his hands together. His body began to gradually transform, one of his eyes blazing with light. Simon let out a slow breath. He had become a dragon. Whoa, this is seriously insane. It feels so light, but also incredibly heavy. On the other side, the siblings clenched their fists with determination. It's time. He stopped his charge. All right, let's start now. Pour all of our power into this and finish him in a single blow. Ice Vortex Boundary. First place is ours. Simon watched, intrigued. Oh my, at this level, it must be at least a level 5 magic spell. As expected, their combo is probably on par with Holy Power. But I have Dragon Force. What's happening? Player Simon Kim, he's charging straight into that giant vortex. If it were me, I would have run. The two smirked triumphantly. That lunatic. Does he really want to charge straight through this? Does he think this is just some ordinary level 5 magic? Stop him. Instantly, something mixed into the seawater. It rapidly attacked Simon. The eye of Odin began to glow. Simon thrust his fist straight forward. The two siblings were horrified. This was Simon's finishing blow. Then, farewell. They were instantly taken down by Simon's claws. Unbelievable. Player Simon Kim showed no mercy and defeated the duo from the Scorpion Guild, all by himself. Jinsu Choi watched, his jaw hanging open in astonishment. No way, that's absolute power. For player Simon Kim, only Jinsu Choi remains on the battlefield. The one-on-one showdown has arrived. Can player Jinsu Choi possibly defeat Simon Kim? By now, in his eyes, Simon was like a bloodthirsty monster. He charged forward aggressively. What is this? This crushing pressure isn't human, it's a monster's. Simon had already grabbed him by the neck. He greeted him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Mr. Jinsu Choi, personally, I have a lot of respect for you. He couldn't believe that after all this time training to take this guy down, his body wouldn't even move. So, thank you for your efforts. What kind of monster is he? Streams of bright red blood shot out. Jinsu Choi was knocked out in a single move from Simon Kim. The final survivor has been decided. The ultimate winner of the gold tier debut match has been chosen. Simon stretched. A system notification appeared. The final island will appear. Simon was completely surprised. Huh? The final island? The sea's surface began to tremble, and a castle gradually emerged from the water. A special condition has been met. The final island will appear. Simon spoke up. I don't know what condition was set, but it's time to go, he exclaimed. So fast. This form is definitely faster than my human transformation. Simon leaped quickly and reached the palace. The eye of Odin began to scan. Now what is this? Let's take a look. What could be inside? He suddenly realized it was two sea creatures whispering to each other. A human, a human. This one seems different from the others. Simon was amazed. Are those Nagas? Aren't they a high-tier dragonkin race that only appears in the diamond rank? The only thing I can be relieved about is that they're only warrior class. His eyes suddenly widened. Simon dodged the spear they had just thrown in the nick of time. It complimented him. You're quite fast for a land dweller. This is very interesting. The two Nagas froze, stunned by the sudden flash of light. It came from his eyes. Seizing their hesitation, Simon snapped his fingers. A bolt of lightning crashed down upon the Nagas, piercing straight through their bodies. In just a single moment, they were all eliminated. Suddenly, a voice echoed out in praise. Truly, that was magnificent. A system notification appeared. Due to an unforeseen situation, all broadcasts and communication channels will be temporarily cut off. Until the situation was resolved, no form of communication would be possible. Startled, Simon whipped his head around. The newcomer was Princess Asa, possessor of the Emperor's eyes. You not only hold the trident of Poseidon, but the holy relic of Zeus as well. Simon was stunned. The Emperor's eyes? Is she talking about these divine eyes? So that must be why they hesitated to attack me. Simon sized up the fallen creatures. These weren't ordinary Nagas. The Naga clan's power is ranked by the number of their horns, and this one had 8. In his past life, only top-tier rankers could handle a monster like this. Can I really defeat it with my current power? She let out a cheerful laugh. How arrogant. Even if you possess the eyes of a king, they are still imperfect. Are you truly thinking of challenging me? Simon flinched. You can read my thoughts? To be more precise, she corrected, I can empathize with them. Although I cannot see clearly into one who bears the Emperor's eyes. The one who bears the Emperor's eyes. May I ask your name? Kim Simon. Her eyes widened. I see. So you really are Kim Simon, the one who humiliated those arrogant dragon lords not once, but twice. Are you talking about Manhwa? It seems you're aware of that incident. You changed the fate of those dwarves, didn't you? Because of that, the Black Forge suffered a very serious blow. Simon didn't understand what she meant by the Black Forge's fate. She elaborated. Thanks to your actions, the 5 dragon lords have started to move, and one of them, Defina, has already made her move. Her words were becoming more and more cryptic. Dragons? The appearance of a single dragon could wipe an entire city off the map. Judging by your reaction, it seems you've already run into them, and yet, you're still alive and well. You must have the Emperor's eyes to thank for that. If that's true, then those bastards from the Chinese guilds have allied with the Dragon Clan. They use the Dragon Clan's influence to give orders to Desperado. Asa warned him, but don't let your guard down. Defina is a true dragon. No matter who you are, she will be difficult to handle. I think so too. The Council's interference is growing stronger by the day. There's more I wish to say, but I must be going now. She placed a kiss on the back of Simon's hand. The Naga Princess, Asa, has bestowed the Naga royal blessing upon you. Your abilities underwater in dragon form have increased. Your influence with the Naga clan has also increased. Simon was completely taken aback. Consider this my contribution. Asa's contribution to the future king. King. What is she talking about? So next time, I hope to hear your true name. But I just told you my name. She smiled. I'm talking about your real name. A high-ranking member of the Dragon Clan only becomes complete when they obtain their true name. Never let a single member of their clan who has seen your eyes live. The special situation has now concluded. The Gold League debut match has ended. Simon wondered, so, is that it? The Gold League debut, an event with the same draw as the Olympics, was over, and the press was focused entirely on one person. At the Soon Special District, a voice echoed through the Sung Sam Guild Hall. Miss, are you really just going to let this go? Didn't you say you would handle the Kim Simon problem yourself? Now every news outlet is talking about him. Please, just say something. Do-Yoon thought with a headache. I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he was on this level. A player who just reached the Gold League easily defeated a Naga. No matter how high his skill level is, it just doesn't make sense. They froze for a moment back there, didn't they? And his light-based magic is abnormally powerful. I'm dying of curiosity. I thought I was starting to understand him, but now I don't have a single clue. How on earth did he do it? Oh, now I remember. Jinwoo mentioned he met my brother, didn't he? That means Kim Shi-hyuk was there too. Minchen spoke up. Miss, I'll find a way to approach him and bring him in. Do-Yoon stopped him. No, Manager Park. Don't worry about it. Go handle the other matters. But I'm going to meet him myself, right now. She thought that if she met him face to face, she would definitely find some answers. The scene changes to the Continental Alliance. Inside, a man called for order. All right, please take your seats. The vice chairman of the Special Strategy Division began. I believe everyone knows why we have gathered here today. During the recent Gold League debut match, several rookies truly stood out from the crowd. Among them, there is one player from South Korea who requires our special attention. His name is Kim Simon. He's a magic-type user who only started in the arena 1 month ago. A murmur spread through the room. What? Only a month? Is that even possible? How can someone who just started a month ago? He chuckled. I understand your disbelief. He entered the arena a month ago, participated in the debut match, and won. It's truly hard to believe, but if you look at it from another perspective, reaching gold rank in just 1 month means he's already qualified for the debut match. This whole situation reminds me of someone from the past, the undefeated legend Emperor Zhu Zhongli, and the only man who ever managed to defeat him. I'm talking about the Sword Saint, Kim Si-hyuk. He shattered the 3-person team rule and made history by winning with just a partner. And just like him, Simon Kim entered solo, without a single teammate, and still won his debut match. The crowd stared in disbelief. That's absurd. Even if you say that, Vice Chairman, this joke has gone too far. Winning a match solo? That's ridiculous. Someone asked, so what do you intend to do with this person? Did the chairman say anything? I've already spoken with the chairman. He suggested we try to recruit him once he grows stronger. But our attempt to recruit him at silver rank already failed. We need a different plan. Don't tell me you're planning to call an internal vote. Isn't that a bit much? A vote, all of a sudden? If it's the chairman's order, there must be a reason. Exactly. Aren't we overreacting? Then let me be blunt. Do you all want to see a second Sword Saint emerge? Do you want our Continental Union to bow before that tiny nation again? Hold on, Vice Chairman. How can you say something like that? As you all know, Emperor Zhu Zhongli currently stands as an equal to the Sword Saint, Kim Si-hyuk. What happens if another one just like Kim Si-hyuk appears? So what are you suggesting we do? I'm sure the sharper officials here have already figured it out. A wave of shock filled the room. You mean, you want to assassinate him? Murmurs spread through the council. Don't tell me the recent terrorist attack on the Korean Awakener was also the vice chairman's doing? The vice chairman works for the emperor, so could this be His Majesty's will? Enough. For the sake of the Continental Union, I expect you all to make a wise decision. I will personally convey your loyalty to the emperor. Now, let's begin the vote on how to deal with Simon Kim. The system announced he had cleared the gold rank debut match. Simon was satisfied. Oh ho, I got quite a haul this time. Let's see what the rewards are. You have received a special random box as a completion reward. Simon's eyes widened. Oh, a special random box? You have discovered a hidden piece in the Reason Archipelago. Simon was thrilled. Wow, the rewards this time are insane. He scrolled through the panel. I even received a good amount of sponsorships. If I convert the apps earned from the debut broadcast, it's got to be in the hundreds of millions. But the thing that's really got me excited is this special random box. Let's see. Even in my past life, Choi Jin-woo made a fortune from this. Simon steeled himself. All right, time to open it. But a sudden noise caught his attention. Wait, who's here at this hour? Looking outside, he saw 3 people approaching. Hey, we're here. Congratulations. Simon felt a little awkward. Since they're my neighbors, they're always dropping by. I was just about to enjoy the moment of opening my reward. The room instantly became lively as they walked in. That debut match was truly a surprise. Yeah, I never thought you'd fight that well. I'm really curious about the magic you used. Simon thought to himself, should I just call it alchemy? He felt helpless. Man, I just want to open my box. Hey guys. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Ah, Simon, about that thing you asked me to handle the other day. Prepare to be shocked. The total revenue was 5.5 billion. What? What kind of item sells for 5.5 billion? Jin Guk said with regret. Simon, I swear. If you hadn't set a price limit, what a waste. It could have easily sold for 10 billion each. Simon sighed. I suppose that's true. His friend grew frustrated. I suppose that's true. That's not the point. Without that fixed price, I could have easily made over 100 billion with that thing. I understand how you feel, Jin Guk, but after suffering from the arena disease myself, I can't just view the cure as a product to make money from. So that was the reason you set a price limit. I see. You care more about people than profit. Yu Young began to tremble, stammering. Wait a minute. If I didn't mishear you just now. Simon confirmed it. You heard right, Yu Young. The cure for mana circuit overload that appeared on the black market. I made it. She was completely stunned as tears streamed down her face. I've been searching for so long. In desperation. Simon pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. I've always been by your side. I wish I could tell you it's curable. First, I need to know your aunt's exact diagnosis. She wiped her tears. My aunt has 2 conditions, mana deficiency and circuit reversal. This time, it was Simon's turn to be shocked. What? Both of them? With more than one condition. Arena victims usually don't live for long. He pressed Yu Yang. When did your aunt first get sick? She collapsed 7 years ago. But the test showed she'd had the disease for at least 10 years. Simon was stunned. 10 years ago. This is worse than I thought. She's probably only holding on because of her. As a first-generation ranker, her stats probably surpass most diamond-ranked players. But she might not have much time left. This is more dangerous than I thought. Yu Jung asked nervously, will it be too difficult? If I have enough ingredients, I can make at least one of the 2 medicines. But reversing the mana circuit is the real problem. She pleaded urgently, even if you can only cure 1 condition, that's enough for me. Just tell me what you need, and I'll bring you any ingredient right away. Yu Jung, wait. Calm down and listen to me, Simon said seriously. Let me be clear. In theory, both conditions can be cured. In theory? What do you mean? As you know, creating a cure for an inverted mana circuit is extremely difficult, but that's not the real issue. The real problem is the side effect of the treatment itself. A side effect, Simon explained. An inverted mana circuit, just as the name implies, makes the flow of mana reverse itself inside the body. The cure would forcibly correct that flow back to normal. You mean? Forcing the flow back to normal will cause even more damage to my mother's mana circuits. Simon nodded grimly. Your aunt's circuits are likely incredibly weak by now. If we use such a forceful method in her current state, Yu Jung, to be honest. The fact that your aunt is still alive is a miracle. Her heart sank. She recognized those words. That's what the doctors at the hospital always told me. They said if she were a normal patient, she would have passed away long ago. So, in the end, it all comes down to your decision, because you're her guardian. Yu Jung, you should probably reconsider. But her mind was made up. It's okay. As long as my mother can wake up, I'll accept any outcome. I've always prayed for this. I will pay any price, no matter what it is. So please, don't worry. Just make the medicine for me. I'm begging you. Simon was taken aback. What? On the road below, cars moved steadily along the street as Jin-guk drove the three of them away. They're usually always bickering, but this hospital visit has them unusually quiet. Simon opened his system window. After all, he still hadn't claimed his reward for creating the antidote. Even without any changes, his current stats were easily enough to reach the platinum rank. And once he crafted the new elixirs he was planning, his setup would be flawless. But the most important reward from his debut battle was this: a special random box. It materialized instantly in Simon's hand. Duong stared in shock. Whoa, you got one of those, too. So the reward really was a special random box? Jin-guk's face lit up with a grin. Awesome. A loot box. If I were on your team, I'd just follow you around to open those things. Si-hyuk shot back with a smirk. Too bad you debuted so early then. Huh. Even if we were on the same team, who'd let you join? With your skill level? Jin-guk snapped back. Hey, I took out 1.5 enemies in my debut match. For your information. And you still lost. You're the only one here who walked away with no reward. This guy's hopeless. I never should have brought it up. Yuna urged him on. Come on, open it already. A special random box always gives you exactly what you need. Si-hyuk chimed in. That's right. You're still using that sword from the last one, aren't you? Simon stared at the box with anticipation. All right, here we go. My heart's pounding. What kind of treasure will I get this time? You have opened a special random box. The cube in his hands began to glow, searching for a suitable item. No suitable item found. Simon froze. What? No item found? The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. Don't look so shocked. All you have to do is make a request, just like last time. Remember your first run in the special arena? When there was no reward, you simply sent a request. I wish to receive Midrin. The memory clicked for Simon. He racked his brain, but couldn't think of a single thing he needed right now. The Philosopher's Stone said reassuringly, Don't worry. I've had something in mind for a while now. Just trust me and make the request. Simon immediately spoke to the void, galactic arena. Since no item can be found for me, I will make a direct request. Halt the expanded search. The reward I desire is an artifact from a long-lost ancient constellation. You have requested an artifact of Paracelsus. Yuna's eyes went wide. A constellation? How could you possibly know about one that vanished ages ago? Si-hyuk's jaw practically hit the floor. You're really sending a request like that to the galactic arena? Jingu was just as stunned. I know you're a VIP, but is it really okay to ask for something so outrageous? Reviewing request. Review complete. In a flash of light, the item materialized in Simon's hand, a grin spreading across his face. It was a small, spherical flask. Si-hyuk and Jingu stared in disbelief. You actually received an artifact from a constellation. Yuna demanded, her voice rising. Just what in the world happened in that arena for you to get your hands on a constellation's item? The Philosopher's Stone sounded incredibly smug. To them, it's just a useless trinket. I knew they'd just hand it over. Simon admired the artifact, lost in thought. A short while later, their group arrived at the hospital. Inside the room, an IV drip hung from its stand. Yuna's mother lay peacefully on the bed. Her daughter approached with a flower basket. Mom, I'm back. 3 small robots hovered above her, administering some kind of energy. Simon's eyes widened. A mana stabilizer and a healing drone. This level of technology already exists. Things like these shouldn't even be on the market yet. Yuna moved to her mother's side. Si-hyuk and Senior Jin-guk were there again today. And so was Simon. A heavy weight settled in Simon's heart. My aunt was like a mother to both me and Si-hyuk. How could this have happened to her? Suddenly, Odin's eye seemed to catch something. Hold on a second. He could feel a strange aura radiating from her body. Dragon Force. What was it doing here? The others noticed his sudden change. Simon, is something wrong? Bro, you see something, don't you? Just like during the last broadcast, Simon's unique perception was kicking in. Yeah, but this makes no sense. He muttered. There are only 2 possibilities. Either she naturally has Dragon Force, or it was injected into her from the outside. Yu-ju, I need to ask you something. He said seriously. Your mother is a melee-focused ranker, right? Yes, you know that. My mother was known as the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen, Kang Hee, was one of Korea's proudest first-generation rankers, and a legend who was a master of standard internal energy, a clear sign of a high-level ranker, Simon thought. She never used Dragon Force back then. Then it was almost certain the Dragon Force had been introduced externally. Yu Jun asked urgently, Simon, is there a problem? Well, I was just considering using the antidote. She was taken aback. What? Why so suddenly? Is something wrong? Simon explained. There's a foreign energy inside your mother's body. If we're not careful, it could clash with the antidote. Foreign energy? She wondered. If you mean mana or holy power, that might be my fault. I've used holy magic on her every time I visited. No, it's not holy power. Simon's voice was grim. "This is Dragon Force." His words stunned all three of them into silence.
What? If it's Dragon Force, then does that mean? Dragon Force was a unique energy signature belonging to the dragon species.
Only mid-tier dragons or higher could even wield it. Ordinarily, a human body would completely break down under its pressure. On top of that, a dragon's mana circuit structure is completely different. When Dragon Force invades a human body, their natural mana tries to control it, but gets overwhelmed. And inevitably, the mana circuit itself reverses. That was the root cause of the circuit reversal condition he had detected. And this antidote, it would try to force that reverse flow back to normal, causing a catastrophic backlash that would utterly destroy her mana circuits. No matter how powerful a player is, recovering from that kind of internal damage would be nearly impossible. But what if we could remove the Dragon Force first? It was an incredibly dangerous idea, but he had to try. Simon suddenly called out to Yu Jung. "Yes, Simon?" Simon spoke with unshakable resolve. "I think I found a way to cure her. I will definitely save your mother." He slowly brought the blade to Kang Hee's hand. This might tickle a bit. In an instant, the knife had done its job. As a stream of fresh blood began to flow, he began to control the Dragon Force, pulling it out of her body. But the process was far from easy. Even a small amount, if extracted recklessly, could put an unbearable burden on the host's body. And for a moment, Simon's control slipped. The Dragon Force is fluctuating, his face tensed. Damn it, it's not letting go easily. The released energy tore through the bleak atmosphere of the room. Simon fought to regain his composure. "Focus," the Philosopher's Stone urged him. "We've already extracted nearly 70%. Just a little more." Yu Jung sent her own power to support him. "Simon, signal me if you get tired. I'll cast a holy blessing on you." A system alarm blared. Energy levels were reaching their absolute limit. His eyes began to glow a brilliant gold as Simon regained his focus. "All right, as long as my mental strength holds out." The effects of his harsh training were truly showing. Even in this critical situation, a smile formed on his lips. There's not much time left. Simon compressed the Dragon Force into a small orb. Just have to concentrate a little more. The sheer volume of accumulated energy was becoming immense, pushing him to his breaking point. Just a little more. It seemed Simon had finally hit his limit. He let out a sharp cry and collapsed backward. Everyone stared in horror. "Simon. Hey. Simon. Are you okay?" He held up the glowing sphere in his hand. Pushing himself up, he grinned with relief. "It's done. We've removed all of the Dragon Force." Sai-Hayu gasped in amazement. "Bro, what are you going to do with that thing now?" Yu Jung said impatiently. "What else? Destroy it immediately." Simon calmly spoke. "No, there's no need for that." Before they could react, he absorbed the orb directly into his body. The other three could only watch in utter shock. That single act caused Simon's Dragon Force to increase by 2, and his alchemy power to increase by 1. He looked satisfied. "Good. It was absorbed just as I calculated." The Philosopher's Stone sounded pleased. "Of course. The Dragon Force we obtained is no different from the power of a dragon god." She asked worriedly, "Simon, are you really okay?" "Simon, you should really get checked out, just in case." Suddenly, a cough drew everyone's attention. Kang Hee's eyes began to flutter open. Kang Hee breathed out in a weak voice. "Where is this?" Yu Jung burst into tears and ran to her side. "Mom." She threw herself into her mother's arms. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Kang Hee's voice was gentle. "My daughter." She looked at her with loving eyes. "You've worked so hard all this time." Si-hyuk wiped a tear from his own cheek. Kang Hee turned her gaze toward them. "It's been a long time, you two." The next morning, the news spread like wildfire. The chairman raged as he read the headline. "Kang Hee is awake. What is the meaning of this?" Choi Chang reported. "The Blue House has sent an official inquiry. They're demanding we release an official statement." The chairman turned his attention. "What's the situation with the Sungjin group?" He bowed his head. "They put a total lockdown on information. We can't find out anything." The chairman handed the tablet to Choi Chang. "They're supposed to be in the same boat as us, but they refuse to talk." "What is it?" he asked, his voice hesitant. "I contacted Chairman Luncheon, but Choi Jang-guk cut in. It seems even he doesn't know the full details." The man looked stunned. "What?" The chairman's lips tightened into a thin line. "That old bastard. He's been hiding a snake in his robes for decades. Was it all just an act? Or did that girl, Du Young, go rogue?" After a long moment of thought, he finally spoke. "Is there anything else?" The subordinate looked uneasy. "He seems quite upset." The chairman theorized. "Of course he is. He's carrying the weight of his sins. If Kang Hee starts digging into that incident, things will get messy." He waved his hand dismissively. "Have you sent our reply to the mainland guild yet?" Choi Jang-guk answered. "It's still pending your approval." A vile smile spread across the chairman's face. The mainland guild still wants to assassinate Simon. This is undoubtedly the work of Dong Riju and his followers. He gave the order. Reply to them. Tell them we will secretly clear a path for them. The subordinate hesitated. But chairman, due to the recent border situation, security is extremely tight. The chairman shifted his plan without missing a beat. Then contact that old man in Changchong. Choi Jang-guk bowed his head. I understand. The chairman continued his musings. Ah, speaking of which, that Simon kid. He recently moved into the Giano's palace, didn't he? His subordinate offered his thoughts. Yes. It seems Sai Huck and Du Young were behind it. The chairman brushed it off. That place is our territory. Anyway, his eyes glinted with a sharp light. As long as that brat stays inside the Giano's palace, even the mainland guild will have a hard time getting to him. Continue to observe and wait. Our chance will come. The next morning, at Simon's apartment, he stretched as he walked. Man, I'm exhausted. Simon collapsed onto the sofa. There's no place like home. My aunt has finally woken up. Du Young must be so relieved. The philosopher's stone spoke up, its voice filled with curiosity. But about your aunt, all her stats are gone. Will she be okay? A look of regret crossed Simon's face. Yeah. I truly never expected her stats to be completely wiped clean like that. Simon said with empathy, I guess there was no other way. She's been suffering from that illness for so long. The stone agreed. That's true. In a way, she's been extending her life with devices of her own creation until now. Suddenly, Simon sat bolt upright, placing a hand over his chest. But if it's her, I know she can get back on her own 2 feet. She'll probably march right back into the arena, declaring this the start of her second life. The philosopher's stone proposed. First, let's check out that other thing. Simon looked blank. Huh? What thing? Then a thought sparked in his mind, and his eyes widened in realization. That flask. Simon quickly activated the system. Run a scan. Now. The stats for the flask of Paracelsus appeared before him. He looked at the item in his hand with excitement. An ancient legend. Makes sense, since it belonged to a god who no longer exists. Simon examined it from every angle. But how do I use this? There's no opening. The philosopher's stone seemed to wink. Don't worry. I know how to use it. Just put it here. And I'll show you. He was a bit hesitant, but in the end, Simon decided to trust it. Here's what I'm going to do, it continued. I'll use a little bit of synthesis magic. Simon nodded slowly. All right. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from Simon's chest. The liquid from the flask of Paracelsus was seeping directly into his body. Simon couldn't believe his eyes. What the? As the philosopher's stone absorbed the flask, it felt as though it was splitting in two. A flood of system notifications left him speechless. Homunculus. Simon stared, wide-eyed, at the achievement he had just unlocked. The philosopher's stone let out a sly grin. The flask had now become its vessel. So, you finally made it here. Seeing it with my own eyes is even better than I imagined. Simon stammered. Wait a minute, philosopher's stone. It let out a cackle. Now, go to sleep. Simon sighed. Snap out of it, you little punk. The philosopher's stone pouted. Oh, I just wanted to scare you a little. Simon smirked. I can still feel your main body's presence inside me, you know. Like I'm that stupid. It huffed, annoyed. You're right. Even if I become a homunculus, the link between us won't change. Hearing this, a question popped into Simon's head. By the way, aren't philosopher's stones and homunculi both forbidden territory? It explained. They are, but so what? The god who created the rule is gone, right? We're just simulating it using that god's holy relic. The philosopher's stone gloated. Besides, you've already mastered body modification. Breaking the rules one more time shouldn't be a problem. It gave a mischievous smile. And in this state, there are a lot more things I can do for you. Simon was stunned. Seriously, the philosopher's stone asked in a low voice. You said you can feel me in this sphere and in your main body, correct? He confirmed. Yeah, that's right. It posed another question. Doesn't that mean there are two of me? Simon was skeptical. I guess so. The divine relic's aura grew more sinister. Then let's head to the lab, shall we? A short while later, they arrived. The stone was buzzing with energy. Okay, put me down here. The philosopher's stone got to work. Watch this. I'm going to use power transmutation. Mix. Its two hands move with blinding speed, blending chemicals together. Synthesize. Shake. Simon watched the spectacle, completely astonished. This is insane. Is it creating an intermediate? The philosopher's stone spoke with pride. So? What do you think? My intermediate alchemy is pretty incredible, isn't it? Simon rushed forward and hugged the stone tightly. Oh, you magnificent treasure. Of course, you're incredible. The philosopher's stone practically glowed with happiness. Settle down. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Maisie let out a long sigh. She stood before the entrance to Thaps. So this is it, huh? Maisie scanned the towering building, the place Simon called home. A man, Uncle Kim, approached her. "Miss, can I help you?" She turned to reply, "I'm here to meet someone." He eyed her up and down with a judgmental gaze. "Meet who?" Uncle Kim's tone was dismissive. "I don't know who you think you're visiting, but you've clearly made a mistake." She snapped back. "What's your problem, old man? Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? You think I don't know where I'm going?" He waved a dismissive hand. "You must think this is just some normal apartment building. This is Taps, the home of rankers. It's not a place for common folk like you. Now, be on your way." Flames of fury began to cloud Maisie's judgment. This arrogant old fool. And who are you to tell me where I can and can't go? But before things could escalate, Si-hyuk appeared. "What seems to be the problem here?" Uncle Kim sputtered. "Sword Saint." Si-hyuk's expression was cold. "Uncle Kim, it seems you're being incredibly rude to our guest." The guard rubbed the back of his neck nervously. "Ah, my apologies." Then, a thought struck Si-hyuk. This must be the person he was told about. He turned to her and asked, making her scowl, "Excuse me, are you Miss Maisie?" A moment later, the two of them were heading inside. "I truly apologize for the gatekeeper's behavior earlier," Si-hyuk said with an exhausted sigh. "The association went through a lot of trouble to get him that position. And he still spouts such nonsense. It's honestly embarrassing." She glanced around the lobby. "Don't worry about it. I gave him a piece of my mind. So, this is Simon's place?" He gestured for her to follow with a welcoming smile. "Right this way. This is my brother's personal workshop." The moment Maisie stepped inside, she froze in awe. "This is..." Si-hyuk introduced it with immense pride. "What do you think? Incredible, isn't it? My brother designed this whole room himself." His voice softened. "If you'll just wait here a moment, he should be back soon." But before Si-hyuk could finish, Simon's voice echoed through the "I'm already here, you punk." "Ah, brother. Your guest arrived, so I brought her straight here." Simon looked bewildered. "My guest?" Maisie let out a laugh, pulling down her hood to reveal a cascade of fiery red hair. "That's right, you little punk. Your big sis is here." Simon nearly jumped out of his skin. "Maisie, what are you doing here?" She looked offended. "Hey, you were the one who told me to drop by if I ever had the time." He scrambled to recover. "Oh, right, I did say that, didn't I? My apologies. Things have been so hectic lately, I completely forgot." Maisie crossed her arms, annoyed. "Hectic? Then what are all these robotic arms for? Decoration?" The two immediately started bickering. "Hey, and who do you think built and programmed those arms in the first place? Setting up the automation protocols takes time, you know." "Oh, I'm sure it was just so difficult for you," she said sarcastically. All Si-hyuk could do was stand by and sigh. These two. A wide grin suddenly spread across his face. "It's certainly a surprise. I never thought my brother would have such an interesting acquaintance." If Du-young knew about this, her ears would instantly perk up. Simon's face went pale. What in the world is that supposed to mean? Si-hyuk turned to leave. "No, I'm out of here. You two have fun." He shot back. "No, thanks." She cut straight to the point. "Simon, stop wasting my time. Teach me the technique you mentioned before. Now." Simon led the way. "Right, of course. Follow me, and I'll show you." A moment later, his preparations were complete as he drew a magic circle on the floor. "It's done. Come stand over here, Ma Shue." She stepped inside, completely bewildered. "What is this?" He began to explain. "Since we aren't in the official arena right now, there are certain limits to meeting the constellations directly." Ma Shue asked worriedly. "Are you saying I can't meet them?" Simon calmly reassured her. "No, you'll meet them. The constellations will simply bear the entire cost," he continued. "And this circle is the key to it all." Suddenly, her gaze turned as sharp as ice. "By the way, Simon," Ma Shue probed. "Why are you going this far just for me?" he stammered. "It's just..." A smile spread across Simon's face. "It's nothing much. Meeting you inside that dungeon had to be fate, so of course, I have to help you." Ma Shue pressed him further. "But you could have taken this power and kept it for yourself. Why give it all to me? You're even letting me meet a constellation. I know how difficult that is," he reasoned with her. "Think carefully. Why would I ever tell you to learn a skill that I was taught by a constellation myself?" His words struck her like lightning. "Looking back now, you've already used that skill, haven't you? That means you already learned it." Simon laughed. "Ma Shue, it seems your brain is finally catching up." She snapped back. "What was that?" Ma Shue's voice grew serious. "Whatever. I still don't believe that teaming up once is enough reason for all this." Simon chuckled to himself. That was more than enough. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to, especially since I received the 2-star Heavenly Demon Divine Art and 5,000 achievement points for free. He reached out and grabbed her hand, a strange glint in his eyes. "It's because of you that I'm even alive right now. If it wasn't for that elixir you gave me back then, I wouldn't be standing here." Thank you so much, Ma Shui. The magic circle flared to life, leaving her completely stunned. What are you talking about? He just smiled. Have a safe trip. Before Ma Shui could even process it, she vanished. Hey, why is the Philosopher's Stone suddenly judging me? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Simon played dumb. What are you talking about? The system recorded the mission rewards. He stared excitedly at his achievement board. Without Ma Zook and Si Huck, I never would have made it this far. The stone sighed. Whatever. A handsome guy is never wrong. Simon's resolve hardened. Si Huck, I'm going to help you this time. Just you wait. He called out with confidence. Philosopher's Stone. It answered with excitement. Understood. Leave everything to me. Simon was fired up. All right, let's head to the next dungeon. The scene shifted to a gruesome arena stained crimson. The system teleported Simon into the new zone. You have entered the special dungeon, Fallen Nature. It's been a while since I've been in a special dungeon. Simon started moving, covering his nose. It stinks. Seriously, can I ever get a normal map? A flood of comments filled his vision as he walked. Simon could barely read them. What the? Why is the chat moving so fast? You have earned the title Breaker of 100,000 views. You have received 5,000 achievement points. He was stunned. 100,000? Did it just say 100,000? The display showed 110,469 viewers, and the number was still climbing. Yeah, he marveled at the number. Over 100,000 viewers for a gold rank stream. I guess that promotion battle had a huge impact. Simon grinned. Ha, and this is only the beginning. Anyway, the objective is to eliminate the source of the corruption, right? Simon stood before a colossal tree, guessing this was the place. As he gazed up at the world tree, a sudden noise caught his attention. Simon whipped his head around. Did I just hear something? With a snap of his fingers, he decided. Better go check it out. White whale tissue has been activated. Simon focused his hearing, as sound waves began to radiate outwards. I got it, a voice shouted. There's blood over there. Nearby, a sword was locked against a monster's claws. Damn it, the man yelled to his teammate. While I draw its aggro, get to its side and attack. Easier said than done. Simon leaped onto a branch to observe the other players. The comment section exploded with excitement. A massive bird-like monster let out a piercing shriek, but a moment later, it was logged out of existence. The sudden kill shocked Team In. Simon appeared, remarking coolly, that was easier than I thought. The player's jaw dropped when he recognized him. Aren't you the player? Kim Simon. That's me. You know who I am? The other players greeted him with glee. Of course we do. You're the winner of the gold rank promotion battle, right? Simon sighed. Was that battle really that big of a deal? I can't believe I'm meeting the champion here. Timin scratched his face in embarrassment. But, you're only gold rank. How did you get into a platinum dungeon? I'm currently in my own special dungeon. Is that so? Ha! Strange things always happen in special dungeons. Simon turned to leave. Well then, I'm a bit busy, so I'll be going. The other player was overjoyed. Oh, right. Thanks for the help. With that, Simon vanished in a blur, leaving the player in awe. Timin couldn't believe it. Is he really just gold rank? He began to question reality itself. Wait a second. Are we even playing the same game? Then, he started running forward. An excited thought crossed his mind. If he's that strong at gold rank, he must have something that no one else does. That means if I sneak into his dungeon, I might be able to snag some good loot. I'm a genius. He tried to rush after Simon, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. A system message appeared. You are not qualified to enter this area. What? Seeing the message, Taemin screamed in frustration. Damn it. A gold ranker can get in, but a platinum like me can't. Just then, monsters appeared behind him. 3 massive roosters charged, causing Taemin to break out in a cold sweat. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, someone was being held captive. She thought in despair, even my master has reached his limit. Ethereal chains tightened around her body. She called out weakly, Master, then closed her eyes in surrender. Please forgive this useless disciple. At that same moment, Simon arrived at the heart of the corruption. He looked ahead and gasped. This is the world tree? Holy hell, it's absolutely gigantic. Simon wondered how to even begin. The philosopher's stone spoke up. I admire your courage, trying to destroy the world tree's physical body. Master, you don't need to do that. He was confused. What do you mean? The stone explained. The world tree has both a physical body and a spirit form. Think of it like a body and a soul. The spirit form is its true self. Simon was beginning to understand. So, this giant tree is just an empty shell? The stone confirmed. Exactly. But that doesn't mean the physical form isn't important. The world tree needs it to use its full power. But as long as the spirit form exists, it can always create a new body. Really? So destroying its shell is useless. I need to destroy its spirit form? Precisely. And that spirit form is guarded by high-ranking spirits. High-ranking spirits? But haven't they been gone for ages? The stone explained, this is a dungeon. If the World Tree's body is active, then they must still be alive here. Simon grimaced, but a normal player wouldn't even be able to breathe in a place like this. He activated his Eyes of Odin to get a better look. Deep inside the tree, Simon saw a cluster of light, and as he focused, the image of the captive girl became clear. Simon was utterly shocked. What was this? Why would a high-level spirit have scales? He suspected the dragon clan had to be involved. Unbelievable. Their influence reached even this far. With some hesitation, Simon unleashes his dragonification. It seems she's on her last breath. He throws a punch forward. I need to end this. And fast. But in the next instant, Simon is the one left stunned. His fist slams into the wall right in front of him. Wait, where did she disappear to? Just then, a voice rings out from behind him. Intruder. It's the spirit girl who was bound earlier. Her entire being radiates killing intent towards Simon. She must be eliminated. Nen speaks with cold finality. I will erase you. She then lunges at Simon with blinding speed. As he dodges, his mind races. I don't know why a high-level spirit is being corrupted by dragon power, but it's making her attack patterns far too simple. If I can just help the spirit who carries the World Tree's soul, then maybe we can get to the root of this corruption. Simon plants his feet and unleashes a powerful strike. Too easy. A glint appears in his eye. But do I really have to kill her? Is there a way to save both the spirit and the World Tree's fallen soul? Red Flame sounds helpless. Master, that's a noble idea. But saving a corrupted World Tree is impossible. On a mythological scale, the World Tree is on par with the constellations. Unless a constellation heals it personally, it's a lost cause. Simon continues to evade Nen's relentless assault. Humph. So is killing her my only option? He grabs her arm, flinging her aside, or I could just create a new soul for the World Tree myself. Red Flame reminds him, Master, don't tell me you have a World Tree seed. That thing has been missing for tens of thousands of years. If I don't have one, I'll just make one, he says with a faint smile. What was that? Ah, now that I think about it, what was the item I received for entering this arena? Nen drops to her knees. Simon watches, intrigued. Then she roars, Intruder. Eliminate. Simon extends a hand, using his power to dominate her. Stop right there. She freezes before his overwhelming presence, as if encased in ice. A corner of Simon's mouth curls up. It worked exactly as I predicted. He continues his command. Now, hand over the spiritual form of the World Tree you're holding. Nen's eyes are still glowing crimson as a stream of light pours out from within her. She gasps, unable to form a single word. The World Tree is being extracted. Simon marvels at the sight. So this is the World Tree's spiritual form? It looks like a tiny bonsai tree. I'd better finish this quickly, before the dragon power's resistance grows any stronger. A notification appears. You have made contact with high-grade dragon power. Absorption in progress. The high-grade dragon power is resisting fiercely. He struggles to pull it into his grasp. Humph! It's fighting back. Let's see who's stronger. The high-grade dragon power has surrendered. You have absorbed a massive amount of high-grade dragon power. Dragon power has increased by 50, converting into a stat that supports alchemy. Alchemy power has increased by 25. Simon is shocked. 50 points? That's insane. Ha! But I guess it makes sense. This is the same power that corrupted the World Tree. Price of death. To establish an equivalent exchange through price of death, you need 10,000 achievement points. Do you agree? Yes or no? Simon considers it. 10,000 points seems reasonable. World Tree Seed Fragment, mythical grade. Even in its fragmented state, its divinity remains whole. The eyes of the constellation Geot and the constellation Black Sun are shining brightly. The constellation Heavenly Demon sends a curious gaze. Nen awakens, clutching her head. He asks, Are you back to your senses? Don't push yourself. Just get some rest. Simon's eyes suddenly turn gold. A spear flies straight for him. He instantly throws up a shield to block the attack. He regains his footing. What the hell? An ambush? A voice echoes from the smoke. I was wondering why Lord Ninhog's power suddenly vanished. It seems an interesting little creature like you has appeared. A woman with a villainous aura emerges. A system alert sounds. Due to special interference, all broadcast audio will be blocked. The comment section explodes right at the story's climax. The villainess asks, Why is a human like you here? Though I suppose it's commendable that your pathetic body made it this far. He retorts, And why would I need to explain myself to you? She looks genuinely surprised. Wait, those eyes of yours. How can a mere human possess the eyes of a sovereign? Simon just smiles. Are you that curious? Then have a taste of this. Sovereign strike, heaven-breaking demonic art. The woman's eyes widen as she raises a shield to defend herself. She grits her teeth. For an inferior species, you are surprisingly powerful. Simon himself is a little surprised. She blocked my sovereign's strike as if it were nothing. Her face twists in contempt. How dare a lowly human look at me with those eyes? I will tear you limb from limb, the system announces. Hidden boss, General Draenus, has appeared. He analyzes her. It seems she's not a true high-ranking dragon. Judging by her form, she is likely an evolved type of Diwali. The villainess flashes a wicked grin. Oh, the little human knows about evolution? This is getting more and more interesting. She stomps her foot. I'm very curious about what's inside that tiny brain of yours. Her aura flares as she lunges at him, so I think I'll just tear it open. Simon's expression turns deadly serious. I can't believe she blocked that, but dealing with this will be a piece of cake. His eyes begin to glow. A system window appears. Several constellations have placed restrictions on Draenus. The constellations begin to protest. Constellation Odin asks, "Are you kidding me? How dare you?" Constellation Black Sun scoffs, "Ah, that wretched woman. Go on, keep trying if you dare." The constellations Jot and Heavenly Demon watch with great interest. She nodded in pure frustration and then screamed, "What is the meaning of this? Why is the arena punishing a player?" Simon was stunned. Huh? A player? That monster is actually a player? The constellations raged. A platinum-ranked player like you has no right to interfere. Constellation Skyvale, your dragon didn't get here through honest means. I hope you make a wiser decision. Simon was completely baffled. What is this situation? A platinum-ranked player? Just like when I met Mano. Heh, this is getting more and more interesting. Simon wondered why the Galactic Arena would label Draenus a hidden boss. The council is in discussion. I see. The system within the arena's council has been infiltrated by the dragons. The council finished their discussion. The complaint has been accepted. The player Draenus will be expelled from this arena. Her entire body was tainted. Chains bound the woman. She begged, "No, let me undo this incarnation. I won't fight anymore. Just let me talk to him. I need to know something." Simon thought, I agree. I can't let her leave like this. He remembered Ace's warning. Do not let her live. And on top of everything, she passed herself off as a hidden boss just to invade this arena. Cheaters like her can never be forgiven. He hesitated. Wait, kill her right now? While the constellations are still protesting, that could cause serious problems down the line, especially if the dragons have pawns on the council. They'll definitely raise hell. In that case, someone other than me will have to do it. The dragon incarnation was cancelled. All buffs, including the serpent person, were nullified. A powerful energy surrounded him. Constellations G and Sky Veil tilted their heads, while Black Sun and Odin stared in confusion. He fell to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth as he struggled. Black Sun realized it was from his previous wound. The constellation Black Sun erupted in fury. You bastards. My child has been injured because of you useless fools. According to the rules, the Galactic Arena cannot directly execute a player. The Black Sun sneered. What? You can't even kill one little lizard now. Why are you targeting me? The woman looked bewildered. Why me? The Black Sun declared, then prepare to face the Mother of Chaos herself. The Black Sun's rage sent tremors through all the factions. Simon was satisfied. That's right. Make this as big as possible. At her fury, the constellations of chaos stared down with menacing intent. Esteemed members, our Galactic Arena always prioritizes fairness, the Black Sun scoffed. Fairness? A top-tier creature from the Platinum rank storms into an arena for ordinary gold ranks, and you call that fair? Do I look like a fool to you? At their mother's rage, the constellations of the void began to gather. Their gazes were filled with killing intent. We will hold a swift discussion. Please, we ask for your patience and understanding. The villainess felt the pressure vanish. The arena system sympathizes with your words and expresses its deepest regrets. However, please understand that due to our rules, we cannot directly interfere. He wiped his mouth. It's working. The Black Sun declared, you've admitted it's your fault, so you will bear the full punishment for this incident. Simon's eyes flew open. He was suddenly in a different space. Where am I? Could this be the Black Sun's domain? It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. The villainess's voice cursed nearby. Damn it. Why did these other factions suddenly get involved? This is against the rules. Galactic Arena, are you even listening to me? The voice of the Black Sun echoed through the void. You filthy serpent spirit, how dare you use your cheap tricks to injure my child? The woman shrieked back. It's not just Nidhogg. The other Dragon Lords won't stand for this either. Is this how you constellations treat players? Constellations? The Black Sun boomed. Silence. How dare you speak of those damn lizards in my presence? An invisible force began to drag her away. What are you doing? She screamed. Let me go right now. The Black Sun spoke her final words to the woman. For your sins, I will tear you to pieces. And my child, you did very well. Simon was startled. Even your fragility is just like mine. He asked, you knew about that, too? The constellation replied, Of course. I'm no fool. Simon gave a weak smile. The other constellations must have noticed by now. The voice continued, the high-ranking constellations knew long ago that the blood it simulated was a cheap fake. Simon wondered, but why did the arena compromise? Did they really not know? It explained. Because most of them are weak-willed fools without a backbone. My child, you're going to resurrect the world tree, aren't you? Simon replied, yes. And I plan to save that high-level spirit, too. I figured as much. The moment you spared her, you truly are one of a kind. Between the incident with the dwarf and now this, the forces of shadow must have taken a serious blow. That bastard kid must be absolutely fuming right now. None of us had ever managed to achieve that. And yet, my weak human child, Kim Simon's consciousness began to slip away. What's happening? My head feels so hazy. The constellation spoke. Listen, child. I shall bestow upon you a gift. His eyes grew heavy as a deep slumber took him. Farewell. A new mission appeared from the constellation of the Black Sunday. Kim Simon's eyes fluttered open. Huh. He was awake. He looked around in surprise. There's no need to be afraid, a voice explained. You collapsed, so I've been watching over you. Simon was still on edge. Is that so? The woman introduced herself. I am the companion of the World Tree, Roll. He had to know. The dragon force within you. Is it completely gone? She replied, yes. And it is all thanks to you. You've purged the very source of the corruption. Just as she finished, she coughed, blood staining her lips. Simon panicked. Are you all right? Could it be because of the World Tree's missing soul fragment? She gasped. I believe so. And the dragon force from the 5 dragon lords has severely weakened my body. Simon held something out. Then, please, take this. Even if it's just a fragment, it should help. Huh? Nen immediately refused. This belongs to you. I cannot accept it, he insisted. It's fine. This is exactly why I kept it. He pressed it firmly into her hand. You must survive, live, and plant the world tree once more. Perhaps it will give rise to a new power. Nen was still stunned. You really? She tried to return it, but I can't take this. The world tree can only have a single companion. Even though it was destroyed, I was its partner. Therefore, I cannot accept another world tree. Simon was taken aback. But, I can act as an intermediary, Simon repeated. An intermediary? Yes, Nen explained. If you become the world tree's companion, the problem is solved. I have witnessed the sincerity in your heart. It's pure, untainted, far beyond that of any other race. You are worthy of becoming the world tree's companion. So, may I know your name? He answered quietly, Kim Simon. She whispered his name twice, then declared loudly, I, Nen, companion of Roll, acknowledge the worthiness of Kim Simon. A notification appeared. You have been chosen as the companion of the world tree. Please assign a name to your companion. Simon clenched his fist, his heart pounding. A name? He declared, its name is Simdraco. That is the name of my companion. You have acquired the title Companion of the World Tree. You have earned the achievement, the World Tree's one and only companion. You have been awarded 10,000 achievement points. Simon thought, ecstatic. What is this feeling? It's so refreshing. It's as if every impurity in my body has been washed away. You have cleared the special arena. Corrupted nature. Returning to the original world, Simon watched in shock as his body began to fade. Am I being summoned back? Nen understood as well. It seems our time together is over, she promised. But this will not be our last meeting. Next time we meet, I will greet you in a much more beautiful form. My savior. Simon clasped her hand. I'm looking forward to it. Take care of yourself. Nen replied, You as well, Simon. The scene shifts. Elsewhere. The ground is littered with the corpses of monsters, but one monster still stands. It lets out a furious roar. Jin-guk shouted, Hey, there's still one over here. The beast opened its massive jaws, ready to devour him. But in the next instant, a flurry of slashes tore it to shreds. The attacker was Si Hyuk. He laughed teasingly, Sunbae. I told you to lure them here one by one, didn't I? Jin-guk gasped for breath. Hey, you make it sound so damn easy. Even if I could, it's a huge pain. This kid is exhausting. Suddenly, another one appeared behind them. Another one. Seriously, Sunbae, you're completely useless. You little brat. Si-hyuk unleashed a dazzling display of attacks on the creature. He frowned. I still have to watch my brother's broadcast. Thanks to you, I'm going to be late. Jin-guk shot back. Hey, you think I don't want to watch it too? That has to be a high-ranking dragon. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, shocking them both. Due to a special factor, the map will now be altered. What? All of a sudden, the corrupted forest has transformed into the Forest of Rebirth. A map change? How could that just happen? Si-hyuk, watching the live chat, yelled, Sunbae, check the chat. It looks like it was because of the gold rancor. Then it clicked. Wait a second. A gold ranker. Could it be? Elsewhere, comments flooded the screen. An enraged fist slammed down on a desk. The man was furious. Damn it. With so many eyes on him right now, how are we supposed to assassinate him? Choi Jang-guk, we're changing the plan. What's the situation on the mainland? They've just arrived in Incheon, sir. Ha! Those lazy bastards finally decide to move quickly at the worst possible time. Nothing is going smoothly. His subordinate asked, so, should we report to them now? They've just arrived, so if we report immediately, they might listen. But the man dismissed the idea. Forget it. What good would that do? Let them deal with it. So, we're pulling out of this? If we pull out now, the mainland could make a mess by exposing the illegal immigration. Don't worry. The mainland's current guild master, Dong Lai, is no fool. And that old man from Sung Sam is also involved in this. So, shall we contact the chairman now? Do it. If the plan fails, he'll understand. More importantly, I feel like I'm missing something. What is it? Kim Simon. What exactly is he hiding? The scene shifts to the Giano Palace. System messages flooded his vision. He had cleared the special dungeon, the corrupted wilds, in a way no one thought possible. The dungeon's fate had been completely rewritten. Just as I predicted, Simon thought with a smirk. Now, let's see what kind of reward they'll offer. Simon reassessed the situation. Man, what's taking so long? They're not just gonna ghost us, right? The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. Saving a high-level spirit is a huge reward in itself. Besides, you gave birth to a new world tree. Even if it's just from an imperfect seed fragment, creating a world tree at all is a monumental achievement, really. Come to think of it, I did get an achievement related to the world tree. Simon's eyes lit up. Whoa, this is insane. A growth-type title? These things are as rare as SSS rank items. Philosopher's Stone. Do you know the conditions to get one? It replied. Perhaps it's for every world tree seed fragment you synthesize for reference. I'm not sure how much the growth rate will increase, though. This is my first time encountering a world tree as well. Then I guess we'll just have to synthesize more fragments to see how much the growth rate increases. Sounds like a plan. Suddenly, Simon noticed something. He opened his quest window. He'd completely forgotten the Dark Sun gave him a quest called Forgotten Knowledge. Simon was confused. A method to craft a homunculus. This is a gift from the Dark Sun, but why give it to me as a quest? Couldn't he have just given it to me directly? But maybe. It's in quest form, because I'm not a high enough level to craft a homunculus yet. The Philosopher's Stone explained. That's right. After all, the creation of life is a domain of the gods. Simon wondered. So, how many achievement points do I need to get my alchemy board to 60% completion? It told him to wait a moment. We're at 40% right now. Reaching 50% requires 20,000 points, and another 10% on top of that needs 10,000 more. Simon did the math. So, 30,000 points in total. That's right. He sighed, burying his face in his hands. 30,000 points just to go up 20%. This is insane. Looks like I'll be saving up achievement points for a while. Just then, a system notification chimed. The rewards had been decided. Simon shot up straight. He quickly scrolled past the other categories. Enough already. Just show me the rewards. You have received the reward, Mia's spring water. The Philosopher's Stone gasped. Mia's spring water. Simon was confused. What's the big deal? Due to an error in the special arena, all related teams have been disbanded. Player Kim Simon, who was affected, will receive a special reward. You received a world tree fragment, another one. Looks like they felt guilty, so this one's on the house. The causal power consumed must have been immense. The constellation smiled with satisfaction. Simon grinned. Ha! Thanks to that, I just saved 10,000 points. Nice. Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. Damn it, that annoying old man. Simon recognized the voice. Hexia. She yelled, Hey, Kim Simon, pointing straight at him. Fight me, right now. Simon was baffled. Huh? But I just got back. But it looked like she had already inherited a good portion of the heavenly demon's legacy. Despite her tattered clothes, she was fuming. That old geezer really is. Simon snapped his fingers. Forget the fight for a second. You need to put on some decent clothes first. Instantly, Hexia's outfit was restored, leaving her stunned. What the hell? Her eyes lit up with excitement. Hey, did you just put all the clothing shops out of business? How did you copy my outfit so perfectly? That's more like you, Simon replied, exasperated. I didn't copy it. I reconstructed it from the scraps of cloth you were wearing. My alchemy can't create things from nothing. You know. Huh, she said, looking down. You're right, my clothes feel thinner now. Then, she remembered why she was here. Wait, this isn't the time for this. You, I said, fight me. A sly grin spread across Hexia's face. That damn old man. At least he had the decency to give me a pretty interesting quest. I'm going to take all the rewards for myself. Simon guessed. Hey, don't tell me the heavenly demon gave you a quest to fight me. She flinched. How did you know? This time, Simon's interest was piqued. Well then, this is perfect. I was just looking for a chance to test out my new stats. Let's do it. Entering the training room, Hexia was amazed. This place is insanely huge. This is a training ground? Why is it so big? This is the indoor training hall of the Jet Black Palace. It has to be massive so the damage doesn't spread outside. The two faced each other. All right, shall we begin? Hexia's excitement grew. Let's go. You better grit your teeth. She stomped her foot, shattering the ground beneath her. I'm not holding back. With that, she lunged forward. Simon noted internally. Oh, much faster than last time. He dodged with ease, but her attack was too predictable. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Her leg swung around in a wide kick aimed at his stomach, forcing Simon to lean back. He was flustered for a moment. That first move was just a feint. Once again, Hexia's fist flew toward him. Simon stood his ground, ready to take the hit. But in the next instant, he vanished, leaving her stunned. Simon's voice echoed from behind her. I have to say, I'm a little surprised, Hexia. She whipped her head around. Behind me. Simon sent her flying with a swift kick. Not bad. Hexia slammed against the wall, using the momentum to push off and land perfectly on her feet. Simon offered a compliment. Not bad at all. To be able to counterattack in that situation. She wiped a trickle of blood from her lip. TCH? Counterattack my ass. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Simon smirked to himself. That's because you're still silver rank. Your rank doesn't match your talent at all. If you keep getting stronger at this rate, you could easily reach diamond rank. Without waiting, Hexia charged forward again. She attacked while Simon dodged, trying to close the distance for close quarters combat. You don't want me to use my alchemy, is that it? If that's the case, to go easy on her. But before he could react, Masuk's fist was already inches from his face. He barely managed to dodge the blow. An immense power radiated from her fist. Simon was stunned. Annihilation Ray. He was in disbelief. Isn't that a skill you can only use after mastering level 2 of the Heavenly Demon Arts? Had she already reached that level? She pressed her attack, relentless and full of fighting spirit. Where do you think you're looking? She yelled. This isn't over yet. The resulting impact sent shockwaves through the very air. Simon struggled just to hold his ground. She even blocked his sovereign's fist. Looks like I can't take her lightly anymore. He focused his mind for battle. It was time to launch a real counteroffensive. Masuk shouted in disbelief, You absolute monster! How are you releasing your aura while throwing a punch? Their two powers clashed in a violent explosion. Masuk struggled to push back. I can't let this go on. She slammed her foot down, deciding to seize the initiative. The force of her stomp made the entire room tremble violently. Simon felt a crushing pressure. This must be the Heavenly Demon's stance. The pressure is insane. I can't even move. And in front of him, Masuk had vanished. She reappeared above him with a triumphant look. I guess this is my win, right? But to her absolute shock, Simon still managed to block her fist. He smirked. For me, something like this is easy. She growled in frustration. You're an alchemist. How can you possibly have demonic energy? What exactly are you? At first, I was just planning to spar with you lightly. I honestly never expected you to be this powerful. What? She stammered. You got serious, so I had no choice but to respond. Masuk quickly tried to stop him. Hey, Kim Simon, wait a second. But he didn't listen, his battle spirit now fully ignited. Masuk, you truly are incredible. His overwhelming mana began to flood the entire room. A moment later, the room was filled with dust and smoke. The Philosopher's Stone reported no major injuries, just some slight mana exhaustion from overexertion. That's a relief. The stone then asked curiously, Why didn't you let her win? Your mana system is more than strong enough to adapt to that move. Simon looked at his own hands and explained, I tried, but it's not as simple as it sounds. Besides, I was completely surprised myself. The Heavenly Demon's stance? Seriously. The Heavenly Demon's stance. Does that mean Masuk has already mastered level 3 of the arts? All from a single training session? It was still imperfect, but if my own stats hadn't just increased to 35, I would have been forced to use the Heavenly Demon arts myself. The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. So, what's the plan now? Weren't we going to establish a guild after your promotion and get you a new title using the World Tree Seed Fragment? The memory suddenly hit Simon. Oh, that's right. The stone wondered aloud. You're going to let Masuk join, aren't you? He turned to look at her. Simon let out a helpless sigh. Well, if she wants to. You saw it yourself. We only sparred once, and she's already shown this much growth. There's no telling how much stronger she could become. As evening settled over the city, someone approached the Vancour building. Jin Guk walked with a bounce in his step, thinking happily. I heard Simon has something he wants to show me today. I can't wait. Suddenly, a greeting startled him. Hello there. Huh? I don't think I've seen you before. The man just gave an awkward smile. Ah, right. The old guard just quit, so I'm his replacement. Jin Guk sighed to himself. That sly fox. How did he pull that off? He muttered. That sea huck is really something else. Excuse me? The guard asked. Waving as he walked inside, Jin Guk replied, Oh, it's nothing. You can get back to your work. What was that about? The guard wondered. Ah, yes, sir. Jin Guk headed for the elevator. While he waited, a familiar voice made him turn around. Oh, you're here. Senior Huck waved him over. You're here to see Sea Huck too, right? I'll come with you. Hey, about that guard from earlier. I heard the association chairman himself hired the guy. So what ended up happening? Sea Huck explained, Oh, that guard. I already took care of him. It was thanks to my brother, actually. The guy was being rude to one of his guests. Jin Guk chuckled. That's the perfect excuse. You can't just fire someone for being a little rude. You must have dug up some real dirt on him, right? Nice work. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Just as they were about to step out, a voice called to them. Wait up. It was Du Dung, panting as she caught up. Senior, you said we were going together, and you just left without me. Jin Guk scratched his head, embarrassed. Oh, right, Du Dung. You were coming too. My mind was just preoccupied with Simon. Sea Huck asked, Why are you here anyway? A short while later, the four of them were gathered in a quiet meeting room. Everyone's right on time. I came as soon as I heard about your new product. But anyway, Du Dung, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Simon? Yes, she replied. Actually, I have a proposal for all of you. Please, take a look at this. Jin Guk's eyes widened as he read. Du Dung, is this for real? Simon was just as surprised. Sung Sam is going to help us sell our potions, she said cheerfully. We're just offering a bit of our market space. If you use the Sung Sam name, it'll handle all the legal procedures for you. That includes payments and, of course, gives you credibility. As you know, the black market isn't a great place to do business. It's the kind of place that would sell out its own merchants for the right price. Simon had to agree. The black market was definitely not a place you could trust. Considering this, it's a much better offer, she added, her cheeks flushing red. Plus, I want to repay you. My mother does, too. Simon sighed. Well, I wasn't expecting anything back, but I can't refuse this. Thank you. Pulling up his system window, Simon spoke. On that note, I also have a proposal for everyone. The three of them were instantly shocked. This is a growth-type title, and it even has an effect for Alliance Guild members. Sai-Hug quickly asked, Senior, what was the price for the last experience-boosting item? Jin Guk answered, an earring with no extra effects sold for about 27 billion, or something like that. Du Dung was staggered. Basically, you can name your own price. Experience-boosting items are so rare you can't buy them even if you have the money. And this one even has a growth effect. Si-Hook warned him, Brother, I guarantee if this gets out, the news will be big enough to shake the entire world. Simon calmly replied, That's why I was thinking of forming a guild. What do you all say? Are you in? All three were stunned yet again. A guild. Si-Huk and Jin Guk's eyes lit up as they agreed. Of course. I'll sign my name right now. Only Du Dung seemed lost in thought, which caught Simon's attention. She looked troubled. Brother, I. But before she could finish, Simon cut her off. I know. He sighed. You're the guild master of the Egzung Sam Guild. If you want to join, can't you temporarily step down from your position? She answered firmly, I can't. If I do that, he will. Suddenly, Simon hit on the key point. But you have your mother, don't you? Hasn't she been released from the rehab center? Her face brightened with hope. That's right, my mother. Simon nodded, satisfied. Go talk it over with her. It's never too late to decide. Yes? Thank you. Just then, a loud voice shouted, Damn it, it's so noisy. Moksuks emerged, complaining, Kim Simon, don't you have any smaller clothes? This shirt is way too big. Simon yelled back, Hey, why are you wearing my shirt? Where are your pants? What are you talking about? You're the one who ripped them off, she snapped. You idiot. Si-Huk and Jin Guk watched the scene unfold with pure excitement. Losing his patience, Simon snapped his fingers. Gee, still, you can't just walk out here wearing only a shirt. In the very next second, the shirt shortened and a pair of pants appeared. Moksuk praised him, delighted. Whoa, that's amazing. But by now, Du Dung was biting her lip in frustration. Brother, she said, her anger flaring, if you have a friend over, you should have told us. Is she your girlfriend? Even Simon was speechless at this situation. Elsewhere, someone was observing from a high-rise building. No progress again today. Humph. I suspect Kim Simon. Don't tell me he's already noticed us. Shh. How much longer do we have to wait? Suddenly, someone delivered an urgent message. The two whispered to each other, Oh, is that so? Then the woman leaped gracefully from the building. Well then, shall we get started? I finally get to see his handsome face up close. Moksuk's voice sighed. This is such a pain. Walking beside her, Simon chuckled. The misunderstanding is cleared up. What's wrong now? She held her head. No, I mean, why did they even misunderstand in the first place? How could they possibly think we were dating? Moksuk blushed as he sighed. I was a bit surprised by that, too. Simon teased her. Well, you're the one who walked out wearing nothing but my shirt. She shot back angrily. Hey, I had nothing else to wear. He laughed. No wonder Du Dung thought we had a passionate night together. Blushing furiously, she stammered, What are you talking about? A passionate night? Simon advised, just forget it. She already lent you some clothes. Moksuk replied, Yeah, I feel a little bad since this outfit looks expensive. But she's a really kind kid. He thought to himself, this is the first time Du Dung has been so nice to a stranger. It seems she likes her, too. She exclaimed, Let's just go buy some clothes in Bali. I don't want to get these expensive things dirty. Simon agreed, all right. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He spun around, sensing something was very wrong. A white-haired man was descending with a kick aimed right at his head. Simon grabbed Moksuk's hand and leaped away, just as the attacker's kick slammed into the ground, creating a tremor. The man spoke. You managed to dodge that, just as I suspected. You're not just some gold rank, are you? Simon's mind raced. Who the hell is he targeting? He shouted at the man. Hey, are you crazy? There are civilians here. What do you think you're doing? A woman's laugh echoed. Are you really that naive? Is this really the time to worry about civilians, Kim Simon? She appeared behind the man, unleashing a wave of power into the sky. The real battle is just getting started. Moksuk said, That scared me. But why didn't anything happen? Was she just bluffing? He replied, No, it's real. This is a rare spatial attribute. She was surprised. Huh? Spatial. An entire dimension was now enveloping them. The woman asked, Oh, so you know about this attribute? Simon continued, It seems to be S rank, or possibly even higher. I'm thrilled. Such a sharp eye. You guessed correctly. My S rank attribute, Mirror of Illusion. That is my power. The man turned his head to warn her. Sin, talk less. Let's hurry this up. She scoffed dismissively. What for? On June. He's about to die anyway. Simon watched them, analyzing their different language and lip movements. Looks like they're foreigners using the arena's translation software. Their names are Anjun and Sin. Could they be from the mainland? Whatever they are, I have to destroy that spatial core first. Sheng smirked. It'd be a real shame to ruin a face like that. Gong Anjun. Don't go overboard. I'll handle the rest of it. The man scoffed. Chi, no promises. All right. Anjun lunged forward, his voice a menacing growl. Get back. I can't promise I can control my own power. He slammed his fist straight down towards Kim Simon, but he dodged it effortlessly. Anjun turned his head with a sneer. Oh, you evaded that so easily. Just as expected, you're incredibly agile. Now this is getting interesting. Ma Xue muttered. Damn it, that startled me. Where the hell are they? Kim Simon also cursed. Bastards. Looks like our opponent is a diamond ranker. The man grew excited. It's been ages since I've had this much fun. Ma Xue was stunned. What the hell? A diamond ranker? Why is someone of that level trying to assassinate you? What did you do? Kim Simon answered calmly. Do I look like I know? She replied, No, I didn't think you were the type to be targeted. Then she asked, So what's our plan now? He answered, We have two options. 1, destroy the spatial core that girl is holding and break out of this dimension. 2, we kill every single one of them. A wicked grin spread across Ma Xue's face. I'm definitely choosing the second option. Kim Simon delegated, All right, I'll handle this guy. You take care of that girl. She cracked her knuckles. Fine by me. I guess it's time to test out those moves I learned from the heavenly demon, right? She dropped into a fighting stance. He encouraged her. I'm counting on you, then. Anjun processed their strategy. Splitting up, they want to face us one-on-one. Then the advantage is ours. Kim Simon dashed in another direction, and the man gave chase. Stay right there. Kim Simon closed his eyes and sighed. Teesk, this moron can't even take down a mere gold ranker. Looks like I have to step in again. Ma Xue's voice taunted, Hey, you little shrimp. The woman, Shin, opened one eye as she was provoked. Why don't you face me directly? Shin looked flustered. Huh. Me. Ma Xue smirked. That's right. Shrimp face. It's just the two of us here, isn't it? The assassin's face burned with anger. You're obviously just some low-level player. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm a platinum ranker, she shouted, pointing an accusing finger. But Ma Xue just calmly beckoned her forward. So what? Shin exploded in fury. You crazy woman. You must really have a death wish. She continued to provoke her. Is fighting with your mouth how platinum rankers do things? I had no idea. The assassin screamed, "I'm going to rip your tongue out, and then I'll kill you." On the other side, the two men were locked in a fierce battle. Onjun smirked, cracking his knuckles. "Hey, Kim Simon, are you just going to keep running away like this?" Kim Simon scanned his surroundings. The situation was bad. There were civilians here. He couldn't carelessly use his full power. A realization suddenly struck him. Wait a second. Why are the other Awakeners acting so calm during a battle like this? Could they all be on the same side? As Kim Simon gritted his teeth, his opponent revealed two sharp claws on his hands with a grin. "Looks like you finally figured it out. All right, everyone, move out." At his command, the so-called civilians ripped off their disguises, revealing matching black combat gear. Onjun gave the order, "Take him down at all costs." Kim Simon smirked, "Gaining up on me? That won't do you any good." His eyes flashed gold, and lightning began to crackle around him. "You people always think numbers are everything. Is that really true?" The enemy leaped into the air to slash him. "I know you can use mind manipulation magic." His eyes turned blood red as he screamed, "Now die, Kim Simon." And that's where our video for today ends. The above was a summary of this chapter of the series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you can catch more amazing videos.